girl that's 20 years old, I think she ought to, they ought to look into it to see that she has every chance to be, to have justice like everyone else.
Well, I feel since she committed the crime that she should be kept in just like any other citizen, and that they shouldn't trust her.
I'm behind her. I really am. I think she should be out. I think she should be free. She's paid enough, for the problems and everything else she's had.
A trip south. Accompanied by U.S. Marshals, the convicted bank robber was flown to Los Angeles in a Coast Guard plane. Once she arrived here, Miss Hurst was then transferred to a helicopter and flown to the Los Angeles County Jail. Under tight security, she was rushed to an unmarked car and driven to the county's criminal courthouse. As was the case in San Francisco, Patricia's parents, Catherine and Randolph Hurst, were present at today's proceeding. But unlike before, they were shown no special courtesies. Like other spectators, they were photographed and frisked by security-conscious sheriff's deputies.
Every month across California, hundreds of tense, agonizing, exhausting dramas, not unlike the SLA deliberations, are being fought out behind the locked doors of other jury rooms. Most of them lack the national spotlight and the extra heavy security of the SLA trial. But otherwise, in each case, the tension is just as high, the stakes just as great, the responsibility just as awesome. Probably every man who has ever been a part of the soul-searching, the conflict, sometimes even the anger that takes place in this room, has walked back out that door a changed man, probably a better citizen because of it, with a more open mind, with a deeper respect for our system of justice. There are, of course, a few glaring exceptions, a few inevitable miscarriages of justice, but as one judge told us today, I've seen very few jury verdicts I would disagree with. Bill Branch, Action News 13.
Here's Browning.
Could well be that the case was decided at least partially before we ever summed up. There was some indication that a juror excused was thinking against the defense. There were other indications that the arguments were not thought to be very important.
I didn't think they'd find her guilty, but I thought she was guilty. I thought she lied. She lied about some things. She must have been lying about a lot more.
Agree with it. Without a doubt.
I really don't know. I really don't have any comment about it, because we've been
touring. We're kind of tourists, and I haven't been following it for several weeks.
Are you surprised to hear a guilty verdict?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Well, if 12 jurors decided that, I think it's pretty good.
No, I'm happy.
Why are you happy?
Because she deserved it. The evidence all proved it. It did. And I thought that if she came out to be, if the jury came out like hung or something like that, that's down just because her father's got money, you know?
Well, I was surprised she got off. I figured that, you know, like, the Hearst family has a lot of influence, and I thought for sure she'd get off. I was surprised when they convicted her of being guilty.
Did you agree, though, with that verdict?
Yeah, I did. I was hoping that she'd get some kind of guilty verdict anyhow and have something to answer to, because I just didn't get along with the whole thing.
Does that surprise you?
I don't know. I don't read newspapers.
You don't know who Patty Hearst is?
I know who Patty Hearst is, but I don't read newspapers. Depresses me.
She was going to have to forget a lot about Patty. She was going to have to blot out a lot of Patty's old feelings for her family and for her. I can say that she has recovered a considerable amount from what we first measured and what we find now. Her mental ability is greater, her intelligence is functioning more effectively, but she's still not fully recovered, and I think she's just well enough now to realize how impaired she still remains. And we know from other victims that sometimes the residuals go on for months or even years.
Part of the criminal justice sentencing process. And so there are other factors that perhaps will be taken into consideration, but I don't want to commit myself at this time as to what my position would be as to whether successor with the U.S. Attorney Designate, Mr. Hunter, probably will be confirmed this time.
In this situation, I'm looking forward to Mahatma Gandhi.
That will be covered.
This is Algeria. First of all, I'd like to thank those so that the media can hear from us directly and not through extortion to the FBI. For several days, armed agents were constantly with us, and then suddenly they weren't. We naturally were glad for the chance to be free of them, not being anxious to be gunned down by some trigger-happy agent. So we carefully avoided being found. But the FBI seized upon this as an excuse for even more provocation.
While never having been a member of any specific political group, we have always struggled alongside all progressive people. Our homes have always been open, and we have shared what we have with all people working to make this country a more decent place. We do not plan to allow the government to begin to make us living differently at this point in our lives.
This is a discipline of the human race which is in a much better position to achieve the potential great. I'd now like to offer a public apology to Mickey and Jen. I'm terribly sorry that I cooperated in any way, shape, or form with such a counterproductive organization as the FBI. Agreeing to talk to the FBI about this case or any other case is an improper path of action. I've learned that and other lawyers in the United States. I do not want to imply that my attorney Trouble Perry advised me incorrectly. And was forced to stop Trouble.
Very much.
The point of law here, as developed in the opinion, is that if a defendant voluntarily takes the stand, she cannot pick and choose the questions that she wants to answer. And she therefore had an obligation to answer any relevant questions on cross-examination. She refused to answer those questions, which were held to be relevant, and therefore her claim of self-incrimination was not upheld on appeal.
I have said from the date of the conviction that this trial was unjust, that she was put to a trial at a time when she should not have been, and that the errors committed at trial should have commanded her a reversal of her conviction. I still say that. So when I criticize the opinion, I am not criticizing the judges themselves. I'm criticizing what they have said in the opinion, which I believe is erroneous and not in accordance with the law.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 337, Year of the Phoenix, part 9. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we're popping back over to the public feed to keep this momentum going in our grand mini-series about the Symbionese Liberation Army. And, you know, I think everyone can listen to part 1. Part 5 are out publicly. And this is kind of a good bookend for the later part of the story. Because today we finally come to the end of the road with Patty/Tanya and her comrades finally getting captured by the pigs and facing the justice system, you know. And this is actually a part of the story. You know, the last, like, 2 episodes we did are kind of a more like obscure, like the Lost Underground Year and all the like the second team of the SLA and the New World Liberation Front and going to Pennsylvania and then coming back to Sacramento and doing a few more bank robberies and bombings, etc. You know, we laid all that out in detail, I think, in parts 7 and 8. But now we come back to the spectacle. And this was quite a spectacle. The trial of Patricia Campbell Hearst for bank robbery in San Francisco, right? This became quite a media sensation, and you know, spoiler alert, would result in her conviction. She would be found guilty and go through like several years of legal turmoil. Eventually, her sentence would be commuted by President Jimmy Carter in the late 70s, and she would be released. And then I think Bill Clinton, in one of his final acts as president, issued her like a blanket full pardon, you know, for all of her SLA activities in 2000. So after that, she was kind of off, totally scot-free. And her other 2 main comrades, the last 2 remaining members really of the SLA, Bill and Emily Harris, would also face charges, though on a somewhat different and like winding and sometimes weird path compared to Patty. Patty was really the main centerpiece of the justice system. And, you know, a lot of people felt at the time, Patty herself felt that this was kind of a show trial. This is a political trial to punish her for the crimes of the SLA, you know, and make her out to be, you know, for a variety of motives, I think like one of the biggest, the most obvious ones was that, you know, by this time, Vice President Gerald Ford had assumed the presidency and had pardoned Richard Nixon for all of his Watergate crimes. And so the optics of letting this rich heiress go after letting Nixon go, etc., you know, they had to show that the justice system applied fairly to everybody, you know?
Yeah. Although, like, it's a completely reverse situation. Like, she's being prosecuted for her crimes as, like, a left-wing revolutionary. Those are the only crimes she committed.
It is kind of funny
so
that
it's not really like
it doesn't quite add up with like the Nixon
make
thing.
Up for Nixon getting off.
It almost makes like it's a way to like mollify like the right-wing reactionary forces in society that want to see like an SLA person to be like a leftist be punished just as they saw Nixon be punished or something. Like it's almost
one
like,
of
both,
like a treat
you know?
for Nixon after his public disgrace.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like making it up to Nixon, not making it up for Nixon.
Right. right. Yeah. Even though he did like let him go, you would think, it would be like you would let Patty go the same way you let Nixon go, but instead, like that's not how it goes.
We talked before about the irony of the fact that like the standard bearer of this like left-wing movement at the end of the 70s is Patty Hearst, like, like a wealthy heiress who like kind of didn't really give too much of a shit about it. Although like, it doesn't seem like she was totally, being held against her will necessarily the entire time, or that she had really kind of like given up on being rescued, partly like by, due to the actions of the FBI and her family. Just like the way that they handled it, like it seemed clear that like, she would be treated as a criminal at one point. So
right, certainly the
think
press.
That idea,
as she kind of realized after the shootout, when everyone was like kind of hoping that she was in the house and died with everybody, and was like, ha ha ha, and then she realized like, wow, they really do think I'm just like a scumbag, like leftist terrorist, I need to die, and. So, it kind of, I think it is very complex. She could have escaped so many times after the May shootout in Los Angeles, but feels tied to this group, for like, whether that's like rational or not. I mean, I can have sympathy for the kind of weirdness of the overall situation. And even though, you might be able to run away, like the feeling that like Chico and Yolanda will catch up with you, or some of their other, allies will come get you somehow, or one of these mysterious bombers would bomb you or something, like I do get it that that could be enough to keep you in. And then maybe a genuine like ideological confusion and just like base psychological confusion about like who you even are, because if you wear a mask long enough, you start to become it. And like the line can be a little bit, even though, she might have started being like, I'm doing an irony bit, like in her head, like eventually the irony bit becomes real, which is funny because that was like the Voices of Guns. That's the way they describe Maoist brainwashing in China. I don't know how true this actually. They're probably getting it from one of another MK Ultra doctors who are going to pop up in like a parade in today's episode. In their studies of Chinese, North Korean, quote unquote brainwashing, the idea that that like Mao's like great innovation was realizing like no man can like say something he doesn't believe in public and privately disagree with it and be able to navigate that dissonance like for very long. Like eventually, if you kind of pressure, if you use like peer pressure and like soft coercive persuasion to get people to spout like the Maoist line, like eventually they'll start genuinely like believing it, because like every social incentive is sort of aligned to be like this will be good for you if you like you'll run into problems if you don't do this, and then you start doing it, and then eventually you just kind of believe it.
Kind of like that definitely is a real thing.
Not just in Maoist politics, but like across all kinds of organizational
like in general.
things.
That principle is definitely like a widespread thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like group peer pressure, we all know it's a thing.
Yeah.
And being in like in an institution, like I think if there's so many like career paths in America. We tend to think about it Americans think about it in like this depoliticized way. But I mean, I'm sure you've noticed. I mean, you've been in like academia. There's a certain type of like way people like know what the expectations of like behavior are like, and you kind of like conform yourself to it without anybody necessarily like beating you or like telling you like if you want to succeed inside of a certain structure, or if you're like a lawyer or you're like a Wall Street person or a tech person or a cop or you go down the list, like everybody you kind of learn, you work in a government bureaucracy, like there's a culture there that you kind of
there's no like
feel...
list of rules, but like you implicitly like know, or like you bump up against them like either like lightly it's like lightly suggested to you, or like you just don't, if you can't like figure that out, then you're not going to make it. Definitely.
Like podcasters, there's certain
and
invisible
like
lines
implicit,
that
like implicit beliefs, like that. Everyone has to like kind of share and affirm. And it's there's many examples like that. Like for instance, like at like in certain academic conferences, like it's totally fine for your like paper or whatever, your presentation, to have a
I mean, this is kind of orthogonal to the point, but like, to have like implicit beliefs, like political beliefs, right? Even like, even like Chomsky style, like left-wing beliefs, right?
Yeah.
Or beliefs about like anti-racism or something like that, or like queer liberation and these type of things. But like, there are like some that like, even if like you had like kind of a I don't know, like kind of like a Gabriel Rockhill like position, like, and you were like kind of talking about China as like the standard bearer of like international socialism or whatever, like, and how great China is. Like that would probably be like unwelcome and kind of make you like kind of ostracize you at a lot of like academic conferences in the United States.
Right, because it stepped over a couple of those like informal lines of seriousness that make everybody else uncomfortable and like look bad and like or like like an example might be like it's okay to like criticize Israel for committing genocide, like like in some areas back and even some areas it may not be, and obviously there's been controversy about that, but like if you like don't like condemn fiercely enough like the Islamic Republic, then like that's also like kind of one of those things of like yeah, there's an implicit tightrope.
For many, like you don't like people don't like really necessarily like care to like evaluate whether those things are true. They just like simply believe that, like for like social reasons. So it's a less extreme version of what you can totally see like in Patty's case. I mean, remember there was that point. I don't remember if this was on a public or private or paywalled episode, but we we're talking about how like when she was like finally given the opportunity to join, it was like Sing-Hyu had previously said something that was like either you'll join or like we'll kill you or something, and then like when the moment finally came, Sing-Hyu was like, now Patty, do you want to go free or do you want to join the SLA? And it's like, okay, like it's obvious what's going on here,
right?
Like if I say I want to go free, like, you're not actually going to let me go free.
Yeah, he framed it as he might be able to convince the War Council to let you join our unit when the War Council didn't exist. It was just them. But he made it sound like, I got this crazy idea. It might just work. If you joined us, then maybe we wouldn't have to kill you. Yeah, and then, like, put in that's the binary. And then finally was like, do you want to be let, like, go in a safe place or join us? And it's like she knew that this is like a test, right? Like saying, okay, I want to go home is like, they're going to kill you,
I mean, there's this example. We were just reading this like interview with Bill and Emily Harris in the New Times that came out in 1976. And like Emily had like this thing where it's like, how dare Patty say that Willie raped her? Like, I remember she like, I asked her if she ever got horny and if she was interested in making it with anybody. And she said yes. And she was interested in getting with Cujo. And so like, I think that it's quite probable that like when asked that question, she didn't feel like she could say like, it was like, do you tell anyone you find attractive, or like knowing them basically only by their voices at that point, she might have said like, oh yeah, sure, like this person, rather than be like, no, I find you all disgusting, like you're kidnapping me.
She
probably was just trying to build a rapport with them, so that they would like see her as human, and like at that point. And then
according to her, Jelena was the one that was like, Cujo wants to get it on with you, that she suggested Cujo specifically, and then set it up, acted like a pimp basically. But of course, we can expect that from the Harrises.
Emily said that it was it was Angela. Emily didn't say it was her. It's just Angela went and asked Patty if she'd want to sleep with anyone, and if so, who.
According to Patty in that conversation, like Angela did open it up like, we all have needs, right? You must have sexual needs, like we all get to have sex with each other. And then I think it was either that or like shortly after that where she was like, Cujo wants to get it on with you, and then kind of like encouraged her, having set up what the expectation was in this group, kind of said, oh well, now Cujo, so I'm not quite buying that from Emily Harris, but like I said, last time we had left off right before this whole group gets nabbed in September 1975, and we ran out of time a little bit at the end. There was like one interesting kind of thing that happens like in the very end, because we should emphasize like the irony of the fact that the SLA had practically fallen apart by its own accord right before they were arrested by the police, like through their own interpersonal squabbles and disagreements over like strategy, all their like overlapping romantic relationships and all that stuff. Like the Harrises, Bill and Emily, had kind of split off to their own safe house. You had the Celaya siblings and like Jim Kilgore, that were still working together as like hippie house painters, kind of off doing their own thing. And then you had Wendy Yoshimura and Patty living in another safe house, also kind of doing their own thing, going through their own soul searching, their development of revolutionary feminist theory and things of that nature. And kind of, Wendy was considering moving to the East Coast and just kind of getting away from this scene. It's kind of unclear like what Patty would have done if the cops hadn't burst in September and like this went on for like another month or two without them finding, her, right? Like it almost seems like it was just, crumbling. And same with Bill and Emily Harris, because the last thing they try to do in one of their arguments where I think they storm out and it kind of like breaks up this SLA 2.0 is the demand by the Harrises that they need to find a black leader again. That's the problem here, is that they're just a bunch of white people now since Q was killed, and they don't have the bold black revolutionary leadership that they need. The other people kind of scoff at this and are like, "Oh, come off it!" Like, this is just, Wendy thinks the whole fronting a third world, a minority as a third world leader is racist and based on white guilt. She says as much to Tico's face multiple times. But the last thing they do, they're like, we're going to go out and find a new black leader and like really, start it all up again. And it's described in both The Voices of Guns and Every Secret Thing briefly. They say slightly different things about it, but it is like an interesting little thing to clock and kind of like a tragic, slightly tragic comic end for Last Action for the Harrises. So in The Voices of Guns by Paul Avery, he writes here on page 485, and it gives you a sense of where the Harrises still were at this point. The Harrises were stocking their little apartment like a National Guard armory, and like Clayton so long before, the house was also becoming a library of SLA memorabilia. They carted in boxes and cases of files, manuscripts, and notebooks, lists of telephone numbers and names that agents would eagerly confiscate a month later. The bombing campaign was apparently to have been a long-term offensive. Tico had a well-equipped and stocked bomb factory, boxes of alarm clocks, reels of wire, batteries, stacks of iron pipe with caps drilled for fuse wires. There were several jugs of gasoline and 3 pounds of high-explosive gunpowder. The FBI would later find a half-dozen completed pipe bombs ready for the fuse and an assortment of guns. There were 4 .38 caliber revolvers, 2 9mm semi-automatics, a couple of .22 caliber pistols, 3 military model M1 rifles, I think the carbines, and all converted to fully automatic weapons, and 2 12-gauge shotguns, and of course, 1 Marksman 20-shot BB repeater air pistol. Sunday, September 14th, in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, there was a rally for the San Quentin Six, prison inmates then standing trial in Marin County for conspiracy murder, right? I think this is related to the George Jackson, the sort of strange George Jackson, like, failed prison break, right? The other prisoners were, all charged and, because some guards died, and this is a big cause celeb, right, in the Bay Area left. The 6 convicts were charged with the bloody mayhem that accompanied George Jackson's 1971 escape attempt from San Quentin, when 3 guards and 2 white inmates had been murdered and Jackson himself killed. Among the crowd were the Harrises, General Tico and Yolanda, and of the rest of the group, at least Kathy Celaya. James Doc Holliday was also there. Holliday, 33-year-old former leader of the Black Guerrilla family at San Quentin, had been a key prison contact for the early SLA. Back in January 1974, the day Ramiro and Little were arrested, Emily Harris and Angela Atwood had made separate, seemingly urgent prison visits before they dropped into the underground. Atwood, at San Quentin, had visited Holliday. Doc Holliday had been paroled only 2 months before, July 23, 1975, after serving 14 years of a life sentence for robbery and murder. Kathy Celaya approached Holliday at the rally, according to a source who witnessed the meeting, and told Doc the Harrises wanted to talk with him. Holiday was willing. They rendezvoused the next night, September 15th, at an Oakland motel. Holiday knew the Harrises. Emily had visited him in prison. And of course, he knew the SLA. He listened quietly as Tico and Yolanda set out the situation. The second team was to hell and gone. But there was a chance of reorganizing, of recreating the Symbionese Federation, if they had the galvanizing leadership of a famed prison revolutionary, another black field marshal, a man like Holiday. Their commitment was proved, and they were offering themselves. All he had to do was say the word. Holiday, according to several sources, said no. How he refused, how he explained himself, what later possibilities they discussed is not known. But when they parted that night, the SLA was still but 2 lily-white soldiers in search of a black commander. Yeah, so that was the Harris' last attempt to revive the past, and purely coincidentally, it was the prelude to the end. Now, Patty says she provides a little more detail about this meeting, this pitch to Doc Holliday. She says that she could find no mental peace even though the Harrises were gone. She says, in the middle of September, Kathy reported to us that the Harrises had finally made contact with Doc Holliday and had sent her to look for him at a rally in Golden Gate Park for the San Quentin Six. Kathy said she had found Doc lying in some bushes near the rally, stoned out of his mind and smoking marijuana. The 33-year-old black ex-con required a lot of convincing, Kathy said, before he would agree to follow her to the Harrises. They met in a motel room north of Berkeley and spent a couple of days there. Kathy had not been invited to the meeting, but she assumed, she said, that Doc had declined the Harrises' offer. He certainly had not turned up at the Precita safe house, and the Harrises were not saying another word about him. Yeah, and then, meanwhile, Wendy and Patty were spending most of the days at the Morse Street safe house, talking with one another after the men went out on their painting jobs. We agreed that the essential trouble with Bill Harris is that he was a short, belligerent, guilt-ridden man who had a severe Napoleon complex, always having to prove himself in a world of taller black men. We discussed the more complex, manipulative personality of Emily Harris at great length. Wendy and I got along very well together, conversation coming easily for both of us. We were alike, I think, in being rather low-key in contrast to the others. Also, we both felt lost and uncertain, not knowing what the future could possibly hold for us. Now, I just want to throw in, there's a footnote in The Voices of Guns that is kind of crazy. So a little more in November, about a month and a half after they make this pitch to Doc Holliday, it says, on November 1st, 1975, Doc Holliday and another parolee, Michael Cohens, 29, were arrested by the LAPD and charged with the torture slayings of 2 black men and the wounding of 2 other persons. The purported motive for the murders of Winston Dowling, 30, and Matthew Thompson, 25, was that their roles as narcotics informers for the LAPD had become suspected in the ghetto community and, quote, contracts had been put out on them. Holliday and Cohens were identified by the surviving victims, one of whom claimed Cohens had bragged that he and Holliday were, quote, high up in the SLA. A few days later, LA police announced they had learned Holliday was mastermind of a plot to kidnap Kathleen Brown Rice, the sister of new California Governor Edmund G. Brown Jr., Jerry Brown. So basically, I guess he allegedly had a plot to kidnap Jerry Brown's sister and hold her in exchange for the unconditional release of SLA soldiers Russ Little and Joe Ramiro, then being held in the LA County Jail awaiting one of their trials. Whoa, yeah, yikes. Interesting. So he allegedly declines to become the leader of the SLA, but then goes to LA, murders two suspected LAPD informants for being snitches, and then also brags about, actually, he didn't brag about that. He said they were high up in the SLA, and then the LAPD announces that they had a plot, I'm not sure what evidence they were using, that to kidnap Jerry Brown's sister and hold her hostage. Of course, Jerry Brown is the Democrat, child of another, a little bit like Dirty Harry and Gavin Newsom, comes from that San Francisco Irish Catholic kind of like immigrant political machine kind of legacy. Obviously, Pat Brown, his father, was the longtime like liberal governor. And then Jerry, Governor Moonbeam, as he would be eventually known, follows up the governorship of Ronald Reagan and wins the election in 1974. So even targeting the lib, the young hotshot kind of lib Democrat guy, I don't know, kind of another kind of interesting. Given what the LAPD lied about before, that cop in Compton, was it Michael Lee Edwards, or I think was his name, the total cold case like LAPD cop murder that's like never been solved. I think that the LAPD brass was telling all of its cops that the SLA totally did that, before the shootout to get them really hyped up, and then the evidence did not bear that shit out at all. So I don't know how much we can trust that, but that is that is kind of the last attempt to do something in September, and it seems like it didn't really work out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So hold on one second. I'll put my dog up. Sorry about that. So yeah. So they do. The police do indeed like zero in on them. Maybe I'll switch over. There's an interesting book. I don't think we've read from it yet, but it's got some juicy stuff. It's not really like a leftist book, but it is about the left. This is a Days of Rage, America's Radical Underground, the FBI, and the other title's cut off, but this is by Brian Burrow. Also, like Revolution's End, came out in 2015. And this book is like a big overview of like all kind of radical underground violence, like in the 70s. So it focuses more on like, the SDS morphing into the Weather Underground, and but it has a lot of good information on the ever shadowy organization, the New World Liberation Front, and kind of unpacks a little bit about like to what extent it was like Bill Harris and the SLA and this crew, and it was maybe a couple overlapping crews, and also some strange characters that like pop up even after the SLA is arrested. But I'll read a little from here. This is a brief summary of how the police, after totally failing to pick up the trail for like over a year, finally do close in on the SLA comrades.
All right.
So Burrow writes, by midsummer, the FBI had finally picked up the SLA's trail. One of Jack Scott's friends, who visited the group in Pennsylvania, gave agents Wendy Yoshimura's alias, that might have been Jay Weiner, Joan Shimada. Someone by that name had registered a car in New Jersey, then sold it to a girl named Kathy Turkich. When agents visited the Turkich family on July 19th, her parents volunteered that Kathy's sister was one of Yoshimura's oldest friends. She was waitressing in San Francisco, in fact. This is the Plate of Brass restaurant where Kathy Celaya worked as Kathy Anger. When the agents visited the Plate of Brass, they found that Turkich had disappeared. But when they showed employees photos of Yoshimura's known associates, someone picked out a photo of a waitress named Kathleen Anger. It was Kathy Celaya. Celaya was also gone. A call from New Jersey had tipped everyone off. Both the FBI and the police, however, were well aware that Celaya and her friends were behind BARC, the pro-SLA group that published Dragon. A week later, playing a hunch, a Sacramento police detective ran all the BARC group's fingerprints against, I guess that's maybe how they got them. Remember the CII had like
right.
Jim
Yeah, we
Kilgore's.
talked about this a little bit. Yeah,
right, yeah. So I guess they took all the known BARC group's fingerprints. They must have been arrested before, against one found in the Crocker Bank getaway car. It was Jim Kilgore's. The FBI poured men into Sacramento, but the break came after agents struck up a relationship with Martin Celaya, the father, who lived in Palmdale, in the high desert, east of LA or north of LA. He was horrified to learn his children might be mixed up with the SLA. He tried to reach them but couldn't, and then arranged a dinner on August 29th. We had mentioned this. The FBI agreed to let him go alone. When Martin came clean, telling his children he was working with the FBI, Kathy exploded. How could you do such a thing? Don't you know you can't trust the FBI? They spent 7 hours walking and talking, the father beseeching the children to come home, the children denying everything. Martin Celaya returned crestfallen to the FBI agents waiting at his hotel. The family meeting seemed a total loss, until he mentioned one thing. At some point, his son Steve had volunteered that he and Michael Borton and Jim Kilgore were still painting houses. Within days, agents fanned out across the Bay Area, showing photos of the SLA to supervisors at every painting job they could find. It took 2 weeks, but on the morning of Monday, September 15th, a pair of agents approached Bill Osgood, manager of the Pacifica, ironically named, this is a town south of San Francisco, the Pacifica Apartments, and showed him the SLA photos. That one, Osgood said, pointing to a picture of Borton. That was, quote, John Henderson, he said, the boss of the hippie painters repainting his apartments. At 10:30 a.m., the two agents sitting in a parked car saw Kathy and Joe Celaya drive up. Surveillance teams took up positions all around the complex. At 5:30, when the Celayas were finished for the day, the agents followed their 1967 Ford as it drove into San Francisco, eventually stopping at 625 Morse, where the women disappeared inside. The next morning, agents spied Steve Celaya leaving the apartment, followed him to Pacifica, and at day's end trailed him to a second address, 288 Presida in Bernal Heights. By the next morning, Wednesday, September 17th, teams of FBI agents and SFPD inspectors, of course, right, Inspector Callahan, were in place. Right. At 10:50, they spotted a man who might be Bill Harris wearing cut-off jeans as he emerged from the Presida building, stretched, and then disappeared back inside. At 11:30, they watched as the man and a woman who might be Emily Harris came out and went for a jog. No, they do get it fucks them up, the jogging.
I love jogging.
All day agents watched the pair come and go, at one point trailing them inside a laundromat, but they couldn't be sure it was the Harrises. Yeah, the one cop talks about going to the laundromat, and the only pic they had is that one of him like smiling with the mustache and like the sunglasses, and they were like, we can't get positive ID unless you can get him to smile at somebody. And so he kept trying to like bump into him and like have like a little interaction, and he wouldn't do it. But then he noticed he had a scar on his knee, and they looked it up, and like Lance Corporal Harris in the Marines in Vietnam had gotten like a knee injury and had surgery on it. And so they were able to like make a move off of that. But yeah, like but at the time their disguises kind of threw them. They said the man that they saw had jet black hair, Harris's was brown, and the woman looked nothing like Emily Harris. All that night and into the morning, agents of the San Francisco office debated what to do. None could be sure it was the Harrises, and there was no sign of Patty Hearst. Finally, at a 9 a.m. meeting, the agent in charge, Charles Bates, told his men to arrest the couple if they went jogging again. At least they could be sure they weren't carrying guns, right? As luck would have it, the couple emerged from the Presida building at 12:50, the man in purple running shorts, and proceeded to go for a jog. An FBI car cruised behind. At 1:12, the couple were walking slowly back towards 288 Presida. As they approached the front door, 4 agents sprang from a parked sedan. "We're the FBI," one shouted. Without a word, Bill Harris raised his hands. Emily, however, turned and ran, only to confront 2 agents directly behind her, one with a shotgun pointed at her chest. "You motherfucking sons of bitches," she shouted. "You sons of bitches!" Emily was taken in handcuffs. Agents took Bill Harris's fingerprints in the car. "It's him," someone said. Agents stormed the house. It was empty. No sign of Hearst. An hour later, a handful of FBI men moved in on 625 Morse. The building had 2 apartments, one on the second floor, the other on the third. They couldn't be sure which one was Steve Celaya's. Taking a risk, they approached a man in the garage who turned out to be the owner. No one was living on the second floor, he said, but 3 new tenants, a man and 2 young women, were living on the third. The girls, he said, were up there right now. "What's the best way up there?" the ranking agent, Tom Padden, asked. "Up the back stairs." Leaving the other agents to cover the front, Padden and an SFPD inspector named Tim Casey unsheathed their pistols and crept up the wooden stairway at the rear of the building. Padden went first, taking each step slowly, quietly. Just before reaching the landing outside the apartment, he glanced back at Casey, who was holding a .357 Magnum. Casey nodded. Padden stepped...
Not the 40.
Not the 44.
Yeah.
No, he's that squad cop. Padden stepped onto the landing, a .38 in his outstretched right hand. There was a Dutch door to the apartment. The upper half was open to the air. Peering inside, Padden was startled to come face to face with Wendy Yoshimura standing in the kitchen. FBI, he barked. Freeze! Yoshimura froze. Then Padden saw the second girl sitting at the kitchen table. She stood and started to run. Freeze or I'll blow her head off, Padden yelled. The other girl stopped. Inspector Casey burst into the kitchen, his Magnum pointed at her back. Patty, he said. She turned around slowly. He could see her face now, at which point Patty Hearst did the only thing she could. She peed. Yeah, that was famously.
Wow.
The first thing she says to them is like, can I change my pants? I peed. And they're like, all right, but we have to go with you. And they caught them, right? And I think, but it says here, it was over. The capture of Patty Hearst was front page news around the world and would remain so for months. At the federal courthouse, newsmen and photographers mobbed the car as she was hustled inside. She was arraigned on charges of robbing the Hibernia Bank, then taken to the San Mateo County Jail. Asked her occupation, she famously replied, urban guerrilla. Like, she definitely is like she's on one when she gets arrested. She has like red hair and is like, like, and she's like throwing up a fist, and then like she's kind of like ha ha ha, like she has kind of like Manson girl energy a little bit when she gets arrested. At first she's like very like sad, like punk rock and like fuck you, and like sarcastic, whatever. So the FBI arrested Steve Celaya later that day, but amazingly there were no agents at the Pacifica apartment house where the others spent the day painting. When news of the arrests hit the radio, all of them, Kathy and Joe Celaya, Mike Borton, Jim Kilgore, disappeared and went underground. Wow. Yeah, so, she gets caught, she gets booked, the Harrises get booked, and I think she says in the book that a part of her explanation for saying urban guerrilla was that, like, Emily Harris was also being booked in the same room. She uses that excuse a number of times to claim, like, when she's first arrested, when she says
I don't,
things.
necessarily believe that either.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like she might have like, I don't know if internalized is the right word, but like what else do you say? I feel like she probably like was so overwhelmed like at that moment, as like probably all of them were.
Right.
Like I wouldn't necessarily hold like anyone to account for what they said at that time, but certainly not like, I don't like think that is an indication either way of what her stance was like on the group. If anything, like, I find it to be I think it's kind of telling that the Harrises were so angry that she sold them out, and also that she did sell them out. So like, or that, they perceived her to be selling them out, because like, if they truly thought that she had like, they don't like to use the word conversion, but if she had been radicalized, if they truly believed that she was on board with the mission, then like, they might have given her the Hassan al-Zan to think like, she like is just trying to be like our agent on the inside or whatever. She's just trying to exonerate herself, so that she can like work for the cause. Because she actually has a shot at doing this.
Yeah.
Whereas, and like also the fact that she was willing to not say like, no, like I do believe in the SLA, like that also proves that she wasn't like as radical or as committed as they thought. Like, unless you want to blame like Julian West and the doctors they brought in for like actually being the ones who brainwashed her,
or re-brainwashed her, like a factory reset in a way. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, it's hard to tell like what the Harrises really believe. I mean, on one level, they kind of sound like they really do believe that her conversion was genuine, and that then later she like fell back on them. She like turned her back on them because she was pressured, and I don't know.
I mean, it might be worth like reading like some of that like interview because they said, hold on, let me see if I can find Bill Harris's quotes. No one in the SLA wanted to have. Wait, hold on. I'll
yeah, but this is from April 1976, right?
Yeah, so this is
jumping ahead a little. Patty was
later.
prosecuted before the Harrises, but then they were in jail, and I guess did some of these like this is with Bob Scheer and I forget his wife, his sort of journalism partner / wife's name right now, but let me see. This was Susan Lyne. Yeah, that's right. The 20 Months with Patty Tanya by Bill and Emily Harris. This kind of came out. Yeah,
this is like a very different account from the one that like Patty gives basically. Like Bill, but it's worth reading since we're talking about it. So Bill Harris says, no one in the SLA wanted to have Patty get off into a heavy kind of romantic thing. I mean, the group still felt that she was going to be released, and I'm sure Willie didn't want to have to get totally involved and then feel really torn apart when she was gone, because after her release, he would have never seen her again. But at least unless conditions changed quite a bit. But it happened anyway. Patty said herself that he was the most beautiful, sensitive man she had ever known. Emily. Once Willie gave her a stone relic in the shape of a monkey face that he had brought when he was in Mexico. He called it an Olmec or something.
Yeah.
He had fashioned a macrame chain for it out of some wax brown string that was lying around the house, sort of a thick thread used for sewing on leather. Anyway, Patty wore it around all the time on her neck. After the shootout, she stopped wearing it and carried it in her purse instead, but she always had it with her. Willie also made her a ring out of the same string. And Bill. In fact, that ring got a lot of comment in the media after the SLA released that photograph of her. Everyone was wondering what it was. They suggested it was a wedding band or something, and the press asked Stephen Weed if he had given it to her. They are media freaks. They were like following every single like story about this. What is so disgusting is that Patty would just fabricate this tale about Willie assaulting her. The irony is that Willie was this really gentle guy, a beautiful person. Everyone who ever met him said the same thing. I am sure one of the reasons why Patty got so attached to him in the first place is that he had shown so much concern for her. And now to say something like this, just to save her own ass.
Wow.
And, Bill goes further to clarify. Everybody in the SLA assumed that she was in love with Stephen Weed. Everybody assumed that she was close to her family. Why not? It only seems logical. The woman is supposed to be getting married. The first time the SLA realized it wasn't the case was when Nancy was talking with her one time within a week or so about her relationship with Weed. At one point, Nancy asked her, "What do you and Steve talk about?" And she couldn't think of anything. That's a clear indication of the kind of relationship they were having. Again, like I feel like this anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
From her accounts, it became clear that we treated her like this little slave. He used to order her around and make her cook him special treats. She said he would never take her out to eat because he got quite attached to her cooking. I mean, even Patty does kind of agree with this, that Stephen Weed was like kind of an asshole and not a good boyfriend, and like she didn't really want to marry him after living with him. He sounded like a pretentious, pompous fool that really dug lording over Patricia, convincing her that he knew what was best for her. Patty later said she was growing more and more disgusted with her life with him. Her engagement was really just a rebellious attempt to get away from the influence of her family. She told Angela once that the emptiness of her life had driven her to the point where she was thinking of killing herself. If she felt that way, I can't imagine what she must feel now. Patty was amazed at the media portrayal of her family. There was a big propaganda campaign going on at the time to portray the Hearst family as the ideal American family to get the majority of Americans to sympathize with their position rather than the SLA's. For months, articles were coming out in magazines like Ladies' Home Journal about what her mother was like and what her family was like. She said it was all a bunch of lies, that she had spent most of her childhood with nurses and governesses, that she hadn't spent that much time with her parents, that she wasn't that close to her sisters. The article in Ladies' Home Journal told about how her mother did her own grocery shopping and stuff like that. Patty just laughed. She said her mother had never done that in her life, never cooked, never did anything. Again, probably true.
Yeah.
Apparently, Patty's mother was getting some kind of drug, going to her doctor and getting a shot of Demerol a week or something, and she was pretty heavy on pills. Patty said one time at dinner her mother fell asleep on her plate. She was embarrassed to bring any friends home because her mother was always doped up.
Wow.
Hear Patty tell it, her father was a boozer, her mother a pill freak. But she didn't dislike her father that much because of the way he responded to the kidnapping, and in terms of what he represented, his class position, she got to hate him. But as a person, she didn't dislike him. She thought he was okay. But sometimes you got the feeling that she really hated her mother. Mm-hmm. She told the story about a time. I mean, Stephen Weed kind of said the same thing.
Oh, yeah,
so this does seem true.
Yeah, she was a pill, it seems.
she told a story about a time when her friend of hers was in the house and her mother came walking the steps, rather staggering them the steps, kind of a grouched up couple of phrases to them, and went staggering off. Patty was humiliated by it, but her friend consoled her. He just whispered in Patty's ear, "That's all right. My mother's an alcoholic." Patty told another story about a family trip to Atlanta. They were driving around and got lost in the Black Ghetto, where there were almost no street signs. Patty's mother said, "N-words don't need street signs. They don't know how to read."
Ooh, yeah, she
I
is
mean,
a Southern
again,
Belle.
also
She
sounds
is a
plausible.
yeah, she is a
Like,
Southern Belle. Yep.
I mean, that's not even almost other than the N-word, I guess that's not as bad as Mexico isn't a country, it's a disease.
Right.
Which Stephen Weed recounted her saying.
It's a
So
hell
yeah,
of a
she
thing.
seems
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think that they're kind of right in a way where they say she was a very unhappy person. That probably is true. She probably was listless and unsure of where she was in life. She probably didn't feel great about her relationship with Stephen Weed. But yeah, they basically do think that she was somehow really sincere, and they even kind of portray it as she was more radical than they were and had the zeal of a convert, where she wanted the communiques to be even more intense than they were. But and they also say that it was disgusting how the media hypothesized that Sin had lured her into the SLA based on the enticement of black sexuality, which, fair enough, is kind of that angle to the coverage I do think is kind of disgusting, even though I do think Sin was a freak based on what he scrawled on the walls and things like that. But the kind of weird racial pornographic angle to it that some people in the coverage had is pretty gross. But they kind of they do believe she was sincere, but at the same time it's kind of contradictory, because in that case why is she betraying people whom she loved, who she was with for years, right, and who were her friends? If that was true, why is she selling them out just to save her own ass from prison?
Yeah, well, you would think, given their big talk about America, California's concentration camps, that it's oh, she must be submitted to psychosurgery and psychologists that are manipulating her, torturing her, or something like that. I don't think
they blame her though.
Yeah,
they don't
do.
say any of that. They blame her. Yeah.
Yeah, they say we're sad because you did that.
Yeah.
She betrayed us.
I actually found an article years later from 2024 where they interview old Bill Harris.
Oh, right. Is that the Roger Rappaport interview?
Yes,
He was a former Ramparts writer. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna save that to the very end to see what are they up to today. But it's not a very long interview. He basically he says that the Mel shooting good sport is that was the action of a true comrade and stuff.
Yeah,
it's Patty was really with us. Patty was cool. He's it's a shame that she turned on us, but she really was a revolutionary. He still thinks.
Yeah, well, she said she was. She also says she was never a revolutionary. He says, our decision to kidnap Patty Hearst created an opportunity for her to voice her own misgivings about the power structure continuing to dominate American life. Okay. While she was never a revolutionary, the devastating ruling class critique she wrote about the Hearst made sense then and still do today. So I think he maybe revised his view on it, that she actually was fully on board, even though it was the action of a true comrade. He does say that he saved his life and Emily's life.
Yeah, kind of strange. But yeah, I mean, I get it that she's a rich girl who kind of feels aimless and has never had to really struggle for anything, and it does remind me of that one of those Patti Smith songs that's kind of somewhat inspired by Patty Hearst. The privilege set me free. Oh God, give me something to give. Oh God, give me something, a reason to live. She just wants a reason to live, the whatever, and whatever comes along, is liable to kind of sweep her up, and especially in this literally coercive.
And I think obviously I do feel Tico is not he's a terrible leader, and even though he is arbitrarily violent and cruel in ways, I feel he wasn't as hardcore as Sin Q. I think that Sin Q I don't think that Patty could have imagined herself escaping from the SLA when Sin Q was in charge, when it had its full membership. I think she could have imagined escaping and turning herself in after the shootout. But I think that the Harrises are right that she was afraid, like they had acknowledged, like, you know, she was afraid to do that after, you know, the shootout.
The SLA,
you know?
shootout. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the you know, the massacre.
The massacre,
right? Yeah. And yeah, the shootout, I guess, but you know.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking at the Berkeley Barb that was released right after where is it? Hearst Media Blitz, yes. Where, yes, the September 26th to October 2nd, 1975 issue that talks about all of their arrests. There's an interesting article. It's easy to forget these days, but I was telling you, like, one of the big articles in here by regular writer Rick Reynolds is Patty, Sally, and the Media Army. And it's easy to forget now, but, you know, one of these like goofy side characters that pops up in this whole story, Sarah Jane Moore, just 3 days after Patty Hearst and all the other SLA people are arrested in San Francisco, she, in San Francisco, takes a gun to a public visit, some kind of event with President Gerald Ford, and takes a shot at his head and barely misses, you know? Like, we didn't really have time to like really get into it, but even through the summer and fall of 1975 in the Berkeley Barb, like, Sarah Jane Moore becomes this big figure on the Berkeley left. Like, once again, I underestimated how much of like a character she was, like, in public throughout, and she had gone through a few different iterations of first working on the People in Need food distribution program, became one of the main people like organizing that. Then it's somewhere along the line became an FBI informant, informing on other radical leftist groups that were working on people in need, but then came out in the Berkeley Barb, I think a little bit later, and announced that she had been an FBI informant, but now she had been genuinely radicalized by like being in this milieu, and now was like a radical and was going to denounce like the FBI, but then like nobody trusted her and thought she was sus. And then Popeye Jackson, who we've mentioned a number of times, the leader of one of these prison groups, who was also involved in a kind of beef with another strange radical group led by an ex-convict called the Tribal Thumb. He was assassinated in the summer of 1975, and Sarah Jane Moore had been like shadowing him and hanging out with him all the time, and like I think somebody said following around like a puppy dog, and thought he was like the coolest guy ever. And there was all this crazy discourse, and she kind of became this like lolcow of like the underground press of like, what is up with this like housewife lady who is a federal informant and then is now a radical. And then so I think a lot of doors were slammed in her face after like the death of Popeye Jackson and the knowledge that she was an FBI informant. And so like the way her story is normally described is like she kind of goes like crazy after that and wants to do a desperate action to like prove her true radical nature, and so she tries to kill Gerald Ford in San Francisco 3 days after the SLA like get arrested. I don't know if she ever announced that like that was a specific like in reaction to the SLA getting arrested, or it was just in general he's a pig and so she had to do it. But this article, like, since, you know, all this shit happened in the same week, like, imagine how crazy that is, that it's like, oh, Patty gets arrested and then Sarah Jane Moore tries to kill Gerald Ford and like blah blah blah. Let me just read a little bit because it also talks about like the media freak like context of all of this. Let's see. So Rick Reynolds writes here, there hadn't been any big He-Man action stories since the Patty Hearst kidnapping, but like sharks and mad dogs, reporters stick it out through bad times, and when Patty was captured last week, it was like dropping dead horse meat in the waters, starting off a media gang rush. Things started to jump again in three weeks ago, when Squeaky Fromme allegedly tried to assassinate President Ford in Sacramento, but Squeaky was just luncheon meat for what was coming, and the media knew that their luck was changing at last. In rapid succession, they had 2 assassination attempts to cover, and Patty Hearst had been captured. These were real stories that you could sink your teeth into, that made your eyes water. After they broke, reporters had to get a handle on the Patty Hearst trial, and they had to make sense out of what was happening in Northern California. There was a connection somewhere between Squeaky, Patty, and Sarah Jane Moore. The media didn't know where, but that would come later. The media figured that the Manson death list had been supplied by the radical underground. This assumption was based on the media's assurance that everyone in Charlie's gang had burned their minds out on LSD. Since they could barely read, let alone think, so the theory went, the SLA had probably supplied them with a death list. Interesting. They were both in Sacramento. Like Squeaky Frommie and Sandra Good were in Sacramento at the same time that the SLA hung. I don't know if there's any evidence yet that they made contact, but it is interesting. So when Patty Hearst, Bill and Emily Harris, and Wendy Yoshimura were captured last Thursday, the media's imagination went wild. The FBI, they figured, was turning the tide against the radical underground. Now, the next section, Sally steps out. Then, on Monday, Sally Moore stepped out of the crowd at the St. Francis and allegedly tried to kill Gerald Ford. The media learned from an interview with Sally on the June 20th issue of The Barb that she used to hang out with Popeye Jackson in the United Prisoners Union. They also learned that she had been a bookkeeper for the Hearst People in Need program. That clinched it. Within 5 minutes, the media was zeroing in on the radical conspiracy idea. At that point, editors and TV news stations started sending entire teams of crack reporters to the federal courthouse in San Francisco. Reporters started to line up at the courthouse at 6:30 a.m. on Tuesday for the Sally Moore, Patty Hearst hearings. I guess they happened on the same day? That's crazy. 2 hours later, the entire place was surrounded by film teams, still photographers, and mobile units left over from the Hearst Mansion days. By 9 a.m., federal guards had to seal off the elevators. Every reporter in the Bay Area was tied up in the operation. It was going to be a busy day. With 200 reporters at the courthouse looking madly for the Patty Hearst bail hearing, the place had the air of activities night for speed freaks on an ocean liner. Patty Hearst's hearing would be in the ceremonial courtroom on floor 19 at 10 a.m. Those who couldn't get in could go to Celaya's court appearance, like Steve Celaya's, a couple of floors below. At 2 p.m., there would be a quick hearing on Sally Moore's sanity. That promised to be pretty quick. An average person would be lucky if a single reporter showed up at his or her murder trial. Major news stories draw about a dozen reporters. With that in mind, there were roughly 110 reporters at Patty Hearst's bail hearing, and these were just the frontline troops. Another 100 or so camera, lighting, sound, backup crews were downstairs surrounding the exits. It was a very nervous situation upstairs. Reporters had been up half the night for the Sally Moore arraignment and would be in a nasty mood if they didn't get into the Hearst hearing. With 110 reporters, that was a touch-and-go proposition. There were old trenchcoat-type reporters, CBS types, circulation managers, reporters from San Jose High School with braces on their teeth. There were a dozen artists who the bailiff stupidly sat on the wrong side of the courtroom, so the only thing they saw was Patty's back. Every newspaper in the country wanted a story on Patty Hearst. It was the story of the century, so to speak. If you weren't there, you wouldn't have anything to talk about when you retired from the business. Newspapers, TV, radio stations were willing to spend any amount of money necessary for the story with pictures. Newspapers in Holland were frantically calling freelancers and offering enormous sums for photos of Sally Moore, Patty Hearst, or anyone they could put on their front page. So the trial was the big day for everyone. Mrs. Hearst looked great. Everyone had jobs. The Hearsts had hired the finest lawyers. Security had been beefed up. The only person who didn't look great was Randy Hearst, and he looked like he was being taken for a ride. In the long run, it would have been cheaper if he had paid the goddamn SLA ransom. Next part here, raving idiot. The hearing lasted 45 minutes, during which Patty made her appearance. As she was led in, the press nearly fell out of their seats trying to get a look at her. Pictures of her had shown her alternately as a Jackie Onassis, a raving idiot, a hardened criminal with bitter features, and the press wanted to make sure. At her appearance on Tuesday, she had a worn-out look. She could have been Squeaky Frommie. It was an extremely important day that would determine the direction of the trial. Patty's attorneys, Terrence Hallinan, James McInnes, John Knutson, and the elder Hallinan, Vincent, submitted an affidavit. So those are her first lawyers. She gets like the Irish Catholic, like lefty, like father-son team of Vincent and KO Terrence Hallinan. But not for long because they get fired. And shuffled off the case. Let's see. So Vincent submitted an affidavit asking she be allowed out of custody and taken to St. Mary's Hospital, but Judge Carter wouldn't allow Patty out of custody just yet and would have to appoint 3 independent psychiatrists. The red flag is up. Carter murmured. "It's clear what we have to do." It's funny. That's what Patty said in her tape. "I know what I have to do to kill the pig."
Right.
There was smothered laughter in the courtroom. I didn't mean it that way. I come from the old railroad days where a red flag means danger, green flags mean go. Carter was about to slip off into a long story about the railroad days, but finally caught himself. Yeah, he's kind of like senile and like failing at health.
They still use red flag in that context, but I guess they obviously within their particular immediate circumstances interpreted it differently.
I guess so. So Carter liked the Hearst defense team. They had class and training that he didn't see every day. They would probably win one way or the other. They had that unbeatable combination of money and organization. The reporters, too, were set. They stared at Judge Carter. Carter stared at Patty, who stared off into space somewhere. Guards watched the reporters and were convinced that at least a half dozen were SLA members in disguise with cyanide in their pencils.
Funny.
After 45 minutes, the court recessed and the Hearst family rapidly exited. The reporters were aghast. They went out the side door. After waiting all morning, they couldn't believe it would end so quickly. The scene became a little confused at this point. 110 reporters bolted out of their seats and headed for the doors. You have to remember that nobody knew the terrain as they chased after the Hearsts. From that point on, the courthouse was like the Poseidon Adventure. The elevators immediately jammed with reporters, film crews, sound men. People ran up and down the corridors looking for stairwells or someone to interview. The hallways filled with reporters crying frantically for telephones and unlocked doors. The reporters split up. Half went downstairs to the lobby and lined up outside the elevator where they thought the Hearst might exit. Lights went out. Film was running. Even clerks at the information desk in the lobby stopped working to see what was going on. Before it was over, they were standing on the information desk for a better view. None of the reporters knew exactly why they were waiting outside the elevators. Some thought Patty Hearst herself was going to be led through the lobby. Security guards rushed in and formed lines. One of the reporters who had been standing outside the courthouse all night for a picture of Sally Moore was crying in the corner. Quote, "One decent shot out of this whole mess. That's not much to ask. One miserable, lousy shot." Next part here, it was chaos. But the scene downstairs was calm compared to what was happening upstairs from the 16th to 20th floor. People were rushing the corridors, still jamming elevators, trying to interview Hallinan. At one point, he was cornered, but slipped away when he pointed to somebody in the elevator and screamed, "That's Hallinan, get him!" As the elevator doors closed, journalists stampeded, banging on the door. There was to be a press conference in a room on the 20th floor. No one knew what was going on or who was going to be interviewed. It was chaos. Even the federal guards backed off. In a corner, I saw an old friend from the LA Times. She had a blank look on her face, so I kept my place on top of the couch and watched the scene below. These are quotes. "ABC in here? Do you have a mini camera? Can't hear you. Who the hell's in the middle? Nobody. What do you mean nobody? Why the hell are we here? Waiting for Hallinan. Hallinan's downstairs." If people could have moved, there would have been a stampede, but no one could. Hallinan miraculously appeared and began talking into the clump of scrap metal and mics in front of him. There were 15 tape recorders on the table, 7 CP16 cameras pointed at him, 5 video cameras running. As everyone is aware, this was an important day for us, he said. He was going to read the affidavit that half the press corps was looking for downstairs. What they didn't know was that the examiner already had the affidavit and had it on the streets already, 20 floors below, in which Patty alleged that she had been brainwashed. When Hallinan repeated that Patty had been in a closet for 9 weeks, his eyes became watery and he could barely speak. The big question was whether the press would buy the story. They are definitely swinging in that direction. Whipped up as they were, their minds were working pretty fast. Before Hallinan was out of the room, most of the reporters wanted to run the full text of the affidavit in their papers. Why not, they said. The SLA communiques had been stuffed down their throats, so why not gobble this down? I understand the arraignment for Sally Moore 2 hours later was a lot worse, even though it was second billed. If Sally, Patty, and Squeaky had anything in common, it was their level of sanity, and that was becoming very difficult to rate, given the situation of life outside the courtroom. Squeaky, who was originally written off as a hopeless lobotomy case, was judged sane enough to defend herself. Patty was sane enough not to get out on bail, and they sent Sally to San Diego. the media finally learned that Sally wasn't the radical leftist they had made her out to be. In fact, they learned, in part from an earlier Barb piece, that she had worked for the FBI. So Sally Moore was sent to San Diego for her mental examination. San Diego is one hell of a great place to send a woman for a mental exam who claims to be a radical. Wow. So, yeah, that is crazy. It's funny that the media was presenting her as like a right-on leftist, but I guess the Berkeley Barb was kind of sounding the alarm on Moore.
Yeah.
And that she was sus.
Right.
Let's see. Actually, just on the next page here, checking in the Rumple Foreskin column is our boy, Paul Krasner.
Right.
Just a short open letter here to Patty Hearst is what he publishes today. It says, "Out of the closet, into the bank." An open letter to Patty Hearst. "Dear Patty, welcome back to the stage 70s. Just to give you an idea of the essential show businessization of your case, one KGO newscaster who described your being caught as the greatest story of this decade, even though this decade is only half over, was followed by another who reported breathlessly that, quote, Patty Page has been captured." I don't know what that's all about. "Your own part in this urban guerrilla theater started off Act 2.
Someone might have actually said Patty Page instead of Patty Hearst,
like Betty,
forgotten her last name.
Betty Page or something.
Oh, I thought she just forgot her last name, but maybe it was a reference to Betty Page. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess it's like they didn't even they kind of forgot about it already. So he goes on. "Your own part in this urban guerrilla theater started off Act 2 with a magnificent gesture. Let me see. Of helplessness. When they arrested you, instead of shouting something like, maybe, 'You'll never get me alive, fascist pigs, prey upon the insects,' all you did was stand there. All you did was stand there and pee your pants."
Wait, she said prey upon the insects?
Well, he writes like maybe, "You'll never get me alive, comma, fascist pigs prey upon the insects." That's kind of a little mixed up.
It's a Krasnerian joke.
A Krasnerian joke.
Okay.
He's freestyling a little bit here. But instead she just peed her pants and gave
just
up.
That mumbo jumbo. Just throw out some of those buzzwords.
Yeah, so he goes on here being creepy. "I've heard that as an adolescent you could piss at will, but this may merely have been a reference to your favorite cousin Will, and to discuss undynastic, incestuous relations here, would be a digression from the other thing I heard about how your father laughed till he cried at the suggestion that attorneys should try to get all the charges against you dropped because you could never get a fair trial as a result of all that publicity. The timing of your capture was all important. If it's true that you were brainwashed, imprinting on survival in the process, then you might consider it only natural to inform on others in order to prove that you are no longer brainwashed, saved overnight by a kiss from Citizen Charming, just in time to coincide with the report that you were harbored by the Weather Underground, and the running out of the statute of limitations on indictments concerning the Weather Underground's role in helping Tim Leary to escape. What this is really all about, Patty, is a crash campaign to get S1 passed, a set of laws that would make dictatorship legal, with protesters, the press, and prostitutes finally being subjected to equally totalitarian measures." The three classes he cares about the most.
Exactly.
Protesters, the press, and prostitutes.
Yeah.
The true revolutionary vanguard. A week after Gerald Ford gave his "I won't mention Squeaky in my anti-crime" speech in Sacramento, Rockefeller gave his "increased domestic intelligence is necessary" spiel. A couple of months ago, Larry Bensky interviewed Sarah Jane Moore on KPFA. Wow. She talked about having been an FBI informer as though she were done, and emphasized the danger of increased surveillance. Now, like some kind of Occidental candidate, like a Manchurian candidate, I guess, she supposedly takes a shot at the president, which will, of course, bring about increased surveillance, if only because the public can say, look at the type of people who are against increased surveillance. No wonder, so he's kind of like accusing KPFA of like getting played by an FBI informant a little bit there.
Yeah.
No wonder the government provocateurs who killed Popeye Jackson for allegedly being an informer let her, an admitted informer, live. Her mission had not been completed. Hey, Patty, you know that bomb which exploded in a Safeway store in Seattle in retaliation for your arrest? It sounds like bullshit to me. Innocent humans were injured, could have been killed, black too, done in the name of the George Jackson Brigade, as though he would have approved of such a counter-revolutionary act. One thing I'm curious about is that 2-foot-high marijuana plant FBI agents say they've is the 2-foot-high marijuana plant FBI agents say they found in the apartment. Cannabis sativa would never grow that high in the 9 or 10 days you were staying there. Did you carry that plant around with you from safe house to safe house? If they let you out on bail, will you insist that your parents allow you to smoke grass in your room? Are you going to write on the wall in magic marker, "Tee-hee, I'm still Tanya"? Will you have to remain unbrainwashed, or will you be permitted occasional lapses of revolutionary fervor? Although U.S. Attorney Browning intends to use your tape communiques as evidence against you...
I hate this. I hate this. You're killing me.
I know. He's just like, you know, on the one hand being like noited, but then being like a little irony freak and like just being and being gross and like, you know, it's our least favorite thing. Yeah.
It's like, it just also like not, it's like, first of all, like not funny, but like it has to be like just like, you know, the bit just has to like take, you know, precedence over everything.
He's a
like,
humorist.
Like make these little, he's
exactly. A humorist. You have to,
inject a little, you know.
How else are the people, the working class chuds?
He was the Jon Stewart of his day. It's a phenomenon that, you know, goes back decades at least.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, there are many precedents. Krasnerism has seeped into the groundwater of like center left and left media. I would say to an alarming degree. But even if people don't know who Paul Krasner is, he's influenced so many. But yeah, he says. Although U.S. Attorney Browning intends to use your tape communiques as evidence against you, experts know that built into brainwashing is the certainty that you haven't been brainwashed. Vestigial ego reinforces the notion that one is acting of one's own free will. But really, Patty, out of the closet, into the bank, not only have you been a pawn of law and order on the right, but also of wishful thinking on the left. Yet, even if your defense is to be that you were brainwashed into radicalism, can you ever forget that those brainwashers who were sacrificed in the Los Angeles massacre were victims of a SWAT team that provided the essential secret ingredient in your brainwashing recipe? That fire was not an LSD-induced hallucination, Patty. I'd like to know what you think of the fact that Sarah Jane Moore, the FBI informer accused of shooting at President Ford, called Larry Bensky at KPFA to tell him of your arrest just prior to the actual time the FBI arrested you. Okay, interesting. Okay, he's really going off on Larry Bensky here. That's interesting. I'd also like to know, will Bill and Emily Harris be charged with a federal crime of brainwashing you across state lines? Love, Paul. Wow. So, you know, he does bring up some, like, salient things there. Of course, it is all leavened with his, like, you know, whatever kind of thing. The next article here is Patty's Brainwash Rap. So I think this is more of a kind of a discourse about the notion of brainwashing and how they're probably going to, like, K.O. Hallinan is probably going to use it. To say that I think that was in the affidavit where she felt like she was on LSD in the closet, and they kind of implied that maybe she was drugged, but later, you know, that kind of fell off as a explanation for what happened. Yeah, right. Well, originally it was like that she had been given LSD, but this article is a little bit like questioning the assertion of brainwashing a little bit by David Johnston. This is the Patty's Brainwash Rap. How real is it? He says, I'll read just a little bit. The most penetrating insight about Patricia Hearst made by the thick herds of reporters grazing through the San Francisco Federal Building after her arrest was that she is short. Nobody knew what the heiress was thinking until her attorneys dropped the affidavit, a futile try at winning her release on bail. The document was instantly dubbed Patty's Own Story, another meaty bone of sensation on which the troops could gnaw. What a lip smacker. Miss Hearst, in her declaration taken at San Mateo County Jail, said that throughout the entire period of her association with the Symbionese Liberation Army, she was living in a fantasy world of terror from which she was powerless to escape. For the first 10 days after her kidnap, she says she was locked in a small closet. So great was the trauma experienced by the imperiled heiress that she could neither eat or move her bowels. After she was taken in the closet, you know, she was blindfolded and felt like she was having a hallucinogenic experience when she finally was unblindfolded and her vision was distorted. She declares she was ultimately removed from the closet just 3 or 4 days prior to the April 1974 robbery of the Hibernia Bank and was coerced by threats into joining in the heist. And the affidavit goes on, up until the time that she was arrested, it was as though she lived in a fog in which she was confused, still unable to distinguish between actuality and fantasy, and in a state of perpetual terror. The brainwashed version of Miss Hearst's 19-month odyssey in the underground was scandalously grisly, but was greeted by even the most shameless hacks with skepticism. The affidavit left blank spots, gaping holes, in fact, which went unexplained. Why, for instance, if Miss Hearst was under the hypnotic control of the SLA, did she hose off the sporting goods store in LA with a machine gun? Why, when she was physically free of the SLA, did she make no move to escape? Why the clenched fist and the cutesy flourish of signing in at the federal building as urban guerrilla, self-employed? And what about the tapes? In one, on April 4th, she said, "I've never been forced to say anything on tape, nor have I been brainwashed, drugged, etc." The reason that Miss Hearst has so suddenly embraced the brainwash theory may well be that her attorneys believe it's the best hope for freeing her. If she can prove she was a victim of mind control when the criminal acts for which she is charged were committed, one criminal lawyer said, they might just walk her. This week's declaration, he said, is stage setting for the great American defense of insanity, or in this case, brainwashing. Newsday reported Wednesday that such a defense had been prepared by the Hearst family last January. When the names of psychiatrists were submitted for an examination of Mrs. Hearst, her mother suggested Dr. Chalmers Johnson. Like, that name is familiar. I forget. He's definitely sus. Dr. Johnson is on the staff of the U.S. Navy's Center for the Study of Prisoners of War in San Diego. To use the brainwashing defense, attorneys must show Miss Hearst was unable to understand that she was breaking the law or was incapable because of her mental state of obeying it. Take the Hibernia Bank case.
Are you not thinking of Superintendent Chalmers from The Simpsons?
No, but I think Chalmers Johnson is like a guy.
Chalmers Johnson is a guy who exists.
Oh yeah. No, he was a political scientist as well. Interesting. Yeah, he was a San Diego professor. I forget exactly. Yeah, like if he was like.
Oh wow, he wrote the book Blowback.
Oh, okay. That's maybe why I recognize
The Cause
him.
and Consequences of American Empire.
Yeah, one of several people to write a book called Blowback. I think there was a British author too. Yeah. So, anyways, going on, I'll just read the very end. This is when contacted by the Barb. Jack and Mickey Scott had not read Miss Hearst's deposition and therefore had no comment to make on it. Mickey Scott told the Barb that she saw the capture and forthcoming trials of the SLA as, quote, another act in a continuing play. The importance of the SLA at this stage, she thought, is what comes out in the trial in terms of the leadership the defendants provide for the people and the kind of support that comes from the people in terms of defense committees and so on. Yeah, that's there. And I won't read this next article, but it is funny. Straight press tries to isolate SLA supporters. So I guess, they could only really go to places like the Berkeley Barb or other underground newspapers to get their side of the story out, which they do. I think Emily Harris publishes like an open letter to Patty a little bit later on, kind of during the trial, a little bit after this. But yeah, so she's in there. I think, I definitely want to talk about, like, in her book, the list of psychiatrists that get brought in to work on her is like so sus. Like, it's literally the sussest people.
Part of her book. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to read from Days of Rage about the NWLF stuff that goes on after the arrest, but I don't know which one we want to do first. That's kind of a side quest. Maybe we should go to the doctor stuff first.
I think so. Yeah.
Let me scroll down here, and every secret thing. Let's see. Yeah, I forget. Let me look up the page number real quick.
Yeah, I think. Hold on. It starts on page. Well, I think it's 407.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe is the one you want to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he said he would appoint. Yeah. Here we go. Actually, yeah, this is also, we should talk about the a little. I'll go a little before this, because when she gets her lawyers get basically like switched out. She doesn't get the epic lawyers. So basically, going back to here, first of all, she has young Terrence K.O. Hallinan and James Martin McInnes, who's one of the most respected lawyers in San Francisco. That's the first legal team that gets brought in to talk to her, and basically like submits this this affidavit that is like, oh, she was brainwashed. So Patty says, here's another weird thing that I found strange, is that when they're put in the San Mateo County Jail, they almost make a point of putting Patty close to Emily Harris so that they can like talk to each other, like they're in like adjoining cells or whatever. And so like you would think that they would want to like separate all of them from each other, but they just keep, allegedly like putting Emily around her, which is like, obviously, they could conspire, they could do whatever. So Patty says, the first night I hardly slept. The fluorescent lights were on at all times, and every half hour or so a guard would come by and stare in at me, presumably to see if I was still alive. I hadn't touched my dinner, which seemed to be mostly potatoes, and they had taken that away. I spent hours whispering to Emily Harris in the adjoining cell. She warned me against cooperating with the authorities or telling even my own lawyers or anybody anything at all. You can't trust them, she warned me. I swore to her that I had not told the pigs anything. She lectured me on our defense. We had to position ourselves as defiant revolutionaries, refusing to cooperate in fascist fixed trials, and we would make and issue statements to the people. We would get more publicity for our statements now than ever before, she said. That is true, and it's kind of obvious, and it's like, why did you all think you had to, like, die in, like, a shootout with the pigs? Like, instead of just going to jail where you'd be, like, have publicity. I don't know. Now they realize it. The next day I found out I had two lawyers, not one. My father had also hired James Martin McInnes. Jim McInnes was well-dressed, well-spoken, capable, middle-aged, and very reserved. He was in sharp contrast to Terry Hallinan, who was young, eager, and volatile, and told me to call him K.O., his nickname dating back to the days when he was boxing champion of UCLA. I had a very difficult time trying to explain to them what had happened to me. Despite all of Emily's warnings, my instinct was that the right thing to do in my circumstances was to tell my lawyers the whole truth. Emotionlessly, I told them of my kidnapping, the time in the closet, being blindfolded and tied up. I told of the sex forced upon me by Cujo and Sinkyu, and I was surprised to see tears come to the eyes of K.O. Hallinan. I never dreamed that such things happened to you, he said softly. They did not square with his own preconceived notions of young student radicals fighting the establishment. He was kind of sympathetic, almost. But he sat there taking notes. I told him about the Hibernia bank robbery, the shooting at Mel's, the summer spent on the East Coast, the bank robberies in Sacramento, and the bombings in the San Francisco Bay Area. Actually, I skimmed the surface. Only bits and pieces of the story came out in disjointed whimpers as I responded to the lawyer's questions. It went on for hours. Little did I know then that would be only the first of many times I would have to try to tell what had happened since my kidnapping. Apparently, the two lawyers did not get along with each other and had argued over the type of defense I should have. My father explained all this to me on one of his visits, and it boiled down to my making the decision. Which one did I want for my defense attorney? I chose K.O. Hallinan. A day or so later, I got into a fierce dispute with the attorney I had chosen. K.O. arrived with his father and demanded that I sign a 6-page affidavit which he said would support a motion that I be freed on bail while awaiting trial. Having an innate fear of legal documents, I read the affidavit warily. It was a rendition of what I had told him, and also, he said, what Wendy Yoshimura had told him about me. But it seemed to be oversimplified in some places and exaggerated in others. In essence, it stated that I had been kept in a closet for several days, had been given liquids to drink that made me feel like I was on an LSD trip, that afterward my mind became, quote, confused and distorted, and finally that I realized I was becoming insane. She said, I can't sign it because I don't remember it that way. Just sign the thing. It doesn't make any difference at this point, Vincent Hallinan insisted. We have to get an affidavit on file if we're going to get you out on bail. Before I knew it, Vincent and Ko were both hovering over me. I felt browbeaten. I made them delete one or two obvious errors of fact, and then, in the presence of a notary, signed the thing and initialed each page. The next day, the affidavit was blazoned in all the newspapers, and from the editorial comments, I began to fear that my attorney was planning to have me plead insanity. That was the last thing I wanted. I felt newly depressed, dispirited, exhausted, and humiliated. My father was upset and worried. The media was having an orgy of news and speculation every day. The Patty Hearst Show, as my family and I came to call it. The story that startled us more than all the others, and which ultimately would cause me the most harm, was a slanted version of my first meeting with Trish Tobin 2 days after my arrest. This is like her best friend whose father owned the Hibernia Bank that they robbed. Feeling euphoric, I talked and talked in a staccato sentences so rapidly that Trish could hardly get a word in. At the other, and this is disputed by some, at the other end of the long visiting table was Emily Harris talking with Tico's parents, and I was very much aware of her being in the same room. So when Trish asked me about reports that I would soon make a public statement of some sort, I told her that if I made any public statement at all, it would be from a, quote, revolutionary feminist perspective, because my politics obviously had changed since my kidnapping. I also remarked that I had been, quote, pissed off at having been arrested, as opposed to her mother's reaction. She was deliriously happy at the news of my arrest. Wow. Mrs. Tobin was deliriously happy. Those published statements, coming after my clenched fist photo in the news, certainly did not help my standing with the court, the public, or later, the jury that weighed my case. But they did tell us that my conversations with visitors at the jailhouse were being recorded and turned over to the FBI, which did not hesitate to release information to the press. Bewildered, I did not know which way to turn. My mother and father were troubled, beseeching me silently with their mournful eyes to be their little girl once again. Back in my cell, Emily Harris still lectured, wanting me to continue as Tanya, the defiant revolutionary. The lawyers kept pumping me for information, and I really did not know what they wanted, or what I wanted. I thought I wanted to be left alone, to be allowed to curl up, sleep, and wake up to find it had all been a dream. But I was the center of attention, a curiosity, a spectacle to gaze upon. Some of the women prisoners wandered into the isolation wing to catch a glimpse of me, and the jail guards dropped by to see me in person. One even asked for my autograph. Emily's presence in the next cell disturbed my equilibrium. Like, seriously, like, what? Like, you're in the isolation wing, but, like, right next to Emily. It's weird. Even though I could not see her, I knew she was there. To the core of me, I still feared her. Why the authorities did not separate us by moving one or the other, I never could figure out. When my affidavit to the court became public, Emily became even more threatening. At the request of my lawyer, a guard was placed outside our cells to cut off our communication. When Emily found out about that, she became murderously mad. She did manage to pass me one note warning me not to cooperate with the pigs. Quote, I was right, she hissed one night. I knew we should have killed you way back when.
Whoa.
Yeah, she was cooperating with the pigs. So then the mail, this is another sus paragraph right here. Then the mail began to arrive with bagfuls, hundreds of letters a day.
Yeah, this is also weird. Yeah.
There were letters from far-out radicals urging all sorts of actions upon me, mail from kooks and crazy people, and some sympathetic letters, too. One letter came from Charles Manson, the cult leader serving a life sentence, blah, 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 we all know him. He said, quote, you write me, he said, promising to help me if I would do everything he told me to do.
Yeah.
Of course, that was followed by letters from two of his followers, Squeaky Frommy and Sandra Good, saying, please write to Charlie. He's a beautiful person. Yikes. From that, she doesn't mention if she had had any contact with Squeaky and Sandra in Sacramento. But maybe, I don't know. Or if any of the SLA people had. But they had the two sus ships in the night passing. But by far, most of the letters I received condemned me outright, not for robbing a bank, but for being so ungrateful and mean to my parents, for deserting my country and my heritage, for the unmentionable joys of sex with black men and hippies, and in short, for being such a rich, spoiled bitch. I had thought that reading my mail would help pass the time, but those vituperative, angry epistles were hard to take. For the first time, I realized how hated I had become. In fact, it had never dawned on me how much people seemed personally to care about my kidnapping and my days at the SLA. After a time, I agreed the letters should be delivered to my lawyers. I didn't want to see them anymore. By the end of my first week in jail, my father was phoning around the country to find a new lawyer. Neither he nor my mother approved of the Hallinans, right? They're like too leftist.
Right.
But choosing an attorney is like choosing one's surgeon. It must be done more on reputation and faith rather than on genuine knowledge. My father, upon the advice of Jim McInnes, contacted 3 of the most celebrated criminal lawyers in the country, Edward Bennett Williams, Percy Foreman, and F. Lee Bailey of Boston. The first 2 were occupied and unavailable, so F. Lee Bailey and his associate, J. Albert Johnson, flew cross-country to see me. They seemed to me to be like the Lone Ranger in Tonto or Don Quixote in Sancho Panza. Lee Bailey appeared supremely self-confident and capable. While he was not at all tall or thin like the storybook image of Don Quixote, Al Johnson certainly was short, chubby, and cheerful as Sancho Panza, and happy in his role as the loyal sidekick of the top man. F. Lee Bailey's fame was spelled out for me by both of them. He had saved the Boston Strangler from an almost certain death penalty. He had won for an acquittal for Dr. Sam Shepard at a second trial for the murder of his wife. He had persuaded a jury that Dr. Carl Capolino was not guilty of murdering his mistress's husband, and he had won an acquittal from a military tribunal for Marine Captain Ernest Medina for his part in the infamous My Lai massacre. Wow, what a roster,
yeah, what a
right?
illustrious resume.
I know. That I had never heard of F. Lee Bailey was due to my own ignorance, not to his lack of notoriety. In fact, Johnson told me Bailey also wrote books. Here we go again. Bailey and Johnson made certain things very clear before they would agree to accept my case. They had to be in complete charge of the defense. Neither my father nor I would be on the defense team. If the Hallinans stayed on, they would merely assist. All the decisions in the case would be made by Bailey and Johnson. They were the experts. And furthermore, and this is key, they would not undertake a defense which in any way supported the radical movement in this country. So there couldn't be any, no part of this could be like the SLA had a point, or I guess not that they would do that, but that would help exonerate the SLA in general from the mark of the outlaw.
They needed to maintain the mark of the outlaw, exactly. Yes.
Right. She had to be punished in a way, like it's like the whole. Everything fueling the prosecution is like, we need to get her and make an example out of her because she's associated with like the left-wing radical movement. So it's kind of like handicapping them a little bit to like, for the defense to be like, under no circumstances will we try to appeal to the sympathies of like the left, which, you know.
It kind of makes sense in a way because it seems like everyone was out to like punish her as kind of like the representative of like kind of like the entire like 60s like new left and also like underground and like the whole radical movement was on trial in the person of Patty Hearst.
That's true. Yeah.
Somehow, which is just like ridiculous to contemplate.
And I think the one thing the defense maybe could have done is like to highlight if the Hallinans had stayed in charge, if they more like highlighted that and like, you know.
I think that they did try to do that though, didn't they? They kind of did try to say that, like, you know, she had been like monsterized, right?
That might have come up at some point in the trial that she was kind of being blamed for the crime, the horrible crimes of the SLA.
Bill Harris used that word, I think, right? Yeah, or someone did.
But still, it stayed very far away from anything that resembled the kind of argument that, in way, like this is being used to smear the left in this very like. Yeah. You know, blah blah blah, kind of like unfair way, and they wanted a patriotic defense that would kind of like synergize. Hopefully, they wanted to like square the circle of like get her off, but also like accomplish the overwhelming goal to like punish this radical leftism, you know, blah blah blah, which they did not accomplish very well at all. So even with 2 famous attorneys and all their assistants acting on my behalf, my application to be set free on bail was denied. That was hardly surprising. Not in my wildest fantasies had I expected the government to set me free. Instead, and this starts to get weird, my lawyers my lawyers pressed to have me transferred from jail to a government hospital, saying I needed psychiatric treatment to help prepare my defense. The judge denied that any transfer was necessary. He would appoint 3 psychiatrists to examine me in jail to determine my mental capacity to stand trial. My lawyers could then hardly object. In fact, when they looked into it, they were very pleased by the court's choice of doctors. Oh boy. I was frightened. I did not want my mind probed by a bunch of head shrinkers. As far as I was concerned, it was all stupid and senseless. I was headed for a long term in prison, so why bother? The government had pictures of me in the act of robbing a bank, and they had a tape recording of me bragging about it. Witnesses were just icing on the cake. K.O. Hallinan advised me not to cooperate at all. Honestly, good on old K.O. He advised her not to cooperate at all with the court-appointed psychiatrist. He said everything I told them would be used against me, against the Harrises, and against all SLA members in the future. He advised me to say that I could not remember anything that happened to me after I emerged from the closet, but that did not seem like much of a defense to me, but I hardly cared about anything anymore. Bailey and Johnson were outraged when they found out that the Hallinans had advised anything so stupid as not cooperating with the psychiatrist. They advised the completely opposite tack. Once the psychiatrist heard my story, Bailey said, they could only help me. It would be apparent to the trained psychiatrist that I had been brainwashed and coerced into cooperating with the SLA. Everything that I told the psychiatrist, he added, would be sealed and kept confidential under court order. Only the doctor's official diagnosis of my condition would be presented in open court. Moreover, it would be far better for my defense, Bailey said, for the impartial psychiatrist to explain to the jury what had happened to me than for me to testify about it myself. That's why I had to tell the court's doctors everything, so they could testify instead of me. So he reassures her that, like, you won't have to testify if we do this. And she says, I'm too scared to get up there in front of all those people. If I testify in public against them, the SLA will kill me. Everything will be fine, said Bailey. Before he left, he gave me one important warning. I was being tried only for the Hibernia bank robbery. Under no circumstances, he said, was I to tell the psychiatrist anything about the more serious Carmichael bank robbery, in which the woman had been killed, or about the bombings. In fact, he said, I was to stop my story at the point where I had returned from the East Coast and had reached Nevada. Tell them nothing about anything that happened in Sacramento or after in San Francisco, he ordered. Bailey left the jail, went back to Boston, and I was left with my own thoughts. She says the words that rang in my ears were not those of F. Lee Bailey. They were the words of Sin Q, which he had repeated over and over to all of us after the Hibernia bank robbery. There is no such thing as a fair trial in this fascist state. We are all revolutionaries, and if the pigs don't shoot and kill us like they'd like to, then they're going to put us in jail and throw away the key. We're revolutionaries, and they got to put us down if they can. Public opinion was strongly against me. That was very evident from the news and feature stories. 4 months earlier, before my arrest, the California poll, one of the most respected in the state, found that most people did not favor any form of leniency from me. Of the people surveyed, 68% thought I should be sent to prison if found guilty. 2/3 of the people believed I had joined the SLA voluntarily and had not been forced to make those tapes. 9 out of every 10 persons thought I was not being forced to remain underground with the SLA. And worst of all, almost half the people thought I had planned my own kidnapping. Wow. That's actually, oof, yeah. Like that's not good numbers for, I guess they thought they believed her performance.
That's kind of the argument that the state made, like, at the end of the trial. They basically said that, like, she was, like, not that per se, but that she was, like, she was always a revolutionary. Like, kind of, you know, like, that's kind of what they said.
She was a bad girl, she was rebellious.
Like, it worked. Like, or at least Bailey's argument, like, crash and burn so hard that, by contrast, it works. Yeah. I mean, I guess we can wait till we get to the trial to talk about their arguments, but they're pretty interesting what they end up actually kind of contending each side.
Right. She notes here the bitter irony of it all was that though I was the kidnap victim, I was the one whom the Justice Department chose to prosecute. The Harrises were charged with neither the bank robbery nor my kidnapping. At this point, they faced only state charges for their part in the shooting at Mel's Sporting Goods and the abduction of Tom Matthews and Frank Sutter in L.A. I would face those same charges after my trial in federal court. Once again, the Harris is getting a little light touch. They don't even try to prosecute him for that. Obviously, the government had a choice on how to proceed. They could have used me as a witness against the Harrises on my kidnapping, but then, having vouched for my credibility, they could hardly turn around and prosecute me. Or they could, as they did, prosecute me and worry about the Harrises and the others later. This decision was made in the Justice Department in Washington, apparently because the public and the media were more interested in me than in two unknown radicals named Harris, an heiress and a celebrity. How could I ever hope for justice under such circumstances? I thought not. The government had to prosecute me, it seemed, in order to prove that there was equal justice for all in America. The rich girl who had been kidnapped and who had robbed a bank had to be punished just as did the poor black man. How would it appear to the voters if the Ford administration, which had pardoned Nixon for his complicity in Watergate, had chosen not to prosecute me? We already talked about that. Like, it's kind of, just be more of letting off people, I guess. James Browning, Chief U.S. Attorney for Northern California, had announced that he was going to conduct the case against me personally. Even the crusty old judge, this guy seems kind of sus. He was caught up in the passion, and he couldn't resist the publicity. A few days after the case was assigned to him, Judge Oliver Carter gave interviews to Time magazine and the New York Times, in which he said, among other things, that he knew me as a little girl, knew my father, had been a dinner guest at our home, but that none of that would influence him. Quote, "You can't be in public life and not know Randy Hearst, but he doesn't scare me at all. I've got people, forebears, buried all around, at just as many places as he has. All their money and power falls off me like water off a duck's back." It's like a weird, wasp, flex of I'm a Mayflower descendant. I don't give a fuck. He was the son of a member of the California Supreme Court and was a native California. I don't know if he's referencing my family's been in California for 3 generations, so I've been around here longer, or he just means in America. He's like a Yankee WASP elite, and so, but apparently that was made up. That she said that he didn't. She says it was a very strange thing for a judge to say. It was not true that Judge Carter knew my father or me or had ever been to our home, and she wanted to request another judge for the trial, but they said that's a bad idea, because if the judge denies it, then he's going to have more of a grudge against you, kind of thing. But it kind of feels like a stacked deck a little bit. This weird kind of senile guy who would die before her sentencing was complete. I think he would just drop dead. Yeah, kind of a weird dude. So, she basically then the next part is to be evaluated by these people that Bailey and his team think are absolutely wonderful. Hallinan, I think rightfully, is a little sussed out by who gets picked by the court, but I think this is another. You talk about their CIA Phoenix stuff, kind of MK Ultra stuff at the very beginning of the story, and then wouldn't you know it, at the very end, some of the very same figures come back around to almost wrap everything up. That's the vibe that this has. So Patty says about this, "I hated the idea of having to reveal myself to these unknown doctors who would probe my mind impersonally, stripping me of the last shreds of privacy. Sin-Q had done that to me in the SLA interrogations, and now I had to submit to basically the same thing at the hands of psychiatrists. My fear, no doubt, was based upon my family's disdain of psychiatry to resolve personal problems." Yeah, it's a real WASP vibe, too. My sisters and I had been brought up to believe that we were responsible for what we did and could not blame our transgressions on something being wrong inside of our heads. I had joined the SLA because if I didn't, they would have killed me, and I remained with them because I truly believed the FBI would kill me if they could, and if not, the SLA would. In my mind now, I was a, quote, bad girl for doing all that and would now have to be punished. When the first of the psychiatrists came to see me on September 30th, just 11 days after my arrest, I simply crumpled under his scrutiny. I cried, murmuring and mumbling out replies that were not answers to his questions. He thought I was refusing to cooperate with him. This was, drumroll, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis Jolyon West. chairman
Yeah.
of the Department of Psychiatry at UCLA, director of the Neuropsychiatric Institute, psychiatrist-in-chief of UCLA Hospitals, a licensed MD, chairman of the Council on Research and Development of the American Psychiatric Association, psychiatric consultant to the Air Force, author of books and studies on prisoners of war, an internationally recognized expert in his field. And that's the end of her resume for him. But we should also add, like, major MK Ultra scientist.
Right.
Like, sinister,
Yes.
one of the most sinister MK Ultra scientists that, like, we know of, who was, like Forrest Gump pops up in all of the sussest cases of, like, an assassination or a crime. You know, he was court appointed to go visit Jack Ruby after he murdered Lee Harvey Oswald. I think shortly after immediately after meeting with Jolyon West, Jack Ruby suffered a complete mental breakdown.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he was an expert on hypnosis. He infamously murdered an elephant with LSD, I think at the University of Oklahoma, as another kind of like MK Ultra adjacent experiment. Had an office at the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic throughout the 60s where he was studying hippies and the counterculture, like during the Summer of Love, and probably, if you read Tom O'Neill's book Chaos, which goes into Louis Jolyon West a lot, like probably had some kind of like handler contact with like the Manson family, you know. And I think Sirhan was also visited by him. Like, it's just the list goes on. This guy is so sus. And I don't even know, unless Patty, I don't even know if the people in the Berkeley Barb knew literally that he was an MK Ultra scientist. I know that MK Ultra stuff was kind of in the process of coming out in these years.
Right, it might not have known at this point.
Yeah, they seem to be vaguely aware of mind control experiments going on, but they don't know it's called MK Ultra, and they don't know exactly like the full scope of what it entails. But they know the CIA and the government are doing weird things, you know, kind of vibe. I that's what I get from reading like articles about it, because they're, you know, they published that whole letter about the Center for the Study and Prevention of Violence that Dr. West was trying to get Ronald Reagan to like approve, and then it got shot down because it sounded like an insane mind control experiment, like to take like young black men and like profile them for criminal propensity and like all this shit. But like, I don't know, even in the 80s when she wrote this book, if like it really was drilled in, like how much Jolyon West had his like fingers in every sus countercultural pie and was always just like lurking in the margins, you know. But she does say, I'll give her credit, her first impression was, I thought he had a creepy hypnotic voice. A tall, heavyset man who appeared to be kindly. I suspected Jolly of being too smooth, too soothing to be trusted. Right? That's probably an accurate clock, I would say.
Enough.
She does eventually grow to trust him, unfortunately. But, you know, he's an expert, right? So, but that's actually one of several sus doctors that do get brought in. After trying to deal with me for about an hour and a half, Dr. West left the consulting room where we were meeting and complained to Al Johnson about my refusing to cooperate fully with him. Al came in and spoke to me, and after lunch, Dr. West and I went at it for another 2 hours. He tried to be gentle and kind, I suppose, but his questions became more intimate and personal. It was one thing to explain things to lawyers. Their questions were for the most part factual and relatively superficial. I could answer them with a word, a short sentence, a nod of my head. But with Dr. West and the other psychiatrist who followed him, the questions probed areas which brought me back to that closet and the abuse my comrades had meted out to me. It was astonishing how much had receded from my memory and how much of my ordeal had been altered by my acceptance of the SLA version of my status as a prisoner of war. But when Dr. West probed, I was forced to relive those moments again as they had happened. He would not allow me to gloss over events and repress my emotions any further. And each time I would break down in tears. I wept in these sessions almost as much as I wept in the SLA closet. It was the first time since the closet I'd wept like that. The first time since then I had allowed myself to truly feel. Dr. West, I thought, was inordinately interested in the sex that went on within the SLA. Interesting. Particularly in the lesbian relationships. All right. Interesting.
Yeah.
He's very, maybe it was one of his ingredients when he built the SLA was like to have this weird sex thing going on, and like he's like, how did that work out? Were they doing it? Were they having like poly affairs? Like,
I feel like a lot of like psychoanalysis at that time probably still like was very much like
Freudian sex.
And yeah, everything revolves around like sexuality fundamentally. I mean,
Right.
it is kind of an important thing in the human psyche probably, but
Right,
it kind
right.
of it makes sense that he would like focus on that. And also like, I mean, it had already been like an emphasis in the media, so
Yeah, even in the
it wasn't just him.
SLA
It
version,
was like everybody who,
it's like I loved Cujo, and like there was kind of implied they knew by then that people had affairs with each other and were kind of all into it.
Right.
He did. This is curious the way she says this. He was particularly interested in the lesbian relationships. He seemed to think free sex was an integral part of the cell, and I could sense that he simply did not believe me when I told him the comrades were more devoted to combat drills and training for the revolution than to sex. But then, even eminent psychiatrists have been conditioned to certain stereotypes which they take for granted. Yeah, I mean, I think even in the Paul Schrader movie, there's kind of like a funny moment where they do say that about themselves, like the SLA, that I think Jelena is explaining to Patty, like the complicated, it's like, well, Tico and Yolanda they sometimes do it with each other because they're technically married, but Yolanda also sleeps with like Cujo and Sinkyu, and, Yolanda, and then Zola sleeps with Tico and blah, blah, blah. But she's like, we really don't focus on sex that much. We're really too busy for all that. And it's kind of like, it's a classic meme about like the polycule like taking so much time to like maintain, but they're like, they like to say like, oh, we were really focused on like military training drills all day. But I get the thing about how like you have a comradely need and we need to like be sleeping with each other regularly to like satisfy our needs while we're underground does kind of evince a certain sex, like a little bit of an obsession, even if it's kind of ambient, like the fact that it's not treated as a big deal, but you're doing it all the time is its own kind of obsession, I think,
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. So Patty goes on.
I mean, the very fact that you would have like your own like kind of thesis about like sexuality that would be like a part of like your revolutionary cell, that would seem to be like, I don't know, secondary kind of for the most part, I get how it's intersectional and all these things kind of matter, but I don't know. It's like a little bit like I don't know if that's like the key thing that so much energy should be spent on, like,
right?
Because I'm not sure if it like affects the. I mean, in this case, it obviously was deleterious to the effectiveness of the cell, but
absolutely,
I feel like like you don't like normal sexual or mainstream whatever sort of sexual relations don't really impede anything. I don't think. In terms of like revolutionary action or whatever.
No. I mean, I was thinking back of like,
it's not urgent,
because they did kind of like crib ideas from various like revolutionary communist movements, and I was thinking about like, I do wonder what like Carlos Marighella, what people like Che and the people in like Vietnam, like how they approached like romantic relationships within like a revolutionary guerrilla context. Like the one example I do know for sure is that like in the Yugoslav partisans in World War II, because they did have men and women fighting together, like sexual relationships were supposed to be like strictly forbidden between men and women. Now, of course, there were a lot of like officers and like leaders that had like low-key like girlfriends, but like the technical rule is like you're supposed to be shot if you were like in a relationship, because like that's distracting for you. Just have to like deal with it. Like there's not like you can't be fraternizing with each other.
I feel like that's kind of a rule in like military units in general, like in all contexts.
Totally. I don't know what the rule is with
you're
like,
not supposed to have someone who you're sexually intimate with like in your chain of command.
Mm-hmm. There's an
like,
obvious.
What if you have to send like your lover into battle to die?
Right. Like it does forge close bonds, but like in a way that can like supersede like military discipline and cause people to act like personally.
I mean, the SLA is like case in point. Like it's obviously it was not like helpful. Mm-hmm. Like Tico spent half of his time, by Patty's account, in a jealous rage, basically.
Right, because they were so they clearly were not the type. Maybe they were like really cut, or at least Tico was not cut out for the swinging lifestyle of. Even though he loved to sleep with, I guess he liked the part where he got to sleep with other women as he pleased. But and he wanted to be gay with Sinkyu, but he just couldn't do it, and he hates himself for that. But like
he knew deep down inside that he was. he wasn't open to those things, and yeah, exactly.
He did almost seem to have like a
but
weird.
He knew he should.
Maybe it was the explanation for them. Like he did almost seem to have this like almost like classical like cuck mentality thing where he kind of. I never saw any evidence in any of these books that he complained about Yolanda sleeping with Sin-Q. If anything, that was like an honor that like she was with Sin-Q.
Right.
But like it was the other white guys sleeping with her that would like make him super jealous and pissed off, you know? So like he kind of got off on it because he, oh, I wish I were black. Like I just wish I was black. God damn it. Like he loved dressing up in blackface and like talking jive. Like
you might be right.
I think there's something like a transference thing where he like was that gave him a charge, but then watching like Steve Salaya or like somebody else like get it on, or maybe the lesbian romances were okay. Sin-Q is okay, but like the other white guys was
I think it's like the same thing. Like he doesn't consider. Like on what, like you could say like, oh, it's because he's like honored and like you have to exalt black people in third world leadership, but probably it's actually like because he doesn't consider Sin-Q to be like genuine competition in the same way that he wouldn't consider like a woman to be actual competition.
I guess you're right. Like Sin-Q will never like quote unquote replace him as a black man as the leader.
Him as in the same, exactly.
It is a little like I hate to say it. It's like a kind of a racist, like a weird racist impulse.
I think
that kind of ties in with the putting on a pedestal, like kind of overcompensating for being raised in such a racist white Indiana environment. That he's like kind of overcompensating it, but still has these like racist instincts a little bit of like it's still Sin-Q's the other. Now he's the exalted
like, Wendy,
other.
Like you should wear whiteface or like stuff like that. Like look, I'm a Jew. Like stuff like I feel like he had like a bunch of weird, like many weird things going on. Like none of these people like had it together. Like or knew how to act.
Yeah. And a guy that like, dropped out of college for a while to join the Marines, like not even just like he didn't do the the Doug from CCR, like join the Coast Guard or like join the National Guard Reserve. Like he didn't really see combat, but like still joining the Marines, that's kind of like Death Squad vibes. Like they're violent warriors for imperialism, but then he like boomerangs like super hard in the other direction. He did mention, I forgot if we brought it up, but according to him, one of his big moments was he had been cool with a lot of like the Black brothers like in his unit when he was in Vietnam and in Okinawa, but then he did see a lot of racism from both like the Japanese people on Okinawa and like white people towards blacks, which like pissed him off. And then I think he might have gone back to like Fort Bragg and he saw one of his like black friends in his unit, but there was such bad racial tensions on base there that like black people would like get pissed if black guys were hanging out with white guys because there's so many like Nazis. And so like one day he was like, hey, what's up, brother? Like how's it? And like him and this other white guy go up to their friend and he's like, look, man, like I like you guys. Like I think you guys are cool white boys, but like I can't be seen with you. And like that like made Bill Harris furious. Like he was so pissed that like he got disinvited from the cookout because these other racist white honkies like ruined his fucking invite to the like I could see him kind of spiraling in this way of like those pigs, like oh my god, like why are they doing, which is not a terrible impulse in of itself, like that obviously sucks. That there was that much like racism, but there's something going on in his brain that is like almost you have to describe it as like Freudian or something that like drives him, that he's trying to grapple with his own chicken shit honky white guilt in this like very
There's
impulsive
certainly some
way.
of that going on, for sure.
So I'll read a little more from Patty and Jolly West's interactions together. She says, despite all this and despite my own depression, Dr. West did get through to me in time, and I tried to tell him of Sin-Q's interrogations, the threats, the metallic clicking of rifles, when they were going to kill me, the sex forced upon me, the offer to join them or die, the bank robbery, the self-criticism meetings, the weapons, the drills, political indoctrination, my fears, desire not to anger them, blah, blah, blah. All of this, or most of it, was extracted from me by the doctor very slowly and painfully. I was amazed at how much I had repressed of those early days of torture and torment. The mind, it seems, obliterates the memory of pain. So it does sound like she dissociated for, this sounds like the symptoms of traumatic dissociation. But I also suffered losses of memory of some periods of time before my kidnapping. I couldn't recall, for instance, a single course I'd been taking at Berkeley at the time I was kidnapped, or where my sisters had gone to school, or where I spent my last Christmas before the kidnapping. Dr. West, as he would later tell the court, spent some 30 hours drawing out from me the information that he needed for his psychiatric report. Dr. West also ordered a complete physical checkup for me at Stanford University Hospital. I was physically and mentally in pretty sad shape. She got it patted down, heavy security, obviously, taking her to the hospital. She said that when the exams did begin, the doctors poked and probed and x-rayed with no concern for my personal feelings or explanation. The gynecological examination was positively brutal, and by the end of it, I was in hysterics, sobbing as I writhed in pain. When they led me to another room and attempted to sedate me in order to shove some electrodes up my nose for an electroencephalogram, fear overwhelmed me. I did not know what they were trying to do. I feared electric shock treatment. I feared this is really like an MK nightmare. Like Dr. West is like, let me send you down to Stanford. And then they're
Right.
doing all this like horrible shit. She feared electroshock. I feared everything and everyone. I was helpless. But as if I were fighting for my life, I absolutely refused this test, screaming for my lawyers. It was put off, and I was hustled back to jail. And now she gets brought by Dr. West, another very interesting psychologist. Dr. West also called for a complete battery of psychological testing and brought in Dr. Margaret Singer, a renowned and respected clinical psychologist from UC Berkeley, and she spent, according to her own calculations, some 20 hours with me talking and testing. I was so apathetic it was difficult for her to get information out of me, but she was dauntless in giving me 8 different psychological tests, and several of them were a complex series of questionnaires within one text. Her cognitive ability was impaired. I was quizzed and
Right.
questioned by 2...
I kind of
go.
I kind of feel like, eventually says like, oh, my IQ went down from like 130 at Santa Catalina School to 109 with the worst of the test showing an IQ of 90.
Kind of shows you
I think this
IQ
is just that
tests.
IQ is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like probably like when she was at the Santa Catalina School, like the IQ test was designed to tell you like how special your like daughter is and like how well eugenically bred she is.
Right,
Whereas in
right.
this case, they were trying to show that like she was like brainwashed.
Right.
So,
Very politically
I'm not super
malleable
persuaded
test.
by that. Yeah.
Exactly. That old eugenics test. So Dr. West, as senior member of the team, they brought other two, Dr. Seymour Pollack and Dr. Donald T. Lundy. I forget if I found anything about them, but anyways, Dr. West, as the senior member of the team, diagnosed my condition as a traumatic neurosis with dissociative features, which meant simply I had been frightened out of my wits by the SLA, subjected to powerfully effective coercive manipulation by her captors, and that I would need 3 to 4 months of psychiatric treatment before I would be able to, with full competence, to aid and assist counsel in her own defense. He recommended private, individual psychotherapy, preferably in a hospital setting and out of prison, to restore my mental health. My trial was rescheduled to begin 3 months hence, on January 26, 1976, and I was allowed my own private therapist. But because of government objections, my therapy would have to be conducted in jail, not in a hospital. Dr. West and Dr. Singer, who agreed to testify on my behalf at the trial, continued to work with me, but less intensively than before. Now, here's another big suslord, and I looked it up, a confirmed MK Ultra fund recipient that is brought in. One day, Dr. Singer said she wanted me to see another doctor. Since I had little choice, I was visited by a rather heavy-set man who spoke in a thick Viennese accent straight out of Freud. This was Dr. Martin Orne, or I guess Orna, if he's German, I guess. Dr. Martin Orna, who was a psychiatrist and a psychologist from Penn. For hours over 2 separate visits, I went over my whole story again for him, except that Dr. Orna frequently seemed to misunderstand me. He would leap to conclusions or suggest events that had not happened, and I would have to correct him. I thought him very strange. Some of his questions were most extraordinary. He acted or commented as though he was not believing a word I was saying. But then finally, she's very sussed out by him, but in their last session, he says, he smiled at her and said, "Miss Hurst, You really shouldn't feel embarrassed. Stronger men than you have cracked and cooperated with the enemy under less torturous conditions. The only thing surprising about all this is that you are here with us today. You suffered severe sensory deprivation, being tied up and blindfolded. Other people subjected to such sensory deprivation would have given up the will to live. They just curl up and die, deprived of their senses for so long. You survived, and that's remarkable in itself. You are a survivor. So finally, like, she realizes that the strange questions were like a test. I guess the Dr. Singer and Dr. West tell her that he was trying to see if she was lying, and she had passed his scrutiny with flying colors. He ends up saying it was really quite remarkable. Miss Hurst simply did not lie. So then she, I forget if she mentions in this that Dr. Orna, Dr. Martin Orna. Oh yeah, she does actually. They go down here and they like Jolly West basically starts to fill her in on the history of brainwashing that he knows so much about.
Right.
Yeah. So he says you have to go through psychotherapy because you suffered a trauma. To speed my recovery along, I agreed to see a therapist recommended by him and by Dr. Singer. And that was Dr. Elizabeth Richards, a psychiatrist in private practice in Palo Alto, who came 2 times a week. Through her, I came to understand my feelings of guilt and inadequacy over having been brainwashed and manipulated by the SLA. So, not being psychologically oriented, I resisted for quite a while the explanations of brainwashing made by Dr. Jolly West and others. But in time, I came to understand brainwashing as an inexact popular term for what psychologists have long known as coercive persuasion. In other words, anyone could be coerced to say or do anything by torture, beatings, abuse, and threats of death. In modern times, however, and, keep in mind she's getting this from a bunch of MKUltra scientists who work for the CIA and the military. In modern times, however, the communists discovered that you did not have to put a man on a rack, twist his thumbs, or lash him to make him confess. The more sophisticated method was to weaken your prisoner gradually by depriving him of proper food, sleep, exercise, and then browbeating him through continual, unrelenting questioning until he agreed to what you wanted him to say or do and had in fact come to believe it himself. In the 1930s, the Western world was astonished when several of the top dissident leaders in the Soviet Union stood up in open court without a mark of physical abuse on them and confessed, apparently voluntarily, to crimes against the state and, in effect, condemned themselves to execution or exile in Siberia. In these famous purge trials, the condemned even accepted and agreed to their punishments as just. In the Cold War of the 1950s, Cardinal Mindszenty of Hungary, after only 35 days of imprisonment by the communist regime, signed a written confession and admitted in open court, with impartial observers in attendance, to spying for the West and to various criminal acts against the state. People in the West were perplexed and confounded by such admissions from a cardinal of the church. Yeah, I touched on some of those things in some of the latest episodes of Demon Forces 6 about the trials in Eastern Europe in the early 1950s. While I think a lot of the factors behind that trial were caused by Alan Dulles, there was a kind of strategy of browbeating. I wouldn't say it was an exact science, but there was a process of persuasion to get people like Laszlo Reich and Rudolf Slansky to persuade them to condemn themselves in a sort of staged trial where they said they were Titoists and American spies. And I think a lot of these MKUltra scientists believe the Soviet version of that was based on Pavlovian precepts. But then, as she's going to say here, the Chinese innovated allegedly upon these concepts. Right. So I was just reading the part about the show trials and the Soviet Union and
she goes
the Warsaw
on
Pact.
And they said, "Please execute me."
Yeah, they did it. They said, "Please execute me." Yeah, I was explaining. I talked about this in the recent Demon Forces about some of the I read very in depth the report on the murder of the General Secretary. If you want an extremely granular like account of how people were like arrested and browbeaten and over time like convinced to sort of like condemn themselves and say that like, yes, I did it. Please, I'm a Tito spy. Please execute me. There was a kind of protocols in place to kind of do that during that period. But anyways, so she says during the Korean War, not one of our servicemen who had been taken POW had tried to escape from the communist Chinese prison camps. Hundreds of our officers and enlisted men had appeared on Chinese television confessing to war crimes, condemning the U.S., and some even embracing communism. When the war ended, several of our men refused to return home, preferring to remain for years with the Chinese communists. It had been a scandal of major proportions at the time, an embarrassment to American patriotism, and only after that had our Defense Department engaged psychologists to study the phenomenon of brainwashing. So he's basically telling the cover story of how MK Ultra was launched, is that they were just shocked by this like a startling, ability to brainwash. Yeah. Okay, this is actually crazy. For Dr. Orna, like, this is definitely a sus thing that he did, that she describes. During the Vietnam War, the same thing happened again. More televised false confessions by servicemen taken prisoner of war. This time, the Army hired Dr. Jolly West, Dr. Orna, and others to set up a program to train our pilots and soldiers in resisting the coercive persuasion of the communist North Vietnamese. Dr. Orna organized an experiment in the Arizona desert in which one team of Air Force pilots acted as prisoners of war with instructions on how to resist revealing the game's military secrets. The other team was instructed on how to coerce those so they had figured it out by this point. They had instructed on how to coerce those simulated secrets out of their prisoners. The experiment was to last 2 weeks, and it was expected that perhaps 6 or 8% of the simulated prisoners would break down, confess, and reveal secrets.
And they found nothing, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, it totally doesn't work.
Wrapped up the whole thing.
Well, funny how actually this experiment did work, right?
Yeah, right. It does work, and that's why Patty Hearst's not guilty. But anyway,
and they already were, I guess, doing experiments in the Arizona desert during the Vietnam War to perfect these technology. Like, obviously there's a dual use to this. Like, I think that's even, what is it called, the SERE, like SERE. Training that eventually was like codified in maybe the 80s and the 90s of the, it's like survive, evade, like blah, blah, blah. Like, it's the behind enemy lines, like, what to do if you get shot down kind of shit. And it's all like, but then I think those techniques were then, I remember there being...
Yeah, survival, evasion, resistance, escape.
Yeah. I remember there was like journalism about this, like after 9/11 with all the stuff in like Guantanamo Bay and the black sites, that was that program was almost like allegedly like reverse engineered, that like, because obviously like one half of it is like training people to resist torture, but then you have to train people to do the torturing, so therefore how to do the torture. And then so they just basically took like the protocols of like the SERE trainers who were torturers and like just applied it to prisoners that they captured in the War on Terror and all that stuff. But I think you could see it like going back even to the Vietnam War era and the MK Ultra era, is it was always a dual use kind of thing of like, we want to know how to resist this being done to our people, but equally we want to know how to do it, right? Like, we definitely want to know how to do it. Like, come on. So the experiment was it's funny that this is also so much like the Stanford prison experiment, but like that gets talked about, even though like that's kind of mischaracterized a lot of the time. Phil Zimbardo's one at Stanford, that but this is an even crazier one, like on a military scale. But anyways, they thought 6 to 8% might break down and confess. These were officers, trained combat pilots, and all the instructions and training given to them beforehand did not help. Held prisoner in caged traps, yelled at in a phony gibberish language, and interrogated unceasingly, more than 25% of the prisoners broke down in 3 days. They not only confessed their simulated secrets, they spilled out every bit of confidential information they possessed. The other prisoners were in such bad shape, the whole experiment was called off after 3 days, just like the Stanford prison experiment. The results and the percentage of breakdowns were classified top secret. Damn. In explaining all this, Dr. Jolly West repeatedly tried to reassure me that I had no reason to feel guilty or humiliated. No one, including himself, Dr. West said, could know beforehand whether they could withstand coercive persuasion. It depended on how effective and adept the captors were and how resistant the prisoner might be. Sin Q and the others had used a rather coarse, haphazard method, but then I had been an easy subject for them. Because I was so young and apolitical, I had no background experience or training with which to resist their persuasion. Nevertheless, whether or not they knew really what they were doing, they did employ the classic Maoist formula for thought reform on me, which Dr. West called the 3 Ds: debility, dependency, and dread. Great.
Right,
He has
the 3 Ds. The 3 classic Maoist Ds.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does kind of line up with, like, he is the expert. He would know, deprived of food, sight, space, exercise, radio blaring, fully dependent on the SLA, and then finally feared them because of their threats to kill her, and also that the FBI would kill her. All this was reinforced on a daily basis by our self-crit meetings, in which I was obliged to renounce my former bourgeois life, my family and friends, and all the values with which I had grown up. All of this, Dr. West said, was based on the psychological theories underlying Chinese thought reform, drawn from Pavlov's early experiments in behavior modification, but much more sophisticated. Chinese thought reform holds that if a person is forced to recite certain ideas, even without believing them at first, he or she will come to in time. Psychologically, no one can long believe one thing and say or do another. In time, such a conflict would either make a person crack up or force him to adjust his actions to his thoughts, or his thoughts to his actions. Thus did Mao Zedong reform the thinking of hundreds of millions of Chinese who had lived their lives according to Confucius until the revolution. Then Mao set up schools to teach the children, meetings to instruct the adults, and in time, when a whole nation's people recited over and over the quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, the people came to believe what they had been reciting. Thus did Sin Q reform me into believing that a revolution was underway, which in time would overthrow the government. At first, I remembered, I thought I was humoring Sin by telling him what he wanted to hear, but Sin had really been humoring me. I thought at first they all were stark raving mad, crazy, out of their minds, but in time I came to accept what they believed because of the repetition of those daily self-crit meetings. It is a difficult process to understand. We're raised to believe we enjoy freedom of thought. Sin Q and the others told me that the people of America were all brainwashed and believing in bourgeois principles, ranging from family and monogamy to capitalism and 2 big cars in the garage. Sin Q and the others were not alone in their beliefs. Many other radical groups of various persuasions throughout the U.S. still believe that the revolution is going on, a revolution which will in time topple bourgeois America and give the power to the people. It was all a question of who was brainwashing whom. But the single difference in my own case, I had been persuaded coercively, by force. No one forced the Harrises or the others to adopt the SLA principles and the codes of war. So then the last one, as the date of the trial approached, F. Lee Bailey told her she was going to see one more psychiatrist who was the expert's expert on Chinese thought reform and coercive persuasion used on POWs in Korea, Communist China, and North Vietnam. So over a 4-day period in the second week of January, I spent 15 hours going over my SLA experiences with Dr. Robert J. Lifton of Yale. Dr. Lifton, author of several books on coercive persuasion and thought reform, and a consultant on the subjects to the Air Force, I think that the MK Ultra scientist probably,
Right.
After taking what he called a peek at me, pronounced me a classic case, which met all the psychological criteria of a coerced prisoner of war. He bemoaned the fact that he had not been able to see me during the first 2 weeks of my arrest, for then he could have observed the all-important transition from my coerced state of mind to my present state, when I had already shucked off a good deal of the gunk that had filled my head. So he said that Dr. Lifton explained many of the released POWs in Korea, quote, spouted communist gunk for a full 2 weeks after being freed, until it finally dawned on them that the coercive pressure was off. If I had reacted differently, that would have been suspect. In fact, he added, I was a rare phenomenon for psychiatrists studying coercive persuasion because I was the first and, as far as he knew, the only victim of a political kidnapping in the United States. Yeah, I looked up Dr. Robert J. Lifton. He is a huge figure and wrote a lot of these early books about like brainwashing. He was also, I believe, a student of another little MK connection. I believe Dr. Henry Murray of Harvard, the great, another fan of kind of polycules. What did he call it? The dyad or something? Like, remember him? He was the guy that conducted the experiments on the Unabomber, which arguably which was kind of a coercive persuasion experiment in some kind of way of like emotionally attacking like a young man and telling his beliefs suck and that he's an idiot and he's a loser and blah blah blah, and like seeing how he takes it, which like seemed to spiral him off the path that would turn him into the Unabomber, you know. So I think one of the great students of Henry Murray was the Dr. Lifton, who then became a brainwashing expert. I'm pretty sure, yes, Dr. Robert J. Lifton. Let me see, Robert J. Lifton. Yeah, he had quite a sus resume. The history and theory of hot reform. From 1951 to 53, he served as an Air Force psychiatrist in Japan and Korea. He subsequently worked as a teacher and researcher at Washington School of Psychiatry, Harvard, and the John Jay thing of criminal justice. His mentor actually was Erik Erikson, who I think wasn't that the guy that.
No, we had the same
right
issue before. This was well, it might have been another Erickson, but
there were two Ericksons.
Yeah, he's the one who coined the phrase identity crisis, not because of Milton Erickson. This is Erik Erikson. Yeah, he is the one who coined the phrase identity crisis. I think we did talk about him a little bit before.
I'm trying to remember if he. I thought Erik Erikson was actually the one that partnered with Huey Newton, right? Milton Erickson was like the hypnosis guy.
Yes,
yeah. So wow, Robert J. Lifton's mentor was Erik Erikson, who right around this time was like doing collaborative books and lectures with Huey Newton. Just interesting, kind of small world. I guess let me see, Robert J. Lifton. I guess he did studies of Hitler. I think, he did, he formed like a group in the 60s with Erik Erikson and Bruce Maslish of MIT, formed a group to apply psychology and psychoanalysis to the study of history.
Psychohistory group.
The psychohistory group, which included like Daniel Ellsberg,
Noam Chomsky,
Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky. Interesting. Yeah, studies of thought
Wendy
reform.
Doniger.
Killing and Psychology of Genocide. Jane Fonda describes Lifton's work with Vietnam veterans in her memoir, along with that of fellow psychiatrist Leonard Neff, Chaim Shaitan, and Sarah Haley, as tireless and empathetic. Yeah, I do think, I swear to God, unless it was Dr. Martin Orne that was a student of Henry Murray. Actually, let me look this up real quick.
Might be.
Because that name just like jumped out at me. Orna received CIA funding through Project MK Ultra Subproject 84, but was given no special direction for his research. He claimed to have used the CIA's money as emergency contingency fund while awaiting grants from other sources. Very interesting. He spent a 3-month sabbatical at the University of Sydney in Australia, where he furthered his research into the effects of hypnosis on antisocial behavior, subject expectancy effect, and demand characteristics. Wow, interesting. Yeah, he also he was a therapist for Anne Sexton, like the famous poet who like committed suicide, as well. Yeah, he was an Austrian. He's from a family of psychiatrists, like a Jewish Austrian, I think, psychiatrist that fled the Anschluss. So I don't know why I can't find that right now. Why? Who? Annie Rosenbaum. Anyways, all these psychiatrists are sus. But then there's some court ones that asked her lots of questions about Dr. Kozel and Dr. Fort. Ask him a lot of like sexual questions about everything, blah blah blah. And so she gets a lot of therapy from like some of the biggest heavy hitters in like MK Ultra mind control research, basically coming in and explaining what happened to her, and they end up testifying in her defense, saying that like she shouldn't really be convicted because you know, like once again, this is before the kind of meme of the Stockholm syndrome really had been like established. So people were kind of familiar with like the Manchurian Candidate cliches, but not so much. Like it became much more like like there was much more case law established on like the idea of like you can't really blame somebody who's been taken hostage for like doing something, you know. But the like people, that wasn't quite like a ubiquitous feeling at the time, right? And on top of the political implications, where they really wanted to get her, right? Now you said that you found some stuff from like the trial itself in terms of like the arguments.
Oh yeah, the closing arguments. Hold on, let me bring them up.
Right. Which Patty described F. Lee Bailey's closing arguments as like a complete like like a baffling fumble for a guy that was such a big shot. You know, some people might remember him later on as like I think one of the attorneys in the O.J. Simpson trial.
It is pretty bad. It's like really, yeah. I mean, she said that he like seemed like he was drunk and he like spilled water on himself.
It looked like he peed his pants. Yeah.
He
threw out like, all of his prepared,
like, not great.
all of his prepared statements. He like discarded them and like went off the dome for like 45 minutes. And yeah.
I mean, yeah. Well, this is what he said. So if I may be permitted to hold the mic, Your Honor, I can't quite stretch myself across the podium. Okay, and the court says you may. Ladies and gentlemen, those of us who do this for a living have a lot of questions about what our function really is when it comes to summing up. It is often called an argument, but I think it isn't appropriate because when you argue with someone, you exchange ideas in an effort to find out who is more persuasive. But in the setting of any... So already this is like, okay, like this is going horribly. But in the setting of any trial, the final remarks of like, okay, like hello, like the case, the final remarks of counsel are not answered by the jury. And what the jury does is not recorded for the first time in this entire proceedings. You will see this gentleman and those who work with him disappear as you talk together about what you believe you have heard and what you believe of what you have heard. There are many concepts in law. The SLA was so right about so many things that I, as a citizen, am a little bit ashamed that they could predict so well what we would do. But I think an overview of this case is more appropriate than talking just about bank robbery. This is not a case about a bank robbery. The crime could have been any one of a number. It is a case about dying or surviving. That is all Patricia Campbell Hearst thought about. And the question is, what is the right to live? How far can you go to survive? We all know that it is a human impulse, a generic, irresistible human impulse to survive. People eat each other in the Andes to survive. The big question is, and we don't have it in this case, thank God, can you kill to survive? Yeah, again, we don't have it in this case, thank God. All right, so irrelevant. We do it in wartime, but that is a different set of rules. We allow ourselves all kinds of special privileges when we fight the enemy. G. Gordon Liddy would have been an international hero if it was only the Russians who caught him instead of the reporters and ultimately the Department of Justice. Again, like just kind of, yeah, like going off at a tangent, like the Watergate psychosis has like hijacked his brain and he's ranting about how G. Gordon Liddy could have been a hero. Yeah. A novelist once wrote a most disturbing book. You may have heard about it. It was a bestseller and a movie. A man who was condemned to hang for killing his wife killed his executioners to survive, and then it was determined that he had not killed his wife, and a judge had to decide whether or not he could be tried for that second killing. Does one have an obligation at some point to die? It was called a covenant with death, and we all have a covenant with death. We're all going to die, and we know it. We're all going to postpone that date as long as we can. All right? And Patty Hearst did that, and that is why she is here, and you are here. And the manner in which she did it is the subject of this trial and one of the incidents that arose during that survival, which is the focus of the indictment. There has been so much contradictory evidence of peripheral matters that I could occupy your time, I suppose, to the full limit that I'm allowed by this trial judge to address you. I don't propose to do that. I don't agree with Mr. Browning that we are in no better position to judge the truth than you are. We are skilled at this sort of thing. We have practiced it for a long time. They are specialists in deception and simulation, and you were privileged to hear from one of the very best alive today, whose opinion you may accept or reject because in the end we come back to a non-person. The reason we don't try these cases, ladies and gentlemen, before one of you is because we don't and have not for hundreds of years trusted a single human being to be that kind of balance that can make this awesome judgment. But we do trust the collective. And we figure, despite the fact that we have a transcript of everything that was uttered, and you don't know, and we knew all about this case before you were ever impaneled, that between you, you will remember what is important. That is the best of the law now. What happened in this case? We all know what happened and we watched it happen. The news media kept us informed of every detail. The interest of the news media in this case has been so intense that it was necessary to protect you from it so that you might be able to always bear in mind what you heard in this courtroom and not the comments of someone else. Okay, so then you're referring to something that they actually haven't seen.
Yeah.
When you return to your homes, you may be very surprised as to what your neighbors thought this trial was all about. But at least you know that the law provides. A young girl who absolutely had no political motivations or history of activity of any kind was rudely snatched from her home, clouded on the side of the face with a gun butt, and taken as a political prisoner. Now, in many segments of this whole saga, you are either going to have to take what Patty Hearst says as the truth, or if you buy Mr. Browning's suggestion, you are going to have to disregard it, in which case you have no access to what happened because she is the only person surviving who is willing to talk about it. But I suggest to you that as the initial parts of her story, the corroboration is overwhelming. And I want you to remember, please, something Dr. Kozol said this morning. Even Mr. Browning, I think, forgot. We played those tapes for you in the defense case. The prosecutor offered the only statement of Patricia Hearst, admitting that she had robbed the bank. And she did rob the bank. You are not here to answer that question. We could answer that without you. The question you were here to answer is, why? And would you have done the same thing to survive? Or was it her duty to die to avoid committing a felony? That is all this case is about, and all the muddling and stamping of exhibits and the little monkeys and everything else has been thrown into a morass. Don't answer the question. There are some indicators of reliability that I think you are very privileged to have as a jury, because juries are by definition a group of citizens with no knowledge, and you are an exception. You know a lot about this case, as the record shows, and no interest in the outcome, assembled to listen to people tell different stories and decide which one of them, if any, has told the truth. Anyway, so... he goes on for a while. I'll skip this kind of a middle part here. The regimen under which that function is cost protects against the one thing we don't want and can't stand, and that is a mistake by you that lands on her. The government can well afford it. Somewhere, when the only really important talk is given to you, that will come from the bench and not the lawyers. You are going to hear that the government, and this is the judgment of the court, that the government always wins when justice is done. And it would be nice to say we impaneled you to do justice, but please don't get these kinds of grandiose ideas. We know that is normally beyond the capability of human function. We impaneled you for a very different reason. Patty Hearst has a lot going against her. The escape that Mr. Browning and Dr. Kozol think she should have welcomed, she said, I had nowhere to do, as resulted in only a change of captors. But at least now, I guess nowhere to go, it's a typo. I had nowhere to go, as resulted in only a change of captors. But at least now, as long as society is her captor, she does not have to worry about being killed. Freedom may be a more awesome alternative. You are not here to decide that. We have a framework. The SLA predicted this trial. They also predicted your verdict and persuaded her coming back would get her 25 years. And if we can't break the chain at some point in their predictions, there are going to be other Patricia Hearsts. The blueprint is plain. It works. Get a political gathering by gathering food for the people. Say this is a political prisoner paying for the crimes of her parents. Mr. Browning has asked you to convict this young girl. I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in order to bring yourselves to the state of mind where you could have what the court is going to require you to have, on abiding satisfaction to a moral certainty that she is really guilty, before you are allowed to use that word, you have to resort to something besides the evidence in this case. It's riddled with doubt, and always will be. Perry Mason brings solutions to all of his cases in open court, usually from the ranks of his opponent's witnesses. Okay, real life doesn't work that way. We can't bring home the bacon. We have given you all we have got. No one is going to be sure. They will be talking about the case for longer than I think I am going to have to talk about it, whether it occurs to me or probably the only people in this courtroom I haven't had to talk about it. So forthwith, I don't know. There's some errors in transcription. But simple application of the rules, I think, will yield one decent result. And that is, there is not anything close to proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Patty Hearst wanted to be a bank robber. What you know, and you know in your hearts to be true, is beyond dispute. There was talk about her dying, and she wanted to survive. So thank God so far she has. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the defense argument.
Damn,
right, so
yeah, kind of just all over the place, completely.
Yeah, it's a complete mess. You can't, do a closing argument off the dome. I don't know. I think, obviously, there's some people who are just, gifted rhetoricians who might be able to do that, but
he had quite the reputation.
High-stakes trial, it's insane.
Yeah, he seemed to be dividing his time among a million different things and letting his deputy kind of handle a lot of shit. And then he was also he made Patty sign kind of a preliminary agreement that he should be allowed to write a book about representing her in the future. And she definitely, I saw an interview with her from the 90s where she was like, I think that was during F. Lee Bailey's like next resurgence of fame as like a part of the O.J. Simpson team. And you could definitely tell that she like hates him and like thinks he's sus. And he not only completely fucked up her case, but then like insisted on, he got really mad that she like criticized him years later. And I think maybe even like threatened to sue her. So she's like not willing to like talk shit about him specifically, but she definitely signals that like she thinks he sucks. And he tried, I don't think his book ever came out about his alleged book, about this case. Probably maybe because it was such a big L for him, like he really fumbled the ball. Like, I don't know, almost like he was hired to fumble the ball.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot like of public perception, like, riding against them, but I still feel like this is sort of a layup. Like,
just reasonable doubt,
closet.
Right.
But I mean,
he's ranting about cannibals and stuff. Like, what?
Yeah, Bill Harris, I think even, yeah, exactly. Like, well, if you were in the Andes, would you eat someone? It's like, well, wait a minute, she didn't eat anybody.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't kill anybody either for the purposes of this trial. Like she might have some culpability in the Opsal killing, but that by that time she had a pardon, I guess. So, she couldn't be held to account for it. But yeah, anyway, so what Browning said is almost more interesting in a way. So, he said, "Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two remarks Mr. Bailey made with which I agree. The first is that it's entirely appropriate and very important in this case you consider the type of person the defendant was at the time of her kidnapping. The second is that he doesn't like the revolutionary in the courtroom. And I don't either. But I think it's important to consider that the defendant in this case would have been, I think it's important to consider what the defendant in this case would have been had she continued to be the person she was at the time of her arrest. That is the real question here. Who was Patricia Hearst on April 15th, 1974 and September 18th, 1975? She is a different person today than she was then, either because she was reprogrammed or because she was active. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence you have heard, and some of it from the defense psychiatrists themselves, does not bear out the picture of Patricia Hearst that Mr. Bailey would have you believe. I have already mentioned some of the findings of Dr. West with respect to her home life, the fact that she was strong-willed, poor relationship with her parents. And then Bailey says, I object to that, Your Honor. That is not what Dr. West testified to. That is what Mimi Swanton said to Margaret Singer. Mr. Browning, well, if Your Honor please, I think the evidence will speak for itself. I can quote counsel the pages. And then the judge says, ladies and gentlemen, in this respect, it is the evidence that has been called, not what the counsel says it is. Mr. Browning, if you are going to refer to the evidence, refer specifically to the evidence and the place where you are citing it. Very well, Your Honor. You will be more sure of your record. He goes on. There is an evidence, ladies and gentlemen, a document which has been referred to in this trial as a Tanya interview. I suggest you read that document. I suggest you read particularly the portions of that document which relate to the background of the defendant. And then I suggest you ask yourselves whether the Harrises forced the defendant to write those things that appear in this Tanya interview. You will find such things in the Tanya interview as that the Hearst children were not allowed to go to public schools. The reason given for this decision was straightforward. Kids who went to public schools weren't the kind of people who we should have close association with. Some of those statements in the Tanya interview, when you read them, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to what the defendant's frame of mind was at the time she was kidnapped, disillusion with Stephen Weed, dead-ended, or if you want to use the terms that the government consultants gave you, a rebel in search of a cause. Mr. Bailey and I don't disagree with respect to whether it's important to look to see what type of person she is. Only with respect to what the evidence shows is the type of person she was. And I think you have to look to a lot of other evidence to determine where she was at, so to speak, on September 18th. You have to look at the Tobin tape. You have to look at her bail affidavit and compare one with the other. You have to look at her clenched fist salute in this very courthouse. Did she do all those things? And could you really believe she did all those things because of fear from the Harrises? Or was it because she was reprogrammed by the psychiatrists, by the defense attorneys, with a view in mind to painting the very picture that has been painted of her here to you, ladies and gentlemen? Because you see, so he's basically kind of going with the reverse brainwashing theory. Because you see, it's a pretty tough thing to explain all the statements and writings and activities that the defense knew would be brought before you, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the proof of these charges. So how do you explain them? Some of them are very difficult to explain. They know that. So they say, they made me do it. Time and again, they made me do it. It was the fear that made me do it. Mr. Bailey said that you have to either accept her version because she's the only one left alive, or you have to reject it. I believe on the evidence you should reject it. I believe that because I do not believe the evidence is consistent with the version she gave you. And I say that with her credibility as a witness in mind, the fact that she signed a document containing untrue statements for whatever reason. Mr. Bailey says the defense had played the tapes for you and introduced them in evidence. I would merely comment in that regard. These are the SLA tapes. That, as Mr. Bailey well knows, the prosecution is restricted in presenting its case in chief to those matters which directly relate to the bank robbery. And the only probative matter with respect to the bank robbery from a prosecution point of view was the admission on one of the tapes that she robbed the bank. We fully expected that all of those tapes would come in, and I'm glad they did. You didn't hear us objecting when Mr. Bailey offered the rest of those tapes, because if you listen to all those tapes, you will hear progression of attitudinal change. I am sorry Patricia Hearst was kidnapped. I am sorry when anybody is kidnapped. I wouldn't want to be kidnapped. You wouldn't want to be kidnapped. You wouldn't want your daughter to be kidnapped. To then, from that point, make the assumption that she remained a kidnapped victim for the next 19 months, notwithstanding that she had opportunities to escape, and notwithstanding that she had opportunities to get word to her parents, and notwithstanding the fact that she sprayed the area of Mel's with a machine gun fire in order to rescue her alleged captors, or, as she put it, comrades, is to strain credulity. I suggest to you that those factors against her version that she has given you from this witness stand, and that you should reject her testimony. And you should reject the idea that she says on the tapes that she expropriated she and her comrades over $10,000. She said that because she was in fear. I suggest you listen to the tone of voice. You are all reasonable people. You are expected to use your good sense, your common sense. How do we gauge people's motives? How do we gauge people's intent? Listen to what they say, how they say it, what they do. Those are the things I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to look at. Those things that are in evidence which relate to what she did and what she said, and listen to how she said it. Listen to the tape of June 7th of 1974, the eulogy to the fallen comrades in the SLA shootout and fire on West 54th Street, Los Angeles. Listen to it and see whether in your view she is speaking from the heart, and don't be afraid to let your own mind tell you whether she is or not. Mr. Bailey pointed out that the Attorney General of the United States Court resists the statement he made back there in 1974, and I only want to point out to you in regard that Mr. Saxby, in that regard, that Mr. Saxby is no longer the Attorney General of the United States. And I say in fairness to Mr. Lids, if you listen carefully to this tape, you can hear the pages being turned. So what, ladies and gentlemen? Are we to assume from that it is only when a person speaks extemporaneously without notes that he is sincere? Of course not. The fact that pages are being turned and the fact that somebody else may have written a portion of what she has to say makes no difference at all, as long as she sincerely meant what she said. And that's why I urge you to listen to the sincerity of her voice. Now, counsel mentioned in his opening argument, again and again in his opening statement, and again in his closing argument, the matter of a portion of the 6 SLA tape containing the defendant's voice in which he says, "As for my ex-fiancé, I'm amazed he thinks that the first thing I would want to do once freed would be to rush and see him. The fact is, I don't care if I ever see him." Mm-hmm. The counsel seems to perceive that from the word freed, because the word freed was used, Angela Atwood, who is supposed to have written this portion of the script for this tape, as we are told, slipped and categorized the defendant as a kidnap victim, rather than as a comrade. I submit to you the content of that sentence does not bear out that interpretation. Miss Hearst at this point is referring to the listener's attention to the understanding of Mr. Weed, whom she perceives as not having thought that she had been kidnapped, and that was still in a kidnapped situation. That's what she said. As for my ex-fiancé, I'm amazed that he thinks the first thing I would want to do once freed. He thinks the first thing that I would want to do once freed would be to rush to him. Mr. Bailey pointed out that the victims often do what they're told to do when they're told to do it. And so would I or he says. Well, would we, ladies and gentlemen? I think most of us want to protect our lives when threatened with death, but I also think it's very unlikely that we would pick up an automatic weapon and spray an area with machine gun fire, which is fueled by innocent persons, and run the risk of killing or injuring them in order to protect ourselves. Again, you have to look at the actions that they bear upon her intent. Yeah, like the defense really bungled this. Like that was a horrible argument. Like, would you shoot into a crowd of innocent people to
reasons?
Whom amongst us? Yeah, but again, you have to look at the actions as they bear upon her intent. Was it a matter of her having to do everything they told her to do? Was she all alone in that van at the time she picked up those 2 carbines and shot in the direction of Mel's Sporting Goods? Was she doing those acts to free the Harrises or because of a fear of the Harrises? What is the reasonable interpretation of that, ladies and gentlemen? Consider that, and if you agree, as I trust you will, say so in your verdict. Mr. Bailey also reminded you of the presumption of innocence, but I do wish to disagree with him to some extent when he says that she is wearing the presumption of innocence now. She is entitled to a presumption of innocence until the contrary is proved. The burden is upon the government to prove the case. The evidence is all in. Each of you take to the jury room with you certain impressions, as well you should based on the evidence, and you should The court says she still has the presumption of innocence, however. She does indeed, Your Honor, as a juror sit down to deliberate. But what I'm suggesting is, and I intend to tell the jury tomorrow morning, thank you, Your Honor, I hope you do, but they certainly need not block out their mind the evidence we have heard in this case. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, if based upon the evidence you believe she is guilty, for heaven's sake, say so by your verdict. Mr. Bailey spoke of the 5 witnesses who he claims changed their story to somehow accommodate the government. He referred, I believe, to Mr. Norton, Mr. Burzens, among others. I'm not going to rehash your testimony at this time, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. But I leave you with this thought, if I may. People in a fast-moving panic situation, and I certainly don't doubt that the events at the Hibernia Bank of April 15, 1974 were filled with panic and were very fast-moving, are apt to make mistakes. If we brought in 5 witnesses from that bank and each of them told the same story they had told the same way from the day that they were first interviewed, you would say, I think, to yourselves, wait a minute, something is wrong here, it's too pat. The fact is, people do make mistakes, and upon reflection they do decide they were wrong in the first instance or mistaken. But there are certain things that have never been changed. And one of the things I'd like you to bear in your mind is the fact that Mr. Burson saw separate clips when he looked at the person down on one knee at the door. Now, with respect to Dr. Fort, counsel categorized him, I believe, as a psychopath and a habitual liar. Ladies and gentlemen, that sounds very similar to character assassination to me of Dr. Fort. Whereas the evidence that Dr. Fort is a habitual liar, that he is a psychopath. You heard Dr. Fort's testimony. You heard him recite the positions he has held. You heard him recite the materials he consulted, the books he read. All right, maybe Ford is not the world's foremost expert on mind control or brainwashing, but he did an awful lot of workup for this case and acquainting himself with it so that he could give you, the jury, the benefit of his workup for whatever assistance it might be. You heard him testify to those things. You heard him testify to what his opinion was. You heard him testify why he reached that opinion. For heaven's sake, ladies and gentlemen, judge Dr. Ford on what he says about this case and not these collateral matters that are in dispute. And I assure you, they have been disputed with Dr. Ford's employment with the American Psychiatric or his membership in the American Psychiatric Association, his involvement in the Lenny Bruce case.
Oh, wow. Well,
yeah.
Speaking of Lenny, speaking of our favorite comedian, Lenny Bruce, I was just reminded that, now might be the time to dust off. I was looking at some Barb articles. Mr. Paul Krasner was covering this trial very closely for the Barb and for other outfits. But, in his later years, when he was having his bills paid for by a certain Jeffrey Epstein, he kind of re-released kind of reworkings of some of his journalism and satire into these little books. So he had one that came out, I don't know, either in the 2000s or something like that, called Patty Hearst and the Twinkie Murders, where he recounts his coverage of this trial, and it hits on some salient facts, and also it exposes some Krasnerisms and clarifies some Krasnerisms that we were a little frustrated by in the Barb, just making up shit, etc. But I want to read just a little from Patty Hearst and the Twinkie Murders by Paul Krasner. A little bit down here in the section. It's really just a chapter in the book. He says, remember this, in June, I disclosed in the Berkeley Barb the non-fact, he admits it, the non-fact that I had been brought to meet Patty underground. I wrote, since there is nothing of investigatory value in the interview, I will not speak with the FBI, nor am I able to supply any information that might earn me a $50,000 reward. Tanya insisted she had not been brainwashed. My impression is that she was. He goes on, so okay, thank you, that's great. Why did you do that? Anyways, he just thinks it's funny. In view of conspiracy researcher Mae Brussels' track record with the Watergate story, I decided to devote an entire issue of The Realist to her documented analysis, Why Was Patricia Hearst Kidnapped?, the thrust of which was that the SLA was essentially an espionage plot orchestrated by our secret government in order to distort the message of idealism. 1 year after the kidnapping, Patty Hearst was still on the lam with her captors, and Crawdaddy, a music magazine for which I wrote a column, The Naked Emperor, wanted a feature article on the case. So I wrote an imaginary interview with Patty, and Crawdaddy published it in their April 1975 issue. An excerpt, and this is wild, what he's doing, what he's riffing on here. Question from Krasner, keep in mind this is fake. There was a pornographic novel, Black Abductor, published a couple years ago, which seems to parallel your case on several counts, although in the book the kidnapped victim is raped. And fake Patty says, That didn't happen to me. I wasn't raped, but I have made love of my own free will with each and every one of my comrades, male and female. It's been extremely liberating. I tell you, I've learned more about my own sensuality in the past year than in my whole previous life. Paul Fake asks, there's a rumor you used to visit Donald DeFreeze in prison. Fake Patty says, that's impossible. It's a lie. I never did. And that you also knew SLA member Willie Wolf before you were abducted. That's another lie. I mean, I feel as if I've known him all my life, but that's a false rumor. Fake Paul asks, have you been affected by the bisexuality? And then, like, talking about, like, the nappy hair of Sing-Q and, like, etc. and intimate with another woman, blah, blah, blah. Then he fake asks, what about the evidence that DeFreeze has been an informer for the LAPD? Fake Patty says, that was his survival game. If he were still working for the pigs, we wouldn't be in danger now. I mean, you can't confuse somebody like Sing-Q with, like, I met the Shah of Iran once, and he was absolutely charming, but he's actually a vicious executioner. But I just hope some of those Watergate bastards go to prison, just so they get a little taste of it, and perhaps understand the lengths a prisoner will go to escape legally, if that's really legal. And it just keeps going and like making up fake shit. I don't know why he would bother to do this. Anyways, moving on from this Krasnerism, he says, presumably not joking anymore, Earth News Service had called the FBI in San Francisco to find out why they didn't investigate me when I originally announced in the Barb that I had met with Patty Hearst in captivity. An agent checked the files and found a notation that I had also announced that I would never cooperate with the FBI, so they didn't bother. However, a week after Crawdaddy came out, a pair of FBI agents from the Santa Cruz office visited me at my home in Watsonville, wanting to talk about the interview. I'm sorry, I said, opening the door a crack, but I have nothing to tell you. They repeated their request, still friendly and low-key. Everything I had to say about this has already been published, I explained. There's nothing further to discuss. They tried to peer in my window. Patty isn't here, is she? If you get a search warrant, I'll let you look. In the middle of a Doonesbury strip, Gary Trudeau spelled out the word Canaan, which was the city where a friend of his lived, but federal authorities were convinced it was really a reference to Patty Hearst's supposed hideout in Pennsylvania. William F. Buckley wrote that Patty should be sacrificed, quote, in the name of Christ. And Catherine Hearst said she would rather her daughter be dead than join the communists. She also commented that if only Clark Gable had been at the apartment in Berkeley instead of Stephen Weed, then Patty would have never been kidnapped. Probably true, he says. That is true, apparently. So Patty was finally captured, right? Blah, blah, blah. And then he goes on to say, I had a lunch appointment with Will Hearst, I think that's Patty's cousin, assistant to the editor of the Examiner and grandson of Citizen Kane prototype, William Randolph Hearst. Although Will claimed that his status as Patty's favorite cousin was a media creation, he was the very first one she requested to see after her arrest. Now he walked into the Examiner lobby. It's a bad day, he told me. San Simeon has been bombed. Well, I said, at least I have an alibi. We postponed the lunch, and on the way home I stopped at the federal court building, where Patty's trial was in a preliminary stage. Originally, she was going to be defended by the radical team of Vincent Hallinan and his son, K.O. The elder Hallinan was in Honolulu when the FBI captured Patty, so he assigned K.O. to visit her in jail. Although as Tanya, she had called Vincent Hallinan a clown in a taped communique, now as Patty, she said of K.O., he's good. Like, I really trust him politically and personally, and I can tell him just about anything I want, and he's cool. It was, however, a lawyer-client relationship that would not be permitted to mature. When Patty described her physical reaction to having her blindfold removed in captivity, K.O. recognized the similarity to reactions to LSD. Patty agreed there'd been something reminiscent of her acid trips with Stephen Weed in the old Hearst mansion. Besides, there was circumstantial evidence the SLA could have dosed her with LSD. The brother of SLA member Ms. Moon Soltysik, this is Fred Soltysik, who wrote a book and had met Sing-Q, he reported that she and fellow member Camilla Hall had taken acid. In TV Guide, reporter Marilyn Baker claimed that drugs had been found at the SLA safe house in Concord, and on the very first taped communique, Patty herself had said, I caught a cold, but they're giving me pills for it and stuff. Her defense was going to be involuntary intoxication, a side effect of which is amnesia, so Patty would neither have to snitch on others or invoke the Fifth Amendment. In response to my questions about that missing chunk of her life, she was simply going to assert, I have no recollection. The Hallinans, instructed her not to talk to anybody, especially psychiatrists, about that period. But her uncle, William Randolph Hearst Jr., editor-in-chief of the Hearst newspaper chain, flew in from the East Coast to warn his family that the entire corporate image of the Hearst Empire was at stake, and they'd better hire an establishment attorney fast. Enter F. Lee Bailey. He defended the Boston Strangler and, Captain Medina from My Lai, but he said he would not defend Patty Hearst if she were a revolutionary. You gotta have standards. Bailey and his partner, Albert Johnson, visited with Patty, to encourage her to tell the psychiatrist everything. Krasner says, brainwashing does exist. Built into the process is the certainty that one has not been brainwashed. Patty's obedience to her defense team paralleled her obedience to the SLA. The survival syndrome had simply changed hands. F. Lee Bailey was Sin-Q in whiteface. Instead of a machine gun, he owned a helicopter company, Enstrom, an anagram for monster. Damn, weird. Instead of taping underground communiques, he held press conferences. It was all showbiz. There had been a rumor that Patty was pregnant by Sin-Q. Indeed, one of the first questions that Randolph Hearst asked when he met sports figure Jack Scott, who had supposedly seen Patty, was to ascertain if that rumor was true. I wrote in the Berkeley Barb, now, with their daughter on trial, the Hearsts have hired a lawyer who wears pancake makeup to press conferences, the better to transform a racist fear into a Caucasian alibi. And then, he gets a letter from, allegedly, he might be doing a bit, from the makers of pancake makeup, and said that he's, he's not capitalizing it properly, whatever, anyways. And let's see, so, he talks about the Examiner had a tough time, obviously, covering the trial of his boss's daughter. On the first day, the reporter Stephen Cook wore a tie with the legendary "fuck you" emblazoning the design. Randolph Hearst chastised him for this, but Alexander continued to wear the tie. Perhaps it reminded Hearst of the time Patty screamed, "Fuck you, Daddy," in his office. The trial was grist for TV entertainment mill. On the Merv Griffin show, the audience voted 70-30 that Patty was guilty as charged. On the sitcom Maude, the British maid studying for her citizenship test had to answer the question, who said, "Give me liberty" or "Give me death"? She was given a hint that the initials were PH. She guessed Patty Hearst. And Johnny Carson, in his opening monologue, wondered whether F. Lee Bailey would get Lockheed off, quote, for kidnapping our money. I guess the Lockheed scandal, he was involved with. Soap opera actress Ruth Warwick, who starred in Citizen Kane, revealed that my name was not printed in any Hearst paper for 5 years after that film was released. I could be the star of a movie, and my name couldn't even be mentioned in ads in Hearst papers. Patty had never seen Citizen Kane because it would have been too embarrassing to be caught watching it on the run. Throughout her trial, there's a screen set up in the court, but instead of Orson Welles, over and over again, like some nightmare, Patty would view footage of herself helping rob the Hibernia Bank. One witness at the bank had been convinced that it was merely an episode for the TV series Streets of San Francisco, and that Patty was just an actress. Wow. Nancy Faber of People became the unofficial courtroom fashion advisor. A rhetorical question has been asked of the press. How can you justify extensive coverage of Patty Hearst and say little, if anything, about the San Quentin Six, in which the state has admitted not having any real evidence? KQED interviewed media folks who rationalized that they were only giving the public what it wanted. It says John Lester of KPIX became the media advisor for the Hearst family when Patty was abducted. He warned Randolph Hearst that when he stepped through the front door, he would be appearing on international television, and therefore it would be important not to pick his nose. They made it, Randolph Hearst turned that into a little joke where he'd pick his nose before stepping outside. Krasner riffs here a little bit. That what was really on trial was the royal nuclear family, the floor sample of a consumer unit that also served as the original source of authority. If Patty had not, quote, belonged to her parents, why would anybody want to kidnap her? And if the princess had lived her pre-kidnap life inside the safety of a castle, then how could any nasty old SLA manage to get her? The message of this trial was clear. Destroy the seeds of rebellion in your children, or we shall have it done for you. That is, I think there's an interesting, that's like an interesting kind of observation of like the trial part of it, is that it's like this ritual of like middle class and up to bourgeois people, like, don't let your children flirt around with this radicalism, or else like they're going to ruin their lives, and we'll make sure their lives are ruined, more of that. And like you should handle it, you know, from the jump, or else the pigs are going to come in and handle it, you know.
It is kind of crazy that like I mean, what Bailey said about how they predicted this trial like kind of is true, because they predicted that, you know, she would like, his only argument was that like, oh, in order to prove Sing-Kyu wrong, you have to let her off, because otherwise like this won't be a fair, you know, like this won't be a fair trial. Like Sing-Kyu said that she would go to prison to rot forever, so the like you need to, you know, prove him wrong by finding her not guilty. But that, like, you know, I mean, obviously that wasn't persuasive, and in fact they did like realize that it was completely like her parents like wouldn't let her have like a lawyer who actually thought that like she might be you know, in some way innocent or whatever, or like who like were remotely sympathetic. And I mean, like, it was kind of like, I understand like where she was coming from, where she was like, oh, I'm not gonna sign that because like parts of it aren't true, but
I think she corrected it and then signed it. I think that's what happened.
But but I know why she put up like resistance, but I feel like, I don't know, she probably, I mean, she obviously should have stayed with the first lawyers, like you can say in hindsight.
Definitely.
But yeah, like the whole thing was like I mean, like to that like to what that guy was saying, Browning, like about like their like kind of counter witness, like their counter psychiatrist was guy Joel Elliott.
Joel Elliott, not Dr. Fort.
Joel
Fort. Patty mentions him in her book, and she says that he'd actually offered to testify for the defense, or like to be a expert witness for the defense first, but then they said like, oh, we already have enough like psychiatrists, and so he's like, oh, okay, and then he went over to the prosecution and was like, I'll work for it.
I mean, it does seem that he's like, and it's like insane, like, you know,
he was very like dialed in, according to Patty, on the idea that she was like a little rich wasp kid that was like rebelling against her stifling parents.
Yeah, that's basically what he said. Yeah,
that was which kind of would make her guilty, I guess, in his eyes.
There was this NYT article about it, actually. The defense moved into 2 attacks on expert witnesses who had testified for the government that, in their opinion, Ms. Hurst would have willing participant in the robbery of the Hibernia Bank. Both Dr. Harry Kozel of Boston and Dr. Fort said that they believe Ms. Hurst had joined the SLA, which had kidnapped her 10 weeks earlier, although she has contended she did not join 4 of its members in the holdup willingly, or was coerced into it by them. Dr. Nicholas Groth, a clinical psychologist in Massachusetts, was called by the defense. Dr. Kozel testified earlier that he had dismissed Dr. Groth for some undisclosed misbehavior with a male inmate at the Center for the Diagnosis and Treatment of Dangerous Sex Offenders at Bridgewater, Mass., which Dr. Kozel directs. Dr. Groth said today that he was dismissed for going with a former prisoner, the former prisoner's wife, and 3 other persons in a private plane to New York to tape 5 television programs about rape. When he returned, he said Dr. Kozel attempted to suspend him, but was unable to do so because he lacked the authority. Dr. Groth testified that sometime between last September 18th, what a mess, like, trial. They're like going after the witnesses and between last September 18th, when Ms. Hurst was arrested as September 26th, when Dr. Kozel tried to dismiss him, he weird, orthography, something Pavement Center, saw a picture of on the office at the treatment center, I guess. Like, there's like this line is like all messed up. The defendant's mother, a newspaper, and heard Dr. Kozel say the Hearsts are disgusting people. The witness said Dr. Kozel had also said, if you had grown up in a family like Patricia, you would have understood what she was rebelling against. They are pigs. Dr. Kozel, challenged with these statements when he testified yesterday, denied making them. Today, with a succession of witnesses, including a private detective from Los Angeles, a lawyer from Miami, and a psychiatrist from San Francisco, these accusations were made against Dr. Fort. This is like crazy. He provided some drugs for Lenny Bruce, the late comedian who was convicted addict. Methadone and amphetamine was the only drug mentioned. His reputation for twisted veracity in the medical profession was bad. He did not tell the exact truth about how he had come to be a member of the how he did not come to be a member of the American Psychiatric Association. He said he quit in protest, but the defense produced records indicating that he had been dropped for not paying his dues. And like the thing with Lenny Bruce basically was that he like actually testified at his trial about like him being an addict. To
kind of exonerate him for like
to
obscenity.
Him, like,
so I mean, Paul Kressner must know this guy if he was like involved in his trial.
More than that, like they found in Mr. Bruce's home like hypodermic needles, medicines, and pills that like were prescribed by Joel Ford.
Jesus Christ, there's not a single psychiatrist involved in this case that doesn't have like the craziest background.
That's just an allegation, but it was one that existed. So that like actually like came up in the closing argument as well. But I mean, it is kind of interesting that like this was the approach that they took. Like I guess you kind of have to. That's kind of like what you need to imply that she was on a trajectory to be a revolutionary anyway.
And thus the kidnapping is kind of incidental to it. Yeah,
exactly.
Actually, there's a little more.
But that seems like so absurd that it's crazy that like people were ready to believe that.
You would almost have to believe the entire kind of like Mae Brussell, Donald Fried theory about her visiting Syngkyu in prison, which I'm still like shaky about, like a little bit, if that part is actually
there's
true.
No real proof of it.
I think the CIA connections via Colson Westbrook and Vacaville overseeing like all the other people getting in touch with Syngkyu and Synkyu's like transformation itself. I see like the thumbprint of CIA all over that. I feel like they would have dug
that up if it were true, like the defense, the prosecution would have been able to like produce that.
Right,
like,
but I don't know if there's any attempt to look at to track down Mary Alice Seams, who she allegedly impersonated with her ID, or if like that was never really that. They kept very far away from like the Colston Westbrook, like any of that shit, and like anything, the origins of the SLA kind of was like kept out of the case. I think that was never really like put on trial because all the principals involved died.
The SLA isn't on trial. Just
right, just her.
Yeah, and just for the bank robbery. So
It's
all kind of doesn't matter. Like the main thing is like,
the Harrises are on the back burner. Yeah, exactly.
Is guilty of robbing the bank. Yeah.
So, Krasner was talking about how like the Hearst family was sort of like became like characters in the courtroom, forced to listen to like all the Tanya communiques, like denouncing the pig Hearsts. And he pivots over here to say, at the end of this one tape, Syngkyu came on with a triple death threat, especially to one Colston Westbrook, who he accused of being a government agent now working for military intelligence while giving assistance to the FBI. This communique was originally sent to KSAN in San Francisco. News director David McQueen checked with a Justice Department source who confirmed Westbrook's employment by the CIA. Conspiracy researcher Mae Brussell traced Westbrook's activities from 1962, when he was an advisor to the South Korean CIA, through 1969, when he provided logistical support in Vietnam for the Phoenix program. His job was the indoctrination of assassination and terrorist cadres. After 7 years in Asia, he was brought home in 1970, of course, and ran the BCA at Vacaville, where he became the control officer for DeFries, who had worked as a police informer from 1967 to 69 for the Public Disorder Intelligence Unit of the LAPD. If DeFries was a double agent, then the SLA was a Frankenstein monster, turning against its creator by becoming, in reality, what had been orchestrated only as a media image. When he snitched on his keepers, he signed the death warrant of the SLA. So that's kind of what Schreiber says. This is kind of like the Krasnerian thesis.
They love the like.
He went rogue.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly. It's like the LSD thing for the SLA.
But then we stole it out of the lab, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of
escape from the lab. Yeah,
even though it's hard to imagine how they would have continued to like control Syngkyu after the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. Like it's not satisfying to me that.
Well, it's the same thing as like LSD. Like, did they control LSD
once it
after it
escaped.
quote unquote escaped.
Yeah.
No, but that was like not their intention.
Yeah, I mean there were certain control vectors, I would say, of like connections of like with the Mellon Hitchcock family and other people that were primarily responsible for manufacturing and distributing it. But still, yeah, like it wasn't like a directly controlled thing in all cases.
Yeah,
like,
they didn't micromanage every aspect of like
Right.
the adoption of LSD
Right,
by
right.
like the youth culture in the United States.
Right,
Like,
right.
at
they
all,
they
you
sort of
know?
set up avenues where it would be allowed to spread in along certain sectors, and then to like the Hells Angels who would traffic it, and like all these little Johnny Appleseed people were like allowed kind of to for a while, like to really flood, the market. But anyways, like so, Krasner says like when DeFries snitched on his keepers, he signed the death warrant of the SLA. They were burned alive in an LA safe house during a shootout. When Sinq's charred remains were sent to his family in Cleveland, they couldn't help but notice that he had been decapitated. That is, true. Weird. It was as if the CIA had said literally, "Bring me the head of Donald DeFries." Consider, and this is interesting, consider the revelations of Wayne Lewis in August 1975. He claimed to have been an undercover agent for the FBI, a fact verified by FBI Director Clarence Kelly. Surfacing at a press conference in Los Angeles, Lewis spewed forth a veritable conveyor belt of conspiratorial charges, that DeFries was an FBI informer, that he was killed not by the SWAT team, but by an FBI agent because he had become, quote, uncontrollable, that the FBI then wanted Lewis to infiltrate the SLA, that the FBI had undercover agents in other underground guerrilla groups, that the FBI knew where Patty Hearst was but let her remain free so it could build up its files of potential subversives. You can't rule that out also, right? That like bumbling FBI, bumbling police, like let her run around on the run for so long, and just to see like a little sticky pad for like flies or something, like how many people will stick to like wanting to help out the famous SLA and Patty Hearst, and they did get kind of a decent number of people kind of caught up in it, or maybe used a supposed association to make moves on other groups that might not even been.
That's very likely.
Yeah. So he says at one point the FBI declared itself to have made 27,000 checks into the whereabouts of Patty Hearst. It was simultaneously proclaimed by the FBA there were 25,000 brands of laxative on the market. All right, Paul. Anyways, so yeah, then he talks about her commenting about like the sexual assault at the hands of Willie Wolf. Which of course he's like slightly skeptical of because he thinks
his writing style is so awful.
I know. So I guess there were some wacky things that like exchanges here. Is the government saying, objected F. Lee Bailey, that everyone who smokes grass is a bank robber? Oh, that's right. This was a bank robbery trial, wasn't it? Were you acting the part of a bank robber? Browning asked Patty. I was doing exactly what I had to do. I just wanted to get out of that bank. I was just supposed to be in there to get my picture taken, mostly. Ulysses Hall testified that after the robbery, he managed to speak on the phone with his former prison mate, Sinq, who told him the SLA members didn't trust Patty's decision to join them. Conversely, she didn't trust their offer of a choice, since they all realized that she'd be able to identify them, so they made her prove herself by fronting her off at the bank with Sinq's gun pointed at her head, out of the closet into the bank. Patty testified that Patricia Soltysik, Ms. Moon, kicked her because she wasn't enthusiastic enough at a dress rehearsal, and that Sinq warned her that if she messed up in any way, she'd be killed. Before the trial, Prosecutor Browning had admitted that it was, quote, clear from the photographs that she may have been acting under duress. And during the trial, Bailey, with only 15 minutes to go before weekend recess, brought out the government's suppression of photos showing Camilla Hall also pointing her gun at Patty in the bank. Moreover, in a scene right out of Blow Up or an aspirin commercial, a scientific laboratory had used a digital computer to filter out the grain without changing the content, then scan the photos of the laser beam, all to indicate that Patty had opened her mouth in surprise and recoiled in horror at the firing of shots in the bank, and that it was merely a shadow that made her look as if she were smiling during the robbery, although Sinq had given her strict orders to smile whenever she met anyone who was supposed to know she was Tanya, because the original photo of her was always that she was smiling, right?
Right.
So yeah, anyways, It did not come out in the testimony of Louis Jolly West that he had once killed an elephant with an overdose of LSD, which United Press correspondent Don Thackeray called pachydermicide. Okay, nor that Dr. West had once spent 8 straight hours in John Lilly's sensory deprivation tank. All right. Sus. According to K. O'Halloran, Patty, quote, hated West because she was aware of the fascistic implications of his proposed UCLA Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence, which would practice what it preached against, violence, in the form of electrode implantation and aversion therapy. Obviously, then, some kind of coercive persuasion must have been used to get her to talk to him. Perhaps she had been reduced to a state of infantile helplessness once again. A letter from a prisoner in the San Mateo jail, quote, I was coming out of the doctor's office when I saw Tanya being taken out the front door. The guards had cleared the hallways of all prisoners, and it was by mistake that I was let out at that time by the jail nurse. Tanya was taken out by 1 female and 3 males. When I called to her, I was dragged out of the hallway. Our comrade was exhausted and frightened, lethargic in her movements, and appeared drugged. While I was in the doctor's office, I had noticed a 3x5 manila envelope, the type used to hold medications given to prisoners, which had written on it, Hearst. There's little doubt she's being drugged. Wow. The AP reported a source close to the specialist conducting the examination said that the dosages of antipsychotic drugs listed in Miss Hearst's medical report would themselves cause lethargy and disorientation. Would she eventually emerge from the psychiatric kidnapping, only to proclaim, as she had previously done on an SLA communique, I have not been brainwashed, drugged, tortured, or hypnotized in any way. Oh, my God. Folks, F. Lee Bailey put Patty on the witness stand. He asked her what Syngkyou had done on one occasion to show his disapproval. Yeah, when he pinched her private parts. And then Browning, questions that, how many breasts did he pinch? Blah, blah, blah. Krasner says, good Lord, this was supposed to be the trial of the century. And the government was busy trying to find out whether Syngkyou got bare tit. He can't
help it.
He can't help it. Bailey fought unsuccessfully to have Patty testify about the bombing of the Hearst Castle so that the jury would know she was still indirectly afraid of SLA members Bill and Emily Harris. That's right, somebody bombed Hearst Castle. But once more, Patty tricked Browning during cross-examination. He was asking why she hadn't taken advantage of opportunities to phone for help. She said she was afraid of the FBI. And blah, blah, blah. Browning said that asked Patty if it had occurred to her to turn the Harrises in. She said, I was afraid. They aren't the only people like that running around. There were many others who could have picked up right where they left off. Then she says, suddenly Patty switched from her usual monotone to a hurried delineation of the latest terrorist acts, threats, and broken promises, including this. San Simeon was bombed. My parents received a communique demanding $250,000. And then I guess Browning said, was anybody killed? And said no. Let me go. They say before the trial, Bailey's associate Johnson protested that, contrary to what Sheriff McDonald says, Patty Hearst and Sarah Jane Moore have not exchanged cordialities. I don't want any inferences drawn from any conduct of the two of them, simply because they're in the same institution, because there's absolutely no connection. Patty says that Sarah Jane Moore started, apparently was obsessed with getting to know her when she got booked in the same jail after trying to shoot Ford, and she was really creeped out and didn't want to she'd write her letters and have them passed to her and wanted them to be best friends, and she was get the fuck away from me. I'm super sussed out. But here we go now we get into some crazy shit here that's orbiting around all this. But there was a missing link between Sarah Jane Moore and Patty. The murder of Wilbert Popeye Jackson, leader of United Prisoners Union. He had been killed, together with a companion, Sally Voy, while they sat in a parked car at 2 o'clock in the morning. I learned from impeccable sources that the hit was known in advance within the California Department of Corrections, the FBI, and the San Jose and San Francisco police departments. But now, in mid-February 1976, while the Patty Hearst trial was still in process, a similar charge was made in the company of some unusual accusations when a Berkeley underground group called Tribal Thumb prepared this statement. It has become known to the Tribal Thumb orbit that the CIA, FBI, and CCS have made undercurrent moves to establish a basis for the total eradication of the Tribal Thumb community. They are involved in working overtime to unravel the mystery of Popeye Jackson's execution in an effort to plant Tribal Thumb in a web of conspiracy in that execution. The FBI's heavy involvement in the case of Popeye's death largely is due to the death of Sally Foy, who in actuality was moonlighting as a narcotics agent for police forces. Moreover, she was Popeye's control agent. Popeye was an informer on the movement. Several days ago, Patty Hearst was slipped out of her jail cell by the FBI and Mr. Randolph Hearst and taken to a nearby jail to identify a man being held there. We're withholding his name for now, who was allegedly closely associated with Tribal Thumb, to make an identification of this man's alleged trafficking of large quantities of arms to Tribal Thumb and the Symbionese Liberation Army. The result is that Miss Hearst pointed the comrade out as the trafficker of such weapons. Donald DeFreeze escaped from the California prison system with the help of the FBI and California prison officials. His mission was to establish an armed revolutionary organization controlled by the FBI, specifically to either make contact with or undermine the surfacing and development of the August 7th guerrilla movement. What? Like, I thought that might be fake, but okay.
Well,
following
yeah,
this,
it seems like.
Well, we make note of the fact that the first communique issued by the SLA under the leadership of DeFreeze was in part a duplicate of a communique issued by the August 7th guerrilla movement. Further examination of those communiques establishes that the ASGM had surfaced and was in the process of developing some kind of operational format when the SLA hastily moved, hard-pressed for something spectacular, to cut off this thrust by the ASGM. The result was the incorrect and unfounded death of Marcus Foster. It is evident that the FBI, through its sources of information, knew of the underground existence of the ASGM, and that the movement was obviously making plans to become public knowledge via armed actions against the imperialist state. Having had their attempts to infiltrate agents into the ASGM's mainstream frustrated, they sought the diverse method of establishing an organization they could control. So they made three approaches. Donald DeFreeze, who was in contact with Nancy Ling Perry, who worked at Rudy's Fruit Stand, from whom Patty Hearst often bought bagels and fruit juice. DeFreeze was let loose and given a safe plan to surface as an armed guerrilla unit. That plan was to kidnap Patty Hearst, strategized by the FBI, Randolph Hearst, Patty Hearst, and Nancy Ling Perry. The format of that plan of kidnapping Patty Hearst was extracted from a book published by a publishing company named Nova, owned by the Hearst Corporation, titled Vanished. Wow, another predictive book. On April 8th, after Patty was found guilty, there was a front-page story in the San Francisco Examiner, quote, "Would-be presidential assassin Sarah Jane Moore and the Patricia Hearst case are intricately linked in the web of evidence that led to yesterday's arrest of the accused murderer of militant prison reform leader Popeye Jackson," authorities have told the Examiner. These sources said Miss Moore, now in custody in a federal prison in San Diego, will be a star witness in the trial of the accused slayer, and it was the arrest last September of Miss Hearst that led to the break in the case, according to primary investigators. Booked into the San Francisco County Jail yesterday was Mr. Richard Allen London, 26, an ex-con who has been in the Santa Clara County Jail in San Jose since last summer on an armed robbery charge. London is a member of a revolutionary band called the United Prisoners Union. That's Popeye Jackson's group. Federal and local authorities flatly denied a report circulated by Tribal Thumb sources that Miss Hearst, convicted of bank robbery on March 20th, was taken to the Santa Clara jail to identify London last week. And then back to Krasner here. Last week? Why this change in chronology? The original Tribal Thumb statement alleged that Patty had identified London as a gun runner for the SLA and Tribal Thumb more than a month and a half previously. The truth is that she secretly began to turn state's evidence early in her trial. Usually defendants tell what they know before trial, so the prosecution can decide whether or not to plea bargain. But this particular trial had to be held, if only to avoid giving any impression of plea bargaining. Patty Hearst had been gangbanged behind the tent at the Hurstling Brothers Browning and Bailey Bread and Circus by both teams. Wow, okay. Prosecution and defense, while they were adversaries in a trial that was more carefully staged than a TV wrestling match. So Judge Oliver Carter had once sentenced Hedy Sarney to 2.5 years for bank robbery. She claimed, I think this is the girl who got kidnapped by the Tribal Thumb to do a bank robbery or whatever. She claimed at her sentencing that Tribal Thumb had made her do it. Now F. Lee Bailey reminded the judge that he had commented that her claim of coercion came too late and that she had refused to testify against the people she accused of forcing her to commit the crime, whereas in the case of Patty, Bailey said cryptically, quote, "Your Honor has been made aware of some facts which are relevant to him." It was considered likely that Popeye Jackson could have been killed by police agents to neutralize yet another black leader, rather than because he was supposed to be an informer. The United Prisoners Union reasoned that, quote, if Popeye had been interested in snitching, he would have made all efforts to keep up his contacts with the New World Liberation Front rather than be, quote, cold and distant or allow for any misunderstanding. Remember, he didn't really like the SLA that much. Popeye Jackson. He was heavy, but he didn't like them. And that's kind of who the NWLF was in 1975. But was it possible, as Tribal Thumb pointed out, that Patty Hearst had participated in the planning of her own kidnapping while ostensibly buying bagels? An SLA manuscript stated they had expected more trouble from their intended victim, quote, since we were planning on carrying her away, but she turned out to be real cooperative. She just lay down on the floor while one of the comrades tied her hands and blindfolded her. When Patty was being interviewed in jail by prosecution psychiatrist Harry Kazal, it was as if she pulled a Raskolnikov from Crime and Punishment by darting from the room and complaining that Kazal had accused her of arranging her own kidnapping. Bailey asked him on the witness stand, "Did you suggest she got herself kidnapped?" He said no. In their first session, Kazal questioned Patty about Willie Wolfe, blah, blah, blah. There's a little more here. Here we go. The family of slain SLA member Willie Wolfe hired Lake Headley, part of the Donald Freed crew, an ex-police intelligence officer who was chief investigator at Wounded Knee, to find out what really happened. What he discovered with Donald Freed and Rusty Rhodes was that the SLA was part of the CIA's Chaos program. In that context, they were planning to kill Black Panther leader Huey Newton and succeeded in killing Marcus Foster after he agreed to meet Panther demands for educational reforms. At Vacaville Prison, DeFries was permitted to set up Unisite. According to Headley, DeFries' visitors included kidnappers-to-be Nancy Ling Perry and Patricia Soltysik, and Patty Hearst, then 18, not going under her own name, but using the ID of Mary Alice Seams, another heiress who was a student at Berkeley. Headley's affidavit stated that Patricia Campbell Hearst and her parents disagreed bitterly over Patricia's political and personal relations, that a love affair between a black man and Patricia Hearst did take place prior to her relationship with her fiancé, Stephen Weed. Okay, so that would be the timeline. But she would have been young if that was really the case.
Young.
She met
would have been
Stephen
13.
Weed as a minor. Yeah, that Mrs. Randolph A. Hearst subjected her daughter to extreme pressure to change her personal and political relationships. Patty began living with Weed, Krasner says, in Berkeley later that year, in the fall of 72. DeFries was transferred to Soledad in December 1972, where he was given the special privilege of using the conjugal trailers, usually only for married trustees. DeFries became a leader of the SLA and, according to Headley, renewed his affair with Patty for a brief time. The affidavit continued, quote, discussions were held between Patricia Campbell Hearst and the Symbionese Liberation Army concerning a kidnapping, not her own. Whose then? Her sisters, Anne and Vicky. The idea of kidnapping Patty, too, was brought up. This was a year before it actually took place, but she didn't think it was such a great option. However, if true, that would explain Patty's outburst at the moment of kidnapping, quote, "Oh no, not me! Oh God, please let me go." I mean, yeah, maybe. Not to mention her confession of pre-kidnap fear to Dr. Kazal. She did say she had a weird nightmare and dread feeling that she was going to get kidnapped for no reason. The investigators presented their findings to the LA City Council, charging that the intelligence unit of the LAPD, the CCS, knew of the SLA's presence but wanted the shootout for test purposes. I could believe that. Headley acquired official film footage of the massacre, showing that the FBI used a pair of German shepherds to sniff out Patty's presence and make sure she wouldn't be inside the safe house. Stephen Weed was told by a cop at the shootout, "Don't worry, Patty's not in there." Interesting. On the tape of April 3rd, 1974, Patty said, "I've been given the name Tanya," and on June 6th, she said, "I renounce my class privilege when Sin and Cujo gave me the name Tanya." But in a New Times interview, the one we referenced, Bill Harris said she chose the name Tanya herself. According to Stephen Weed, her reading matter had ranged from The Marquis de Sade to Do It by Jerry Rubin. And according to my Berkeley source, Patty and a former roommate had both read the book Tanya, the Unforgettable Gorilla, a year prior to the kidnapping. Again, I'm not like, she's like from one angle, she's totally apolitical for the most part. The other angle, she was like secretly like a little leftist. Like I don't know who to believe.
Yeah, I kind of don't believe that she read the book before she was locked in a closet.
Yeah, I could believe that she read it in the closet and then like volunteered.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be that, because they given the name Tanya maybe to Robin Steiner.
Maybe I'm just like
Remember?
applying my. Oh yeah, right. Maybe I'm just applying my like 2026 sort of ambient sense of like when it's plausible for someone to read a book, but like, you know, just because people are much less literate now, but so maybe.
Yeah.
But
Less to
it
do
still
back
seems unlikely to me.
Right. Krasner says further, I was told the roommate had been subpoenaed to testify for the prosecution in Patty's trial, but the subpoena was withdrawn. I wrote about that in the Berkeley Barb. The FBI's liaison to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Park Stearns Jr., denied this vehemently, shouting at me in the press room, "You're wrong." It could have been just a coincidence, but after that incident, the head marshal began hassling me for ID, even though I'd been coming to the trial every day. One time he asked for my driver's license. Another time he asked for my social security card, etc. So then, yeah, Paul gets kind of like wrapped up in something weird with this, like eventually. This is heading towards a strange place. He says, while Patty's trial was in progress, Sundaz, a Santa Cruz weekly, reported that Research West, a very sus private right-wing spy organization that maintained files supplied by confessed burglar Jerome Ducote, quote, was purchased in October 1969 with funds provided by Catherine Hearst, and that after the Hearst connection became known to employees, at least one Examiner reporter was told to drop any further investigation into the Ducote case. Like, I think we've brought this up a little bit, this Research West thing. Like, it is a genuinely like kind of sinister. It's very much like the American Security Council, like keeping files on leftists and selling that access to that database to like right-wing businesses so they don't hire subversives. So the Sundaz story stated not only that Catherine Hearst gave or lent most of the $60,000 to $70,000 purchase price for the company, but also that prior to the purchase, the foundation supported itself through, quote, contributions averaging $1,000 provided by Pacific Telephone, PG&E, railroads, steamship lines, banks, and the Examiner. In return, the files were available to those companies, as well as to local police and sheriff departments, the FBI, the CIA, and the IRS. The Examiner paid $1,500 a year through 1975 to retain the services of Research West. In another case, a member of the Santa Clara DA's office testified that FBI agent Charles Bates had categorically denied having any of the stolen documents sought by the Santa Clara DA for an investigation of FBI-sponsored political burglaries. After being confronted with the testimony of one of his own subordinates, Bates ultimately turned over the documents. Some of the stolen documents, according to Sundaz, ended up with Catherine Hearst's pet project, Research West. He mentions here Charles Bates was a special agent at the Chicago office of the FBI in 1969 when the police killed Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, the Black Panther leaders. Ex-FBI informer Maria Fisher told the Chicago Daily News that the then chief of the FBI's Chicago office, Marlon Johnson, personally asked her to slip a drug to Hampton. She had infiltrated the Black Panther Party at the FBI's request a month before. The drug was a tasteless, colorless liquid that would put him to sleep. She refused. Hampton was killed a week later. And I think I think it was William O'Neill was the FBI, as dramatized in Judas and the Black Messiah, was the guy who slipped that drug in his drink. And he notes he was also like in D.C. during Watergate, handling the Watergate investigation, Charles Bates, and then went to the SLA San Francisco job just coincidentally. How about this? Okay. In the middle of her trial on a Saturday afternoon, when reporters and technicians were hoping to be off duty, the FBI called a press conference. At 5 o'clock that morning, they had raided the New Dawn Collective, supposedly the above-ground support group of the Berkeley underground Emiliano Zapata unit, and accompanying a press release about the evidence seized were photographs still wet with developing fluid. Charles Bates held the photos up in the air. Mr. Bates, a photographer requested, real close to your head, please. Bates proceeded to pose with the photos like Henry Fonda doing a camera commercial. Was there a search warrant? No, but they had a consent to search signed by the owner of the house, Judy Sevenson, who later admitted to being a paid FBI informant. Not only did the raid seem timed to break into print simultaneously with the Sunday funnies, but the investigative technique also smacked of comic strip morality. In Dick Tracy, the Crime Stoppers textbook depicted a trio of stereotypical hippie terrorists preparing a time bomb, underscored by the question, would you deny police access to knowledge of persons planning your demise? What? Almost 6 weeks after that Saturday morning raid, I received a letter by registered mail on DOJ stationery from Charles Bates, and it says, Dear Mr. Krasner, subsequent to the search of a residence in connection with the arrest of 6 members of the Emiliano Zapata unit, the Federal Bureau of Investigation San Francisco has been attempting to contact you to advise you of the following information. During the above-indicated arrest of 6 individuals of the Emiliano Zapata unit, an untitled list of names and addresses of individuals was seized. A corroborative source described the above list as an Emiliano Zapata unit hit list, but stated that no action will be taken since all those who could carry it out are in custody. Further, if any of the apprehended individuals should make bail, they would only act upon the hit list at the instructions of their leader, who is not and will not be in a position to give such instructions. The above information is furnished for your personal use, and it is requested to be kept confidential. At your discretion, you may desire to contact the local police department responsible for the area of your residence. Very truly yours, Charles W. Bates, Special Agent in Charge. So Paul Krasner, claims he would repeat this many times. So I'm leaning towards like this actually happened. He's not just doing a funny thing, that he was found on a hit list of this subgroup of like the New World Liberation Front. So here he breaks it down a little bit. But I was more logically a target of the government than of the Emiliano Zapata unit, unless of course they happen to be the same. Was the right wing of the FBI warning me about the left wing of the FBI? Did the handwriting on the wall read COINTELPRO lives? Questions about the authenticity of the Zapata unit had been raised by its first public statement in August 1975, which included the unprecedented threat of violence against the left. When a Safeway supermarket in Oakland was bombed by the Zapata unit, they claimed to have called radio station KPFA and instructed them to notify police so they could evacuate the area, but KPFA staffers insisted that they never received such a call. Interesting. Somebody fucked up there. Now, the urban guerrilla, above-ground organ of the underground New World Liberation Front, commented, quote, without offering any proof, the FBI has claimed that those arrested were members of the Emiliano Zapata unit and mistakenly claimed that the Zapata unit was part of the New World Liberation Front. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. These FBI claims and lies have been widely repeated by the media. As soon as they were arrested, Greg Adornetto, whom we know as Chipito, was separated from the others and disappeared, ... A close analysis of all the actions and statements by Chipito leads us to the inescapable conclusion that he is not just a weak informer, he is a government infiltrator provocateur. This is the guy we talked about who got the junkie who got arrested. That was like one of the leaders of the NWLF. Or I guess not, but the Emiliano Zapata unit. No other conclusion is possible when one considers that he led our comrades to a house he knew was under surveillance, carrying along things like explosives and half-completed communiques. He recruited sincere and committed revolutionaries who wanted to participate in being a medium for dialogue with the underground, get a bunch of them in the same room with guns, communiques, and explosives, or even got some of them involved in armed actions, and then had Bates move in with his SWAT team and bust everybody. In addition, a communique from the Central Command of the NWLF charged that, quote, the pigs led and organized the Zapata unit. We were reasonably sure it was a setup from the beginning, and we never sent one communique to New Dawn because of
you
our...
should restart that since we need to...
Yeah, don't worry, I'm on it. Yeah, let me see. Sorry about that, folks. All right, 1 second. Yeah, because this is very sus. All right, we can do that. Trying to click it.
Recording in progress.
There we go. We're back. Yeah. Right. So, as I was saying, in addition, a communique from the Central Command of NWLF charged that the pigs led and organized the Zapata unit. Quote, we were reasonably sure it was a setup from the beginning, and we never sent one communique to New Dawn because of our suspicions. After publishing the FBI's warning letter to me in the Berkeley Barb, I received letters from a couple of members of the Emiliano Zapata unit in prison. One stated, quote, I was involved in the above-ground support group of the Zapata unit. Greg Adornetto led myself and several others to believe we were joining a cell of the Weather Underground, which had a new surge of life when it published Prairie Fire. I knew nothing about a hit list or your being on one, and can't imagine why you would have been. When we were arrested, FBI agent provocateur Adornetto immediately turned against the rest of us and provided evidence to the government. Another Zapata prisoner advised, you shouldn't have believed the boys in the black shiny shoes, the FBI, about being on a Zapata hit list. They just found some addresses, and Bates and his running partner Hearst wanted to build up some sensationalism to take the heat off Patty's trial. They had over 75 people, politicians and corporate execs under protection, thinking all of us didn't get arrested. Then, this is a really weird, figure that Krasner kind of gets, wrapped up with. During the period of NWLF bombings after Patty and the others are arrested, this guy, Jacques Rogier, the Days of Rage book, breaks down his story a lot, but he talks about him here. Jacques Rogier, the above-ground courier for the underground New World Liberation Front who delivered their communiques, told me that the reason I was on the hit list was because I had written that DeFries was a police informer. But that was true, I said. It's a matter of record. Doesn't that make any difference? It didn't. If the NWLF asked me to kill you, Rogier admitted, I would. Jacques, I replied, I think this puts a slight damper on our relationship. Yeah, I found an interview between Rogier and Krasner in one of the Barb issues, from the summertime, where he's going back and forth. Yeah, let me see. There's not much... there was gossip in the trial that Patty had arranged her own kidnapping to get out of her engagement to Stephen Weed in as adventurous a way as possible. Yeah, I'll stop that. That's pretty much kind of the end of it. But I did want to actually bring up that Days of Rage thing because it is another layer of weird shit. Real quick, just this section. Going back, I think I'm on page 313 here in Days of Rage. They write, a side benefit of the arrests of all the SLA people, Bay Area officials announced with relief, would be the end of the manic series of bombings carried out in the name of the New World Liberation Front. Police assumed the NWLF was a cover for Bill Harris and the SLA, with perhaps a few stray radicals contributing. The bombings had become a fixture of daily life in the Bay Area, like the fog. After its debut in August 1974, the NWLF had accelerated the pace of its actions in 75, detonating 37 explosive devices by the time Hearst was captured, an average of one every week for 9 months. Its targets, almost all struck by bombs, left outside buildings at night, included PG&E, U.S. Air Force radar sites, Cron TV, California Department of Corrections, firing range at San Quentin, etc. A lot of Safeway stores. Almost all of NWLF's communiques complained about some aspect of Bay Area life, typically railing against conditions at area jails, slumlords, and labor disputes. There were so many bombings that an FBI man termed San Francisco the Belfast of North America. To date, no one had been seriously injured. neither the Bureau nor the Bay Area Police, despite ample reward offers, had been able to make a single arrest. The NWLF communiques were mailed fast and furiously, some with unidentifiable fingerprints, each in the name of another NWLF combat unit, People's Force No. 1, which preferred bombing General Motors facilities, People's Force No. 2, which hit Air Force sites, People's Force No. 4, which struck PG&E transformers, the Lucio Cabanas unit, named after a Mexican guerrilla leader, which bombed everything, the Nat Turner John Brown unit, which bombed the Corrections Department. At the FBI's San Francisco office, the working assumption was that all these units were essentially just the SLA, the profusion of names in effort to make the NWLF appear larger than it was. Within days of Hearst's capture, however, that assumption was being challenged. When a bomb damaged a PG&E substation in San Carlos on October 13th, a communique arrived in the NWLF's name. 2 more NWLF bombs exploded by Halloween, one outside the Army's Fort Ord in Monterey. Things took an unexpected turn in November. After San Francisco voters approved a series of ballot initiatives designed to curb police power, the police responded with a ticket-writing blitz, issuing 3 times as many parking tickets as normal. On November 16th, the NWLF unveiled a dramatic response of its own, pouring liquid steel into the locks of hundreds of city parking meters. They got 400 to 500 meters, a police spokesman said, including a bunch in front of police headquarters. The communique, signed by the People's Forces Training Unit, threatened to sabotage every parking meter in San Francisco if the police didn't stop writing so many tickets. All right, you're right on. A little bit, that's all right. That the NWLF's underground campaign had taken a serio-comic turn did little to stem the FBI's frustration that the group apparently remained alive and well. It was then, just as San Franciscans were beginning to accept the idea that the bombings might continue, things got strange. To that point, the NWLF had delivered its communiques the old-fashioned way, leaving them outside radio stations and newspaper offices late at night, or taping them inside telephone booths. Now, the police heard, someone was delivering them by hand. In January 1976, after 2 more bombings over the holidays, the San Francisco Chronicle publicly identified the NWLF's shadowy courier as a gentleman calling himself Jacques Rogier. Tall and thin, with bushy brown hair and a broom-like mustache, Rogier turned out to be a 37-year-old convicted marijuana dealer whose real name, it appeared, was Jack Rogers. At Soledad and San Quentin, he had written for radical inmate newspapers. Prison administrators thought he was basically harmless, if a tad unhinged. One internal assessment noted that Rogier supported the SLA and, quote, appears not to have good contact with reality and is living a fantasy life. Maybe so, but after his release from San Quentin in 1974, Rogier found quite a few new friends living much the same fantasy life on the streets of San Francisco. He made a deep impression on several. Quote, of all the hundreds of clients I've ever represented, the 2 largest influences on me were Huey Newton and Jacques Rogier, recalls Tony Serra, the ponytailed radical attorney who eventually represented Rogier. Quote, Jacques was like a holy man, a guru, a wise man. I've never known anyone before or since like him. Rogier's entry into underground causes was a tangled affair. In June 1975, the high-profile president of the United Prisoners Union, Popeye Jackson, he had played a key role in organizing the SLA food drives, was shot dead on a San Francisco street along with his girlfriend. Jackson had been publicly critical of the NWLF, saying it should be bombing buildings filled with people instead of empty ones. Interesting. A letter to the Chronicle claimed credit for Jackson's murder on behalf of the NWLF. That was a big deal. Yeah, like a letter came and claimed it. But the NWLF hadn't done it. Bill Harris had fired off a letter saying so, which at the time had contributed to the notion that the NWLF and the SLA were actually the same group. I guess they both were and they weren't, Out of nowhere, and with little or no track record in Bay Area radical politics, Rogier had announced he was forming a group called the People's Court in an effort to determine the truth behind Jackson's murder. He eventually published a 44-page pamphlet exonerating the NWLF. The NWLF apparently liked what it read. Within weeks, Rogier had taken up his courier duties, and after his unmasking in the Chronicle, effectively emerged as the public face of the NWLF. With the help of several young assistants, Rogier worked out of a cluttered flat on Valencia Street. He called his little operation People's Information Relay 1. Under police questioning, Rogier insisted he wasn't a member of the NWLF and didn't know anyone who was. He claimed he simply took delivery of communiques and relayed them to the press. It was far from clear whether any of this actually broke any laws. For the moment, the police were powerless to do anything but keep him under watch. On the eve of Patty Hearst's trial in mid-January, things took an abrupt and ominous turn. Until then, despite having detonated 45 bombs in the previous 16 months, the NWLF had largely been dismissed as another harmless Bay Area oddity. Its bombs hadn't hurt anyone, and most went off in the dead of night at remote locations. Then, on Saturday, January 10th, 1976, the day after an NWLF communique reiterated demands for improved health care in city jails, a package arrived at the home of a San Francisco supervisor, basically a city councilman, named John Barbagallotta. His daughters, Marina and Elena, picked up the mail and while walking back inside began pitching the package back and forth. Hey, one joked, this could be a bomb. Their mother, noting the strange typed address identifying her husband as the People's Choice, decided to take no chances. She placed the package on a rear patio. A half hour later, the president of the Board of Supervisors, Quentin Kopp, brought his mail from home and dropped it in his City Hall office. The largest piece was a package wrapped in plain brown paper. When his assistant began opening it, she noticed an inner wrapping of aluminum foil. Suspicious, she said they should call the police. Detectives came. Inside the package, they found a box of See's hard candy. Inside the candy box, they found a bomb. After Kopp phoned the Barbagallotta home, police raced there and found an identical bomb in the package left on the patio. Mayor George Moscone angrily denounced the bombing attempts, which were widely assumed to be the work of the NWLF. On Monday, an anonymous caller to media outfits confirmed as much, insisting the NWLF wasn't actually trying to hurt anyone. Listen carefully, a young woman's voice told a Chronicle reporter. A half stick of dynamite and a 6-second delay fuse constructed with great care demonstrates that this was not an attempt to kill. Pressed by reporters, Rogier said City Hall had only itself to blame for ignoring the NWLF's communiques. They keep stepping up their actions, he said. When are the supervisors going to take them seriously? They've gone right up to the edge. Next time they're liable to say, they won't take us seriously. Now let's kill one of them. Patty Hearst's trial began 4 days after delivery of what came to be known as the candy box bombs. For the next 2 weeks, the NWLF busied itself elsewhere, launching a series of new bombings, none, however, linked in any way to the trial. On January 31st, it attempted to bomb 5 PG&E transformers in San Geronimo. The next night, it blew up another landlord's car and bombed the home of a landlord who owned an apartment building that had burned, killing several poor residents. The next night, a bomb went off outside the home of the Bank of California's chairman. Rogier merrily delivered the communiques, as he had before. Across Valencia, detectives watched him come and go, unable to stop him. Rogier shot them a middle finger from time to time and showed no signs of distancing himself from the underground. Within weeks, in fact, he began publishing a new journal called Tug, the Urban Guerrilla, which was essentially a counterpart to The Dragon by the Bay Area Research Group, the Salayas, a repository for bombing communiques. It is true, The Dragon's just full of NWLF bombing communiques. Basically. So finally, during the third week of Hearst's trial, the NWLF turned its attention to the proceedings, if mildly. One afternoon, a bomb threat was telephoned to the courthouse, forcing an early adjournment. Then, on February 12th, a bomb went off beside a guest house at the Hearst family's fabled San Simeon estate. Right? It caused about $1 million in damage. An anonymous caller took credit on behalf of the NWLF, demanding that the Hearsts put up bail money for the Harrises. Afterward, Randolph Hearst was beside himself. Quote, "These people, they're just a bunch of maniacs," he told a reporter. "Just a bunch of maniacs." The following week, Patty broke down in tears on the witness stand, insisting her life was in danger. Asked who would want to harm her, she sniffed, "The New World Liberation Front." The break the FBI so badly wanted, it appeared, came that same week after police in Lagunitas, in Marin County, were called to the scene of a shootout at a local home. 2 Berkeley radicals were arrested. This is what Krasner was talking about. They were members of the New Dawn Collective, a tiny group of activists that operated a bookstore and published communiques from a new underground group. They called it the Emiliano Zapata Unit of the NWLF. The Zapata unit had claimed credit for 8 bombings in recent months, mostly against Safeway stores. The shootout arose after members of New Dawn had attempted to raid the home of a local drug dealer, apparently in search of money, a la the Black Liberation Army. A search of the suspect's van found reams of Zapata and NWLF literature. That led to the address of a Spanish-style bungalow in Richmond, in the East Bay, mere blocks from the home where the SLA had hidden out 2 years earlier. Just before dawn on February 21st, 30 FBI agents and SWAT teams surrounded the house and got 6 members. They found 150 pounds of explosives, most of it stolen from Santa Cruz, from a quarry in Santa Cruz a year earlier, and more communiques. FBI officials were jubilant. One crowed to the Chronicle that they had broken the back of the NWLF. But they hadn't. The San Simeon bombing came the very next day, and after exhaustive questioning of the New Dawn suspects, the FBI was forced to admit that those arrested were members of the Zapata unit, but not the NWLF. They were just using the name. The Hearst trial went on, undisturbed for the next month. Then on March 11th, after 3 more unrelated bombings, the NWLF struck at another Hearst estate, the Wintoon estate, up north, near Mount Shasta. A woman caller to Cron TV in San Francisco took credit, again demanding that the Hearsts contribute $250,000 to the Harris Defense Fund, but the Hearsts said there hadn't been any explosion. It took almost 5 hours to find the bomb, partially exploded, in the basement of the remote mansion, which was roughly 6 miles from the nearest road. A few floorboards were splintered, but the FBI was left to marvel at the persistence of a group that had climbed a perimeter fence, trudged through miles of forest, and found a way to break into the mansion and plant the bomb, all without being detected by caretakers. It is weird. It's like very high effort. 9 days later, Patty Hearst's trial came to an end with a guilty verdict. The judge gave her 35 years, later reduced to 7. She would serve only 22 months. Jimmy Carter would commute it, etc. But Bill and Emily Harris, eventually, they would get prosecuted. They pled guilty to charges of kidnapping and served 8 years. The rest of the SLA had vanished. Now, this is a final word just on the New World Liberation Front. Like, what the hell was this?
Mm-hmm.
Some aspect of it just keeps going. So if the Patty Hearst saga was finally at an end, the mystery of the New World Liberation Front still had several colorful chapters remaining. A grand jury had begun hearing testimony against Jacques Rogier. The investigation dragged on for months. Through it all, the NWLF kept up its bombing campaign, albeit at a slower pace. Only 7 attacks between March and December 1976. The most significant was a bomb planted in a window box attached to Supervisor Dianne Feinstein's home in Pacific Heights. This is before she was mayor or senator. On December 14th, a maid noticed a fruit punch can among the flowers. Feinstein's daughter, a Berkeley sophomore, glanced through the window and saw some liquid and the letters EXPL. The police arrived and found a pocket watch timing device lying on the sidewalk. The bomb had misfired at 2:14 a.m. Feinstein was apoplectic. The time has come, she told reporters, when the fear and intimidation that everyone feels has got to stop. I don't think that going around putting bombs on people's houses accomplishes a thing. Later that day, an NWLF communique delivered to media outlets demanded improvements in health conditions at the city jails. A month later, January 23, 1977, Jacques Rogier was finally arrested on charges of threatening public officials and conspiracy. After a press conference, he took a vow of silence, refusing to say a word to anyone. The next day, the NWLF issued a communique threatening 3 supervisors with death if Rogier should die in jail. It then commenced its most intense spate of bombings in months. After 3 bombings in the 4 days leading up to Rogier's arrest, the targets once again were PG&E transformers. It detonated 4 more bombs the next week, a campaign that climaxed on the night of February 4th, the anniversary of Patty Hearst's kidnapping and the day that Rogier was formally indicted. 1 bomb exploded inside a woman's room at the Federal Building. An hour later, a second went off directly beneath a green Volvo station wagon in the driveway of District Attorney Joseph Freitas' San Francisco home. The car was blown to smithereens. The NWLF communique warned prosecutors not to make Rogier a, quote, scapegoat, and once again threatened the supervisors, saying, if necessary, the poor and oppressed will take freedom over your dead bodies. Mayor Moscone, irate, denounced the bombings as an effort to terrorize and even paralyze city government. So then 6 weeks, they didn't do anything. Then March 22nd, it again targeted Supervisor John Barbagallotta, an unusual bomb, was tossed toward his home on Portola Drive. It landed in a neighbor's yard, obliterating a swing set. The family fell to the floor in panic. Nobody was hurt. Then the trial was going on. The NWLF returned to bombing, kind of random targets, and then threw another bomb toward a home owned by a PG&E board member. There were a lot of people trying to tie, Rogier to this, but it was like hard to. Let me see. Yeah, Rogier and his attorney, Tony Serra, spent much of the proceedings smoking marijuana in the courthouse. It was an unorthodox but ultimately successful strategy. Once the judge ruled that Rogier had been acting as a journalist, the defense grew confident. On June 7th, the jury announced its verdict, not guilty. Afterward, there was a big party scheduled to celebrate the victory. Jacques was a hero. This is a lawyer talking. Jacques was a hero in his world for his righteous character and demeanor. I remember all of us waiting at this party, waiting and waiting. He never showed up, and no one ever saw him again. No one. I never saw or spoke to him again, and I don't know anyone who did. He disappeared. I was told he went to the mountains and became a monk and never again ventured into society. He was just gone. It was almost Christ-like. Jacques Rogier's days as the public face of the NWLF were over. Almost 40 years later, his fate remains a mystery. That is crazy. But actually, even when he leaves, the bombs do keep coming. There were 10 more that summer, and then I guess there was a new strategy unveiled in 1977 targeting the rich. A bomb was planted outside the Pacific Union Club. It didn't explode, and the Olympic Country Club, which did explode. Then a bomb exploded at the San Francisco Opera House, destroying the limousine entrance. The communique said, as long as poor people are forced to live in unsafe, unhealthy housing, ruling class functions will be threatened. Yeah, so the police had no idea, basically, but there was a civic uproar after these, targeting the Silk Toppers, basically. The San Francisco elites could no longer ignore, blowing up the opera, whatever. So the detectives, though, they're just these guys have been bombing for years, blah, blah, blah. And they really just had, no leads. I guess the lawyer, Tony Serra, then became the new NWLF spokesman who would direct them where to find communiques. Then I guess he stopped being contacted by them. There were 2 more bombings at oil refineries, and then the NWLF went silent for 5 months. They don't know. And then 1 more bomb went off in 1978 in Concord. And that would be the final action. March 14th, 1978. A PG&E substation in Concord was bombed. A communique expressed support for a coal miners' strike. After 4 years and 100 or so bombings, the precise number remains in dispute. This would be the final NWLF action and the final communique. And they just stopped. Not a full 5 years, a full 5 years would pass before the truth about the New World Liberation Front would emerge. And this is just the last part here. This is who really was behind it all. The full story of the NWLF will never be known. The fact is, other than a handful of county prosecutors and FBI agents, no one, aside from the author of a 1978 master's thesis, written long before the group was revealed, tried very hard to learn it. Not a single pamphlet, magazine article, or book has ever been published analyzing the NWLF, which detonated more explosive devices than any other radical underground group, nearly twice as many as the Weather Underground. What's clear is that there were at least 3 separate combat units of it, none of which appeared to know the first thing about the others. All were responding to the Bay Area Research Collective's 1974 call for radical groups to unite under one banner. The first group was Bill Harris and the Rump SLA, responsible for 2 bombings in August 1975. The second was the Emiliano Zapata unit, which detonated 8 bombs later that year. The vast majority, though, probably 70 or more, were carried out by a third group, which can be viewed as the actual NWLF. This one centered on a deeply troubled man named Ronald Huffman. Remarkably little is known about him. He was born in Oregon. His parents worked at a mental hospital. He had a difficult upbringing. He was arrested at 16 for burglary. He was smuggling heroin across the Mexican border in the 60s. And by 1971, he seems to have been a small-time marijuana dealer in San Jose, a balding radical typically adorned in biker regalia. His customers called him Revolutionary Ron. According to Stockton Buck, who became the FBI's expert on Huffman, Huffman met his girlfriend, Maureen Minton, around that time. She grew up in Mountain View in Silicon Valley, the daughter of a family who owned one of the town's oldest stores, Minton Lumber. Described as a quiet hippie girl, she graduated from Berkeley and then moved to an island commune in Vancouver. She met Huffman on a return visit to the Bay Area. They lived in Canada, then went to Santa Cruz and they rented a bungalow in the remote mountainous area in Bonnie Doon. Among their neighbors was sci-fi writer Robert Heinlein, which is funny. Then the couple comes into clearer focus. Huffman, Revolutionary Ron, was a colorful, if little noticed, character on the streets of Santa Cruz. Minton worked as a volunteer at Planned Parenthood and at some point began to study nursing. From all available evidence, however, their lives were overwhelmingly focused on two things only: marijuana and bombs. They constructed an elaborate marijuana farm in the dense foliage around their home, 4 enormous plots of cannabis plants. The surrounding brush was so thick that he cut tunnels through it. They had the irrigation system. Everyone said Huffman's weed was the highest quality. That's probably what Rogier and Sarah were smoking at the trial. Watering and harvesting marijuana is a full-time job, but they had spare time, and they appear to have used much of it building the New World Liberation Front. To this day, no one knows whether the NWLF had 2 members or dozens. FBI guy thinks it might have been 6 or 7. Years later, the FBI used fingerprint evidence, and they were able to establish that the couple had been engaged in underground activities as early as 1973 when they moved to Santa Cruz. Their first action was mailed in October 73, commenting on the Weather Underground bombing in ITT office in New York. It was sent in the name of the Weather Underground, but it was actually them. And they threatened a bombing but didn't do it. Their first actual bombing came on November 27th, 1973 at a PG&E substation in Cupertino, 3 weeks after Marcus Foster was killed. A communique sent in the names of Americans for Justice demanded a 10% reduction in utility rates. Then there were a few more bombings at Shell oil facilities, and they demanded Shell give away oil for free. The Americans for Justice bombings garnered a few headlines, but they happened to coincide with the SLA's rise in kidnapping of Patty Hearst. That spring, BARC made its open invitation asking other groups to carry out bombings in the name of the New World Liberation Front. Huffman and Minton, it appears, were the first to accept. Their subsequent bombings were all in the name of the NWLF. They all the ones done the candy box bombs, the power stations, the Dianne Feinstein's flower box. In all, the FBI would be able to tie Huffman and Minton to only 16 bombings and attempted bombings between 1973 and 78. In all likelihood, the vast majority of the other NWLF bombings were theirs as well. Little's known about life inside the remote marijuana compound or their relationship with Jacques Rogier. It's possible the couple simply mailed their communiques to Rogier anonymously. It's possible they never met. It's also possible that Rogier made his living selling Huffman's weed in San Francisco. Nor is there any clue as to why Huffman and Minton stopped in 1978. We just could never learn much about them, said Madeline Boris, a prosecutor. We could never find any real friends or associates. It was just them. They did have a dog named Che. But Huffman, it's clear, was never the most stable soul. According to a relative interviewed by prosecutors, he was prone to violent mood swings. In the wake of the last NWLF bombing in 1978, there is considerable evidence that Huffman began losing his grip on reality. Feral dogs and coyotes roamed the Bonnie Doon area in those days, and Huffman became obsessed with them, calling them, quote, demon dogs, whose incessant howling was the voice of Satan. Psychiatrists would later debate whether Huffman was schizophrenic, drug-addled, or just a weird guy, but what's unavoidable is the sense that, as 1979 wore on, the focus of his anger became Maureen Minton. The couple had a worker named Dennis Morgan who helped tend the farm. He told prosecutors he became increasingly frightened by Huffman. Huffman developed a long list of complaints about Minton. She hadn't watered the weed enough, or she'd watered it too much. She'd neglected to give Che his heartworm medicine. She didn't respect Huffman's grandfather. Huffman's lawyer would later claim that his client believed that Minton herself was possessed by demons. That September, Minton told an aunt that, all demons aside, Huffman was incensed that she had had an abortion against his wishes. Morgan later swore that Huffman told him he was, quote, getting rid of Minton and finding himself a new lady, one who could bear him children. Whatever the reason, there's little doubt as to what happened on the bright Sunday morning of September 23, 1979. Standing in their yard, Huffman ordered Minton to kneel before him. For some reason, he slid a draftsman's knife into her mouth, then, lifting a long-handled axe, he swung it viciously down on her skull, all but splitting her head in two. She died instantly. Huffman then took a 2x4 and beat her body, hoping, his attorney would later claim, to knock the demons out of her corpse. Apparently unsatisfied, he then took out a scalpel and cut out a part of her brain. His attorney would insist that Huffman believed Minton's brain matter had magical powers. A few hours later, he packed a suitcase, threw it in his car, along with $32,000 in cash, 10 bags of marijuana, a book, The Greatest Story Ever Told, and a paper sack containing a portion of Minton's brain. He drove to the PCH and turned north toward San Francisco. Just miles up the road, he picked up a German hitchhiker. Driving off so quickly, he left the young man's girlfriend in the road. Huffman, who appeared highly agitated, was talking a mile a minute, and the poor German couldn't understand a word he was saying. He pleaded with Huffman to stop the car, at which point Huffman produced a knife and began slashing at him. A struggle ensued, during which the car skidded to a stop outside the Shortstop Market in Half Moon Bay. The hitchhiker leapt from the car and raced toward a young man named Corey Baker, who was in the parking lot. Huffman emerged and began yelling something unintelligible. Baker approached him, noticing a strange whitish-gray substance on his hands. He thought it was fish guts. It wasn't. I think it was brains. He told Huffman to calm down and go wash his hands. Huffman responded by punching him, grabbing a fountain pen, and attempting to poke out his eyes. Baker ran. Huffman drove off. An hour later, a police car managed to force him off the road near the town of Pacifica. Huffman got out of the car, swearing and spitting, his eyes rolling back in his head. When an officer pulled his gun, Huffman held up his book and bag of brains as if to shield himself. Officers wrestled him to the ground. Later, when they visited the cottage, they found Milton's body. Huffman was tossed into jail. Huffman telephoned Tony Serra, who agreed to represent him, and the police had no idea, basically, that he was a bomber, that he'd done this murder. He tried to hang himself in jail, but they cut him down at the last minute, and his life was saved, but there was, lingering brain damage after that from, lack of oxygen. His speech became slurred, and, yeah, he would call Tony Serra Dunny after that. He said to the lawyer, he told me where he'd buried all his cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a huge freezer of marijuana. I go, far fucking out. So I go out there one night with 2 shovels, 2 friends, and we dig where he told us, beneath a ladder in an old shed, and we found this massive freezer. I was so pumped. Wow, 500 pounds of marijuana. And then we open it, and the whole thing is empty. Sarah later returned to the cottage and dug dozens of holes in the yard. He never found anything. Then the FBI eventually was able to sort of link him, but it took 4 years before it was actually let out to the public. There was insanity kind of debates in his trial. He was ruled fit in 1983. He pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And he, the only sound he made during the proceedings was an occasional dog-like growl. He was absolutely mad. The jury found him guilty of second-degree murder, and then, only then, he was charged with conspiracy to make bombs. And then it ends here saying, in the end, Ronald Huffman pled guilty and went to prison. No one connected with this case, including his attorneys, has a clue what happened to him after that. An administrator in the Santa Cruz County DA's office, however, confirms that Huffman died in a California state prison in 1999. Where he is buried, or whether anyone cared, remains a mystery. So, yeah. And that was kind of it for the most part in terms of the heavy action of the heavy era. That it ended with a guy thinking his girlfriend was possessed by demon dogs, and he had had to axe murder her. And then,
hellhounds.
That's right.
Yeah. Well,
so that is kind of at the end of the road. We're kind of out of time here. I almost feel like the Where Are They Now? We could come back and do a Where Are They Now? Now that we went through the whole story. And try to for the last time find out what really happened here, because I have to admit I think there was something sinister, but I don't know if anyone, like one book, oh, they got it. Like they totally, and I don't know if there's any more clues out there that maybe could be pieced together. But
yeah, I guess like, not even the people I feel like who were involved like really know the full picture of what happened.
seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some people are still alive. I mean, like you said, Bill Harris talked to that KPFA
Yeah,
guy.
he's alive. He's out there.
In
What was
2024.
he doing right before he got arrested in 2006? He was like, he's doing something that like you wouldn't expect, right?
Well, I think he was working as a paralegal for a while. Actually,
was that what it was?
Yeah.
No, I feel like it was.
Emily
hold
Harris's career path was she actually had like
Yeah,
a
she
really
worked in Hollywood,
She worked in
right?
Hollywood
Yeah.
for like Disney and for other companies. I think doing some kind of like maybe computer. She was like a computer consultant for the movie industry after she got out in the 80s and actually made like a pretty good living doing it. But then eventually the remaining SLA members would get roped back in, I think with like DNA evidence in the Myrna Opsal killing at the Crocker Bank robbery in Sacramento. They would finally prove that, have like DNA evidence that Emily Harris had fired that. So they all had to go back. I think that Patty Hearst like low-key cooperated with the authorities and in exchange for not being prosecuted for that. She had already gotten a pardon. So I don't know if it was a blanket pardon. It was just for whatever. But so they had to go, Emily and Bill Harris, and eventually I think Jim Kilgore fled to South Africa, and then Kathy Salaya changed her name, moved to Minnesota, and then became like a suburban soccer mom and lived under the name Sarah Jane Olsen. And then she was eventually unveiled and prosecuted, and some of these people, some of these people went back and had to do more time, in the 2000s for the Sacramento robbery.
Oh, word. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you just went off for a second.
Oh, yeah, so did you.
And, Wendy Yoshimura was very strongly supported by the Japanese American community, and they provided her a lot of, financial support and everything. And I think she had to do a little time, and then she just became, an artist and a painter in San Francisco. I think she's still alive.
Yeah, there's, like, a movie about her, isn't there? Or loosely based on
There
her.
might be. There's some interesting, interviews that you can find on YouTube with her, talking about her whole experience. And Tanya, of course, she's interviewed multiple times in the future. But even her recollection of things, some guy asked who seems to have forgotten everything about it, asked her oh, how long after you robbed that bank did they kill everybody in LA? And she was like, oh, I don't know, it's 5 or 6 months later. I'm like, damn, girl, that was a month after.
Yeah.
I get the time dilation, but damn, she seemed to have a spotty recall of the specifics about.
I mean, yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe we can stretch out, and now that we've gone through this whole story, maybe we'll do I guess since this is part 9, 10 seems like a clean number, and we can wrap up our final thoughts about it, and all that. But yeah, thus is the saga of the Symbionese Liberation Army, folks. And we'll be back, I guess, with our final revolutionary autopsy, as to what exactly this shit was. But we'll be back, I guess, next week, with that. And probably on Tuesday, maybe. It might be Tuesday this week. But I'll be out of office in the vortexes. But yeah, we'll see y'all then. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
A girl that's 20 years old, I think she ought to, they ought to look into it to see that she has every chance to be, to have justice like everyone else.
Well, I feel since she committed the crime that she should be kept in just like any other citizen, and that they shouldn't trust her.
I'm behind her. I really am. I think she should be out. I think she should be free. She's paid enough, for the problems and everything else she's had.
A trip south. Accompanied by U.S. Marshals, the convicted bank robber was flown to Los Angeles in a Coast Guard plane. Once she arrived here, Miss Hurst was then transferred to a helicopter and flown to the Los Angeles County Jail. Under tight security, she was rushed to an unmarked car and driven to the county's criminal courthouse. As was the case in San Francisco, Patricia's parents, Catherine and Randolph Hurst, were present at today's proceeding. But unlike before, they were shown no special courtesies. Like other spectators, they were photographed and frisked by security-conscious sheriff's deputies.
Every month across California, hundreds of tense, agonizing, exhausting dramas, not unlike the SLA deliberations, are being fought out behind the locked doors of other jury rooms. Most of them lack the national spotlight and the extra heavy security of the SLA trial. But otherwise, in each case, the tension is just as high, the stakes just as great, the responsibility just as awesome. Probably every man who has ever been a part of the soul-searching, the conflict, sometimes even the anger that takes place in this room, has walked back out that door a changed man, probably a better citizen because of it, with a more open mind, with a deeper respect for our system of justice. There are, of course, a few glaring exceptions, a few inevitable miscarriages of justice, but as one judge told us today, I've seen very few jury verdicts I would disagree with. Bill Branch, Action News 13.
Wanted to see this.
Here's Browning.
That way, that's right. Okay, in the back. It could well be that the case was decided at least partially before we ever summed up. There was some indication that a juror excused was thinking against the defense. There were other indications that the arguments were not thought to be very important.
I didn't think they'd find her guilty, but I thought she was guilty. I thought she lied. She lied about some things. She must have been lying about a lot more.
Agree with it. Without a doubt.
I really don't know. I really don't have any comment about it. Because we've been touring. We're kind of tourists, and I haven't been following it for several weeks.
You surprised to hear a guilty verdict?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Well, if 12 jurors decided that, I think it's pretty good.
No, I'm happy.
Why are you happy?
Because she deserved it. The evidence all proved it. It did. And I thought that if she came out to be, if the jury came out like hung or something like that, that's down just because her father's got money, you know?
Well, I was surprised she got off. I figured that, you know, like, the Hearst family has a lot of influence, and I thought for sure she'd get off. I was surprised when they convicted her of being guilty.
Did you agree, though, with that verdict?
Yeah, I did. I was hoping that she'd get some kind of guilty verdict anyhow and have something to answer to, because I just didn't get along with the whole thing.
Does that surprise you?
I don't know. I don't read newspapers.
You don't know who Patty Hearst is?
I know who Patty Hearst is, but I don't read newspapers. Depresses me.
She was going to have to forget a lot about Patty. She was going to have to blot out a lot of Patty's old feelings for her family and for her. I can say that she has recovered a considerable amount from what we first measured and what we find now. Her mental ability is greater, her intelligence is functioning more effectively, but she's still not fully recovered, and I think she's just well enough now to realize how impaired she still remains. And we know from other victims that sometimes the residuals go on for months or even years.
Part of the criminal justice sentencing process. And so there are other factors that perhaps will be taken into consideration, but I don't want to commit myself at this time as to what my position would be as to whether successor, the U.S. Attorney Designate, Mr. Hunter, probably will be confirmed this time.
In this situation, I'm looking forward to Mahatma Gandhi.
First of all, I'd like to thank those others so that the media can hear from us directly and not through distortions of the FBI. For several days, armed agents were constantly with us, and then suddenly they weren't. We naturally were glad for the chance to be free of them, not being anxious to be gunned down by some trigger-happy agent. So we carefully avoided being found. But the FBI seized upon this as an excuse for even more provocation.
While never having been a member of any specific political group, we have always struggled alongside all progressive people. Our homes have always been open, and we have shared what we have with all people working to make this country a more decent place. We do not plan to allow the government to begin to make us living differently at this point in our lives.
This is a discipline of the human race which is in a much better position to achieve the potential great. I'd now like to offer a public apology to Mickey and Jen. I'm terribly sorry that I cooperated in any way, shape, or form with such a counterproductive organization as the FBI. Agreeing to talk to the FBI about this case or any other case is an improper path to action. I've learned from that and other mistakes. I do not want to imply that my attorney Joe Lapieri advised me incorrectly. And is forced to stop trouble.
Very much.
The point of law here, as developed in the opinion, is that if a defendant voluntarily takes the stand, she cannot pick and choose the questions that she wants to answer. And she therefore had an obligation to answer any relevant questions on cross-examination. She refused to answer those questions, which were held to be relevant, and therefore her claim of self-incrimination was not upheld on appeal.
I have said from the date of the conviction that this trial was unjust, that she was put to a trial at a time when she should not have been, and that the errors committed at trial should have commanded her a reversal of her conviction. I still say that. So when I criticize the opinion, I am not criticizing the judges themselves. I'm criticizing what they have said in the opinion, which I believe is erroneous and not in accordance with the law.